Chapter 28. "I'm in a shit pit," said Blackstone to John Jacob. "I've never used the lance, never trained with it." "I thought your Norman lord taught you the use of arms," said Jacob. "I refused the lance. You know as well as I do they're useless in battle, except for ramming into the ground and spearing horses. Tournaments are for show, not for killing." "That might not be true after today," said Jacob. "Your faith in my death is touching." Jacob shrugged. "All I'm saying is the prince and whoever fights with him are well practised in the use of every weapon and have been trained since childhood. You wouldn't expect them to be a skilled stonemason or archer. I don't think a shit pit is deep enough." The two men remained silent. Blackstone was unafraid of combat, but fearful of being injured through his lack of skill with the lance, and if he could not beat the prince and prove his worth, then Christiana and the children were at risk. "If you go down, will she speak for you?" asked Jacob. "Isabella? I doubt it. She'll wash her hands of us. I'll be the assassin everyone says I am. You keep yourself well away, John. Running from a fight isn't something I care for. If I'm beaten, you're taken. Get down to the river and try to reach Calais. Tell Sir Gilbert what happened and ride back to Italy." "As much chance of that as a whore giving herself for free," he said, keeping his attention on the armour that had been brought for him to strap on to his sworn lord. Every knight of worth had his armour fitted to his body. Ill-fitting plate chafed and slowed a fighting man's skills, which was another disadvantage for Blackstone. Damned near 80 pounds of uncomfortable armour and a belligerent horse unused to riding in the lists seemed to be an insoluble problem. Jacob rubbed a piece of frayed strapping on the armour's breastplate between finger and thumb. "All those who saw us safely across France will be used to hunt us down. No, Sir Thomas, for everyone's sake, you've got to see this through." He tossed the old armour to one side in disgust. "And whatever you do, hold back enough so you don't kill him. Even your pagan goddess won't save us then." A cloaked figure stepped from behind a tree. Jacob's knife was quickly in his hand, making the approaching man stop. "Master Jacob," said Caprini, as Blackstone laid a hand quickly on Jacob's arm, recognizing the shadow's form. "I wish to return to my bedroll." The Tau knight had moved remarkably close to both men without being seen or heard. Blackstone and Jacob exchanged a brief look. "Fra Stefano," said Blackstone, "the ground's wet tonight. You should have stayed at your prayer." Caprini came closer to the small fire and helped himself to a spoonful of pottage. Jacob cut a piece of bread and offered it. "I am grateful. Thank you," Caprini said. The firelight from the pavilions faded across the meadow. "The trees drip unpleasantly. We should have brought a tent. The trouble with England is that God must see it as a garden that needs a constant watering." "A dribble of rain down a man's neck is barely a problem worth considering," said Jacob, as the Tau knight ate slowly, chewing each morsel as if it might be his last meal. "I heard what you were talking about. Your prince will only fight at the end of the day, when the last two men have fought. Then he will take to the lists. 3 tilts of the lance for each challenge, unless the challenger is unhorsed." "How do you know that?" asked Blackstone. No one had told him the order of the contest. "May I?" Caprini asked, extending his hand for another slice of bread. "I know this because I am a foreigner, because I am ignorant of this ritual, and I asked a man called Roger Mortimer." The Earl of March? You spoke to him? Said Jacob, interrupting his bread-cutting. The man was no older than Thomas Blackstone, but held one of the highest ranks in England. He's to proclaim the jousts. You don't just walk up and ask him. He's the Marshal of the Army. Jacob looked disbelievingly from the Italian to Blackstone, who looked bemused at the Hospitaler's lack of formality. But I did, because when I was at prayer I saw him with others going to their own chapel. Men who pray, Master Jacob, share the same joy. A Knight of the Tower is not unknown in this country. I beg your pardon, Fra Stefano. I meant no disrespect. How could any be taken? He answered gracefully, and then spoke to Blackstone. Take the blow on the first pass and go down. Why take 3 tilts? Sooner or later he will unseat you. Once you are on your feet, he'll be obliged to dismount and face you. He's as strong as I am, and if the fool doesn't knock me senseless, he soon will after I tumble. All right. Take the strike, and then knock him down, said Caprini. It makes sense, Sir Thomas, Jacob said, adding his weight to the argument. This armour is so poor it may come apart after the first hit. I've seen the power of 2 horses at full tilt. Use that horse of yours to barge him. It's a foul beast at the best of times. In fact, I've never seen a creature so keen to meet the devil on his own terms. Chapter 29. The Visconti's man, Werner von Leinhard, had insisted on a hot bath before being dressed for the tournament by his esquires. Servants had boiled water for hours, but their sleepless night had earned them no gratitude. His pennant fluttered above his pavilion, joining those of other knights from across Europe who had been given safe passage to attend and fight in the tournament on St. George's Day. Hundreds of English, German, Gascon, and Flemish knights put aside old enmities and pitched their tents and pavilions next to each other within sight of the royal standard and the dais where the king and queen would sit with their honoured guests. Now, as the contest began, a dazzling array of blazons milled around as knights and their squires paraded the lists to the cheers of hundreds of spectators. Knights rode their caparisoned tournament horses, wearing ornate plate armour, emblazoned with their arms. Crested helms and pennants vied for attention like peacocks showing off to the ladies of varying ranks dressed in their finest bright colours and jewelled garlands. They watched each other, a knowing look in their eyes, because a feast of adultery would be committed over the next few days and nights. Von Leinhard had already identified 3 or 4 women he would sleep with before the tournament ended. There would be time before the royal warrant of protection ran out, forcing him back to the Visconti. There was prize money to be had as well as women, but the Visconti offered random slaughter, which suited his tastes more. Such killing would be denied him during this friendly tournament, where lances would be capped and fatal blows forbidden. Prowess would rule the day, and von Leinhard was determined that he and the other German knights would ride home victorious from this spectacle. Friendly jousts or not, men died or were injured, and he had sworn to the Visconti that, given the chance, he would kill Thomas Blackstone, if he appeared. He had asked others whether the Englishman had made himself known, but no one knew of Blackstone being present. Perhaps, he speculated, Blackstone had not survived the mountain pass. The cheering crowds of spectators were silenced as trumpeters heralded the Earl of March's announcement that each combatant would fight on horseback and on foot, armed with any weapon of attack and defence except for devices of evil design or those enchanted with charms of spells that were forbidden by God and the Holy Church to all good Christians. On the cloth of gold draped dais, Edward and his queen sat with the French king and other noblemen, as Isabella was fussed over by a lady-in-waiting. Blackstone watched the tender expression on his king's face and admired the difference between his demeanour with his family and his rousing aggression with his troops on the battlefield. His sharp features were softened by his berry-brown hair and beard, and he was dressed far more richly than when Blackstone had seen him go to war. A design of wildfowl and falcons with open wings was embroidered in coloured thread into his tunic and gown, and his belt was stitched with drakes and ducks that cowered from the hovering falcons. When Blackstone had been first brought before Isabella, her clothing was modest in its decoration. He paid little attention to women and their dress, but today Isabella could not be ignored. She was the grandest of queens. Blackstone had seen enough precious jewels, seized from Italian merchants unfortunate to be on the wrong side of the conflict. They brought a good price to help feed and arm his men over and above their contracted payments. Today, however, it looked as though Isabella the Fair could pay the French king's ransom simply by donating her jewellery. Alms to the poor. Her gold chapelet was studded with diamonds, rubies, sapphires and pearls, and these precious jewels were repeated in her slender gold crown that glistened in the light. Isabella the Fair outshone King Edward and his queen, and all the richly clothed nobles and guests in the royal stand. "No wonder we are peasants," said John Jacob. "Not all of us, perhaps," he added quickly, looking at the Italian. "Do you see any finery on me? My own rosary is as plain as black peas. I was a soldier before I became a hospitaller," he said. "Only kings and the nobles have the right to wear such luxury. I am happy with plain woven cloth. Who among us needs anything more?" Jacob grunted. "True enough. I'd feel like a court jester dressed in woven colours," he muttered. "Perhaps we're all the king's fools, John. We don't need fancy dress to make us so." They stood well back from the swirling colours that seemed even brighter against the grey sky. Painted lances and fluttering pennons added to the spectacle. It was obvious to Blackstone that the king still showed favour to his treacherous mother. He reached for her hand and kissed it, and then waved aside the lady-in-waiting as he settled her cloak comfortably about her, nestling her cloak's fur collar snugly into her neck. Had time healed her treason, Blackstone wondered, or had she never even committed it? Perhaps, as she had told him, she cared only for England in everything she did, and let nothing stand in her way, not even Blackstone's family. They were the means to make Blackstone yield to her will. He gazed long and hard at the russet-haired, unsmiling French king who sat, square-jawed, next to Edward and his queen. Edward was showing off. Splendour such as this was costly, and was being paid for by the French, from taxes raised from ransoms paid for Edward's prisoners. King John was indirectly paying for Edward's party. No wonder the English king laughed and cheered as loudly as any commoner. For the better part of the morning, Blackstone and the others kept their distance, denying themselves the spectacle in case any of them was recognized. They kept their cowls over their faces and busied themselves like servants cleaning Blackstone's weapons and adjusting the old armour. Roars of appreciation or despair soared and dipped as favoured knights won or lost their contests. A melee of horsemen staged a thrilling assault of sword and mace that saw the Duke of Lancaster fall wounded, and as others were beaten and yielded, the crowd's excitement rose, muting the trumpets and drums. Blackstone edged his way around the lists, feeling the same apprehension he experienced before battle. Most men felt it, all kept it hidden, and Thomas Blackstone was no different. Whatever it was that drove men into the turmoil of war became their friend when steel clashed and the desperation to survive gave them strength. It was the waiting that churned a man's stomach and let the sweat trickle down his spine. But, Blackstone chided himself, this was to be no fight to the death. It was a spectacle in which knights and squires who loved the contest showed off their prowess, little more than a training session, and his family's safety depended on his waging a convincing fight. However, if the prince fought as hard as Blackstone had witnessed on the battlefield, then there was a chance that Blackstone could be beaten. He spat out the stale taste that crept into his mouth. It was not the conflict that troubled him, but rather that he would once again be within striking distance of the French king. Blackstone carefully edged along the rear of the crowd and studied the man he had sworn to kill. The French monarch half rose from his seat as a Burgundian knight unseated a Gascon. Any small victory for the French over an English ally was a cause for rejoicing. King John clenched a fist in victory. Had he done that when his executioner hacked off Jean de Harcourt's head? Blackstone wondered, remembering the moment when he had called across that field of mercy and sworn vengeance. As the Gascon yielded beneath the Burgundian knight's assault amid more muted cheers than would have gone up had the Gascon won, King John glanced across the crowds, and in that moment Blackstone felt a shudder. His own archer's eyesight was keener than most, and he saw the French king's eyes narrow for a second. Had their eyes met fleetingly? Blackstone dismissed the thought. He was too far away to be recognized. But he saw the king's face as clearly as the day he had cut his way through the field at Poitiers and got within 10 paces of killing him. The moment passed. The French and English kings applauded. Drumbeats and whinnying horses demanded attention. A deafening roar of voices swelled over the tournament field. A pair of knights stood like gatekeepers at each end of the lists, barring entry through the gates to anyone not fighting. They held lances down across the entrance, as behind each of them the next 2 fighters came to the mounting benches. A herald's voice was suffocated by the wave of excitement as the Prince of Wales's pennon was shown at one end. There was no need to announce who was next to joust. His horse was swathed in a black trapper that bore the prince's tournament colours of 3 white ostrich feathers. A friendly tournament such as this meant his royal coat of arms would not be displayed. The same 3 ostrich feathers were blazoned against a black background on his shield. His helmet was adorned with the boiled leather crest of a lion. In the centre of the lists, the tournament marshal raised his arm, readying the combatants. As if on command, the crowd fell silent, so silent that the snorting horses and the snap of closing visors sounded loudly. Attendants held the horses' bridles, aiding each rider to control the power that now demanded to be released, and handing each man his shield. The marshal's arm dropped as his voice carried the command to let the horsemen go. Laissez les aller. The gatekeepers stepped back quickly out of the way, raising their lances, letting the surging horses through. A gasp of expectation rose up, turning from awe to bloodlust. Edward of Woodstock, the great prince, victor of Poitiers and captor of the French king, crouched, lance steady, hurtling towards his opponent across the 70 yards between them. 70 yards that were devoured in 6 seconds. The prince's opponent struck the prince's shield, a blink of an eye before the prince found his target. But the prince took the blow at an angle, and his own lance splintered, as it struck with such accuracy that the impact lifted his opponent out of the saddle. The combined weight of horse, man, and armour, and the bone-crushing momentum carried the man across the saddle's cantle. As his body thudded into the ground, Blackstone already knew that the man's shield arm must have been broken. His eyes had followed the tip of the blunted lance from the moment the prince had lowered it. Edward's aim had not wavered, even when he had taken the glancing blow on his own shield. It was the strike of a highly trained knight. This was no sport. The prince meant to be the victor, and Blackstone understood the cold, deliberate intent meant that he, too, was likely to fail in this contest of arms. "He will not rise," said Caprini. "He is too badly injured." They watched, as ushers ran forward to aid the stricken knight, and from the way his body sagged, Blackstone knew the man's shoulder was snapped. The prince retired beyond the gate to await his next opponent, applauded by king and commoner, cheered on by a crowd who revered their heroic prince. "Sir Thomas," said Caprini, "you cannot beat this man in the saddle. Angle your shield high, like so." He bent his arm to demonstrate. "Deflect the blow. Push forward in your stirrups. Get him on the ground with you. Then you can overcome him." "You have a lot of confidence in me," said Blackstone. Caprini kept his eyes on the prince as he was fussed over by attendants. "I see a fighter's weakness and his strength. He was aiming for the other's head. Strike the helm, and such a blow can snap a man's neck at worst. At best, he is in darkness for a long time. Your prince is known to be a generous benefactor, but not here, not when he fights." John Jacob had taken his time in dressing Blackstone. After Blackstone had bathed, he tugged on a linen shirt and then a padded tunic to help protect his ribs. Blackstone had reined in his impatience as Jacob fumbled with straps and the layers of clothing and armour. To save his sworn lord's strength from bearing the weight of the armour on his chest and shoulders, he dressed him from the feet up, adding the weight piece by piece. Over Blackstone's leather shoes he fitted the sabatons of mail, then plate armour for the shins, knees, and thighs. He eased a sleeveless mail haubergeon onto his torso, and cinched Blackstone's waist with a leather belt. "Christ, John, I'll split like a squeezed worm," he muttered, as Jacob found an extra notch. "Keep your guts in place," Jacob said, attending to his duty, determined to give Blackstone as much protection as possible. "When was the last time you had to do this?" "Never," said Blackstone. "Merciful God, I hope you've had a good breakfast," Jacob answered, without halting his ministrations as he fitted a breastplate, and then added pieces for Blackstone's shoulders and arms. "Too tight on the arms?" he asked. Blackstone lifted and swung his fighting arm. "No, it's good enough." "It better be. Our prince will have the very best armour. Catch the flat of your blade on it, and it will slide like water off glass. Stroke hard, and put your weight behind it. Hard, Sir Thomas. You have to beat him with your strength. He's no weakling, but he hasn't been running up and down those accursed mountains in Italy for nigh on 2 years, and fighting bastard Hungarians who take a lot of killing." Jacob checked his work, looking Blackstone up and down as a concerned mother might dress a child. "It'll do," he said, as he tugged on the plated gauntlets with their leather lining for grip onto Blackstone's big hands. Blackstone was obliged to bend down so his captain could tug a leather cap onto his head, and then, before fitting the helm, slipped a mail coif over him to protect his neck and shoulders. There was to be no surcoat showing his coat of arms. He settled the uncrested helm on Blackstone's head. "Your own mother wouldn't recognise you, Sir Thomas. Come to that, neither would I if you came at me dressed like this." Jacob wiped the back of his hand across his mouth and spat in satisfaction. He was sweating from attending Blackstone. God knew what it was like in that metal coffin. "Need enough time, Sir Thomas. Lads have brought your horse to the mounting bench. I've hobbled him and kept him hooded. Don't want him running amok and bringing attention on us." Blackstone nodded as the figure of the French king merged back into the rich colours of nobility on the dais. "Good enough. Keep my blazon covered on your jupon and shield, and when I go down, it's up to you to get my horse. Aye, me and a dozen more. It'll be done, though I'm not sure how." Blackstone turned to Caprini. "You gave your word not to mention my name, Fra Stefano. It stands. And if there are those who wish you harm, then Master Jacob and I will guard your back. It is my intention to take you to Canterbury. I sense that a pilgrimage would be good for you." The thunder of hooves rumbled across the ground, and the clash and roar of the crowd signalled that the prince had taken another prize. "He's getting warmed up," said Jacob. "His muscles will be loose now, but he'll be hot. He'll have sweat in his eyes. One more chance when he goes back and takes off his helm for a servant to wipe his face. He won't take off them gauntlets and do it himself. He wants his third victory, and then he can sup and do whatever heroic princes do after a joust. Piss in a gold jug and turn it into wine for all I know." Blackstone felt the crumpled linen shirt between his shoulder blades twist like rope from the sweat that soaked him beneath the padded jacket, mail, and armour. He had forgotten how cumbersome it all was, and why he and his men chose to fight without the plate. Caprini came to escort him towards the enclosure. "Did you hear that? The crowd. A German knight, the best I've seen. He cleared the field. We see the best of them all today, Sir Thomas. Remember what I said, and you will come through this with honour." "And still be able to walk, I hope," said Blackstone. "I've no joy at the thought of fighting the prince." As they approached the mounting bench, the bastard horse raised its head, scenting his master's approach despite being hooded. "Christ, help us both," Blackstone muttered. Had he been able to reach the silver goddess at his throat that now lay tucked beneath the steel collar, he would have invoked her blessing. Jousting horses were as well trained as the men who rode them. Blackstone's horse was a fiery instrument of war, and it seemed as irritated as Blackstone at having to wear such protection. The beast was caparisoned over a quilted blanket. A chanfron headpiece of jointed metal pieces had gaps for its eyes, ears, and nostrils, and curtains of mail protected its flanks, while a strong, boiled leather covering protected its chest. Trumpets blared. The marshal's voice drifted through the pavilions. An unknown challenger was to take the field. Rumour had it that it was to be one of the king's closest friends, disguised as a poor knight. A jest, just as when the king and his son dressed in the guise of city officials at jousts and took on all comers. Others said it was the Gascon lord, Jean de Grailly, who had returned early from the crusade in Prussia. Those who professed to know from reliable sources said it was a famed Spanish knight. Rumour after rumour had failed to uncover the name of the knight, who would soon appear without a coat of arms. It was an added excitement, and one that fuelled the crowd's interest. A fine way to end the first day of the ongoing tournament. Wulf's sword was held in a ring tied to the saddle's pommel. Axe and mace were tucked into and tied onto his studded belt. John Jacob steadied the horse's steel bridle as its yellow teeth snapped and champed at the bit. Blackstone nodded, and Jacob eased off the hood. The horse shivered, ducked its head, tugging against the reins, testing Blackstone. His legs held its body firmly, not too tight, not yet, because whatever Blackstone needed from this beast, it would be commanded through the pressure from his legs. "I have him," he told Jacob. Caprini stepped in and took the leather-bound, unmarked wooden shield from an attendant, lifting it so Blackstone could hook his bent arm through its straps. "I think you have a chance. Rise up when you strike," said Caprini. "Rise up and lean forward the moment before impact. He will do the same, but the man who gets the blow in first will suffer the least. He crouches, but you will have extra power to strike a downward blow. It might save you, because he will find his target on your shield. Then take yourself to the ground when you are ready." Blackstone wondered if the old broken bone that bent his shield arm would take such an impact. Another attendant handed him the unwieldy ash lance, near enough 14 feet long, thick at the base to tuck beneath his arm, with a carved place for his gauntleted fist to grip behind the simple crossguard. A crown-shaped, 3-pronged coronal covered the lance's tip. He felt awkward, trapped like a coiled snake in an iron casket. "Thank Christ they're blunted," he said, meaning the lance. He eased its base into the well-worn pocket of the feuter on his stirrup to hold it steady until it could be brought to bear. A persistent throbbing drumbeat of his heart pounded through his helm. John Jacob stood on the mounting stool and raised a wineskin to Blackstone's lips. "Wine and water, Sir Thomas. You take the fight to him. You'll need this." Blackstone swallowed, grateful that his dry mouth had been eased. He held the great beast ready, its plain caparison as dull as its singed-looking hide. 2 unmarked creatures, their identity camouflaged by drab covering, about to hurl themselves into the riot of colour that fluttered in all its pageantry. He calmed his breathing, felt the horse settle, and knew, from whichever of God's angels hovered at his shoulder, that he had nothing to fear. Jacob and Caprini stepped away. Now that Blackstone was armed and ready, no further contact was allowed. He dropped the visor and sucked in the claustrophobic darkness. The narrow slit, barely wide enough to see directly in front of him. A fleeting memory of thousands of French knights bearing down on him, and the other archers gave him a moment of imagined horror. How they had slain those poor bastards trapped in these coffins. What terror must they have known? Yet still they had come on. The horse snorted, lowered and then raised its head. Ears cocked forward, muscles bunched and quivering, eager to fight. Blackstone could not contain the moment of anticipation that mingled with joy. He laughed. "You have the strength and balls of a bull," he said to the horse, "and I thank God for it." The guards at the gate raised their lances and stepped quickly away. The marshal's voice carried. "Laissez les aller." Chapter 30. Blackstone grunted with effort, desperately sucking air in the dark confines of the helm. Everything felt wrong. Something chafed in his groin against the saddle, bunched linen rubbed beneath his armpits, and the jolting, uneven gait of his horse bobbed his vision up and down. With shield and reins in his left hand, he pulled up the horse's head, fighting the unruly beast that seemed only to want to attack the other stallion that bore down on them. Blackstone cursed and tried to keep it on course, but between the bellicose horse and the wavering lance, he struggled to keep his opponent in sight through the helm's narrow slit. His frustration rose to anger. "God damn it! For Christ's sake! Come on! Straight! Straight, for Christ's sake!" A voice in his head bellowed as he used his legs to try to bring the aggressive horse onto the right course and not too close to the prince who hurtled towards him. He had seen knights badly injured when horses collided, and also that it was not always possible for the knights to get a clean strike against the shield because of the wavering mounts. He held the lance right to left across his chest, angled just off the near edge of his shield. Its tip wavered uncontrollably, and he could feel through his anger the despair that he would be unlikely to strike the prince's shield. An archer's instinct always let the bowman guide his arrow shaft onto his target, and that instinct rescued him in the final moments before the combatants closed. He eased the reins through his fingers, letting the belligerent horse turn its head as if to attack the other as he angled his shield. Raising himself forward from the saddle, he took the weight and strain onto his hips and thighs, letting the bunched muscles in his back transmit their strength into his shoulder and arms. Instinct, anger, and defiance let his eye take the tip of his lance onto the black shield. Wood splintered. The impact smashed his shield against his ribs and threw him back across the saddle. Only the strength of his legs held him onto the horse. Pain shot through his shield arm, and blood roared in his head. Somewhere beyond that was the bellowing of the crowd. He was glad of the extra notch John Jacob had cinched on his belt as he pushed his stomach muscles against it and came upright in the saddle. He pressed one leg into the war horse's side and kicked it around with the other. As the horse turned, he saw that the prince had not yet regained his stirrups, and his own mount was floundering. He had made the first pass, but he had no wish to do it again. The beast had struck the prince's mount on the pass, and now all eyes were on the prince. Blackstone desperately wanted to pull free the visor and gulp air, but he gathered the horse, exerted his strength against its will, and brought it to an impatient halt, letting it bellow and snort its exertion and frustration. His own lance was splintered 2/3 of the way down its shaft, as was the prince's, and following the prince's example, he tossed it aside. Blackstone was about to feign injury and allow himself to slip from the saddle, but he was saved this humiliation when he saw that the prince's horse was limping, injured from the contact. Blackstone watched the man he had last seen at Poitiers climb down from the saddle as attendants ran forward to seize its reins. Cheers and applause greeted the prince's recovery, and Blackstone could tell that he had winded the king's son. But that did not disguise the prince's anger that came fast-paced towards him after drawing his sword from its saddle ring. Blackstone pulled Wolf's sword free and dismounted. John Jacob led 4 ushers at the run to take his horse. Blackstone said nothing as his captain took the reins from him, barely hearing his utterance. "God's blood, you rattled his brains, Sir Thomas. Finish him." Blackstone was already striding away towards the royal stand, with Wolf's sword's comforting grip in his hand. Now that he had survived the joust, he knew he could do what came more naturally to him. The man wearing the crested helm and dark burnished armour, covered by his tournament surcoat, strode towards him. But Blackstone could see there was a slight imbalance in the prince's stride. Perhaps, he thought, the impact had wrenched muscles. Blackstone felt exhilaration as he quickened his pace, knowing the crowd now applauded with approval at his eagerness to engage the Prince of Wales. Neither man waited for the other to strike first, but barged their shields, hoping the other would be pushed off balance. The instant they clashed, Blackstone realized, despite the prince being nearly as tall and muscled, that he had the advantage of Edward, who rocked back half a pace. It meant nothing to the crowd, merely that the prince braced his legs and brought his sword down, catching Blackstone's helm. Like a church bell's hammer, the sword's clang reverberated inside. Neither man yielded another pace backwards, but kept striking their opponent with tireless blows. Each could hear the other grunting with exertion, and both ignored the rousing cries from the crowd. Blackstone forgot his promise to Isabella. All else faded into a blurred memory as he hammered blow after blow against the heir to the throne. Edward had fought with youthful joy at Crécy, and, as a more experienced warrior, at Poitiers, and a lifetime of zealous ambition to one day be a warrior king like his father, brought him on to attack Blackstone. Yet every strike he made, Blackstone parried. Every manoeuvre that turned body and shield, Blackstone blocked. Neither man could best the other. But Edward was tiring, his strength weakening. Blackstone sensed it as surely as he knew, when he had been an archer, that his arrows would find their target. Blackstone saw the prince shift his weight onto his back foot as he sought a firmer stance against the ceaseless attack. Blackstone had him. At that moment the prince realized that the knight who faced him was stronger and lethal. Blackstone bore down on him, and felt him take 2 faltering steps backwards. Sweat stung Blackstone's eyes, his mouth was dry from exertion, and a nagging pain crept up his old injury into his shoulder. Ignoring the discomfort, he closed with the prince. He heard the man's wheezing breath, as desperate as his own. This was a tournament no longer. It was close-quarter battle that made a man take desperate measures to survive. Blackstone's mongrel blood swept aside any jousting code of honour. He and the prince had committed themselves to a fight that could lead to either of them being badly injured. Their ferocious desire to survive bled into the men's muscles. Blackstone would ram him with his shield, then take his legs from beneath him, and the prince would be unable to rise with the weight of his armour, and the by then draining exhaustion in his muscles. The fight would be won. Beyond the prince's helm, Blackstone saw a stripe of blurred colours that resolved into those on the dais who leaned forward in anticipation. The fury that possessed him to fight would be his undoing. The thought of his family lay beyond a distant horizon. He saw his adversary, and only him. Nothing else mattered. But then, as if the pagan goddess had reached into his heart, a glimpse of Christiana flashed into his mind. Her beauty caught him off guard, as it always had. She was calling to him. Taking a half-pace backwards, he deliberately raised Wulf's sword in defence rather than attack. Seizing the moment, the prince struck hard and fast, delivering a swinging blow that shuddered against Blackstone's helm. A lesser man would have been brought to his knees. Blackstone tasted the blood in his mouth, and with a gesture allowed his head to drop in submission, and his arms to splay in surrender. The bitterness he tasted was not due to blood alone. Both men stood heaving with exertion. Prince Edward pushed up his visor. Sweat glistened on his face, and Blackstone saw that he too had bitten hard on his tongue, blood running from the corner of his mouth. Through heaving breaths, the prince made his demand. "Show yourself!" Blackstone ignored his aching body and cumbersome armour, and knelt before Edward. "I am here to serve you, my prince, not cause you harm," he said, and extended Wulf's sword towards him in a gesture he knew the prince would recall from the day at Calais, when he gave Blackstone his coat of arms. The sword held like a crucifix, grasped by a gauntleted fist. The prince's eyes widened. Neither man spoke. Blackstone cut free the leather covering from his shield, exposing his coat of arms. Then he pushed back his visor. What he saw was a seething anger held in check. "Your defiance has no bounds. You defy us. You return marked as an assassin, and you defy yourself in order to allow us to best you." "No, my lord. You took advantage of my hesitation. I gave you no quarter. You won." Edward spat blood from his mouth. "Get up, damn you. Show your colours to our father." The prince bowed his head towards the royal dais. "Sire, the day is over. We have been victorious. We beg permission to retire from this field." King Edward smiled, raised a hand in a small gesture of permission, and as the prince walked towards the end of the lists, rousing cheers acknowledged his success. The The king's eyes fell on the man who had come so close to beating his son, who would have beaten him had he not yielded. Blackstone turned his shield and bowed his head. There was no need for the king to see the scarred face that was hidden beneath the helm. The warrior king was less aggrieved than his son to see Blackstone, and he allowed himself an indulgent smile. "Sir Thomas Blackstone," he said, enjoying a hidden delight, as the French king at his side flinched from the Englishman's name. "You dispel the lies we hear about you, and confirm your bellicose defiance. Défiant à la mort. We have a thought to see you arrested, but your efforts here have pleased the crowds," he said, then paused, "and we hear you are a champion of the common man. It befits us to be merciful." Blackstone raised his eyes. It was obvious that the English crown had been kept informed of his exploits in Italy. "God bless you, my liege." "We are divine, Sir Thomas. You, it seems, are coveted by his angels, either those ascending or those who are fallen. How, we wonder, did you find the path to our door?" He glanced at Isabella, who did not meet his eyes but stared resolutely ahead at the fighting man who had yielded to her wishes. "No doubt that secret will be made known to us in time," he said. The king studied him a moment longer. He had not seen Thomas Blackstone since that day at Cressy, when his torn body lay cradled by a priest, surrounded by the greatest knights of England, who all swore to the boy's prowess and courage. From that bloodied state, a knight had risen, with a reputation that could not be ignored or denied. The king stood to leave, but before bowing his head, Blackstone looked into the French king's eyes. He would not yield to him. One determined throw of Wulf's sword could reach John the Good's chest. It would tear apart his heart, and Blackstone's promise of revenge would be complete. But that would not save his family. He bowed, as deeply as he could despite the damned armour and cinched belt cutting into muscle and flesh. Like a flagellant monk, he pressed hard against it, to pay for his broken promise. Penance. The town knight helped John Jacob ease away Blackstone's armour and mail. The ill-fitting plate had chafed his skin, and his ribs were already discolouring into purple bruising. "What of my horse, John?" he asked the captain, who tossed aside the last piece of armour in disgust. "Aye, we've got him tethered and fed. Flared up he was. Took 6 of us and another hood over his head to settle him. He quietened some when we stripped him down. There's barely a mark on him, though how, in God's name, he didn't have your legs crushed, I cannot say. I thought he was going to bite the head off the prince's horse. Sweet Jesus, Sir Thomas, they'd have disqualified you even before you got in the saddle, had they known what a mean bastard he is. But he's not injured." Jacob shook his head. "Not a mark, as far as I can see. His hide is tougher than yours. I've hobbled him again, because he's kicking anything that comes close. We should take the iron shoes off him. That might save any other horse from being hurt," he said, as he swabbed Blackstone's back with a cloth soaked in brine to clean the abrasions. "No, leave him be, but tether him and the other horses close by. I don't know how long we'll be welcome here." Caprini took balm from his saddlebags and administered the sweet-smelling paste across Blackstone's ribs, insisting Blackstone raise his bent arm against the pain so he and Jacob could bind him with a linen bandage. "Not too tight, or I'll not draw breath," he complained. "Loose enough to let you swallow the frumenty I've cooked," said Jacob. "Bit of decent pottage will do us all very nicely." Blackstone glanced at the clay pot nestled in the fire's embers and the herb-scented steam emerging from it. "If Will Longden was here, he'd have found some white cuts or shot a pigeon and found some decent bread. Is there ale? Between you and that horse, I've barely time to draw breath myself. What's in the pot will fill our bellies." "So it will, and I'm grateful for it, John," said Blackstone apologetically, his irritability calmed by the stalwart Jacob's practicality. Caprini tied off the bandage. "You gave your prince bruises to remember, but that was all. You could have beaten him. Why did you not? It was obvious to me that you held back." The Tau knight stepped away and repacked the jar of balm. He studied Wolfsword's pommel, and then balanced the hardened steel in the palm of his hand. "I've seen you fight, Sir Thomas. He was no match for you." It seemed for a moment that Caprini favoured Wolfsword. His fist curled onto its grip, the blade unnervingly close to Blackstone's neck. The two men's eyes met. Blackstone realized with a shock how easily someone could get so close to him, and with one thrust take his life that had been so carefully guarded. The moment passed. Blackstone took Wolfsword from him and eased it into a scabbard. "He was a match for any man." Caprini made a gesture of surrender. "As you wish. Loyalty is a fine trait, but victory today could have made you the tournament's champion." "Sir Thomas does not seek glory," said John Jacob. "He serves the king." "Well spoken, Master Jacob. But your sworn lord is not a man to yield." "Not without good cause," the Italian answered. "I'm no fool, Fra Stefano." "I could see that," answered Jacob, and turned his back so his questioning gaze did not fall on Blackstone. Blackstone eased himself into a fresh shirt. "I am blackmailed by Isabella," he said. "There, now that I've told you, your lives may also be at risk. The Queen may not like the idea of you sharing our secret." "Then you yielded at her command," said Caprini. "My family is in danger. The king plays for time while France burns. I'm being used by her, but I'm caught up in something I don't understand. I was thought to be an assassin brought here to kill the prince. It's a shit pit of stench, and I want no part of it, but I have no choice." Jacob and Caprini remained silent until the captain offered him a bowl of steaming food. "Best to eat while we live, Sir Thomas. They say there's ambrosia in heaven, but I'd miss a decent hot meal." Blackstone took the bowl and the hunk of rough bread being offered. Caprini warmed his hands at the fire as Jacob dished out another serving. "And what word of this assassin? Is he known?" he asked. Blackstone shook his head. "No doubt a rumour to trap me is all it is." Caprini swallowed a mouthful of food. "Then you are still in danger from those who spread it. You face men who are jealous of their position with the prince. You are not wanted here, and if the prince is still your enemy, even though you have tried to prove otherwise, then I doubt even his grandmother can protect you. Her concern is for me to stay alive until she has no further use of me. We are safe for the time being." John Jacob spooned another dollop of frumenty into Blackstone's bowl. "It's never the wolf's pups who'll savage you, only the she-wolf." Dusk settled across the meadows. A spring mist caressed the river. Hundreds of rushlights flickered ready for the contest to continue, once prayers had been attended to and food taken. No one had yet approached Blackstone, so in the half-light they smothered the fire and struck their camp, carrying weapons and bedding to another site. If there were unknown enemies anxious to cause harm before Blackstone could discover Isabella's true purpose, it was best to hinder their efforts by moving to the outer area of pavilions and tents. Months before this tournament, the king had enjoyed a torchlit joust at Bristol, and he wished to continue the spectacle of combat in the same manner. He and his guests would return in another procession to thrill the crowd. Arms would be distributed to a chosen few, while for most the chance to glimpse the warrior king and his family was deemed sufficient largesse. None had filtered away in the gloom to their villages. St. George's Day was as much their celebration as that of the nobles. Soon, like creatures from a minstrel's fable, knights would ride in the shadows, their decorated and plumed helms bobbing and weaving as horses pranced and torchlight was reflected in burnished armour and illumined the colourful surcoats. The 3 men on foot led their horses through the pavilions, avoiding those whose coat of arms suggested they belonged to those who might have been given lands and title by the prince. Smoke from campfires and torches swirled upwards, dispersed by a forest of banners and pennons, flapping lazily in the cool night breeze. Blackstone recognized many of the blazons. Others were unknown to him. One banner, smaller than its neighbour, was held open easily by the small breeze. Then, as a gust of wind rustled treetops, the second, heavier banner suddenly flared open. An avenging angel. A bare-breasted woman, crowned with gold, eyes glaring across the defile towards him, teeth bared, wings and talons spread-eagled, as if to swoop and carry him off. Harpies were the destructive spirits of the wind, baptized with names of storm and blackness. Fierce and loathsome, they were thought to dwell in filth and stench. These harbingers of divine vengeance were dispatched by the gods to snatch the souls of evildoers. The figure of the harpy bore down on him, tearing its way into his memory in the dying moments of a bloody battle a dozen years before. Mayhem's deafening roar pounded through his ears. His pulse quickened, as once again he saw the coat of arms loom at him, powered by the knight's strength behind the shield and his vicious attack. A shattered mirror in his mind's eye reflected jagged battle scenes and the pain and horror of seeing his brother fall like a slaughtered ox beneath the swords at Cressy. The man who had done the slaying, riding, harpy-painted shield high, sword hacking a bloody path towards the prince. That glaring, chimerical monster, both woman and beast, had swooped down on him as he lay, wounds bleeding, in the Cressy mud, and the attacking knight had taken his hardened steel sword to Blackstone. Blinded by his own blood and close to death from his injuries, God's miracle and the blessing of the Celtic goddess, Arianhod, had given Blackstone the strength to slay him. He had taken that knight's sword with its running wolf-etched blade and wore it to this day. And now that vile bitch taunted him again, an emblem of death, bringing with it other ghosts that clung like a silk cloth impaled on a thorn bush, something that could not be removed without further damage or pain. Chapter 31. The king had begun restoration of the royal lodgings in the upper ward of Windsor Castle. His temporary apartments were sumptuous enough for the brief time he would spend there, and although the obligation of hospitality would still stand, his own quarters were private. A divinely appointed king never entertained his inferiors unless they were of very high rank or blessed with his friendship. The French king was his prisoner, but was treated with great respect. Not only was he housed at the Savoy Palace, but he was given the comforts and retinue that befitted a king. He was as a free man, except that he was not. He was the key to even greater riches and territory. He and his young son, Philippe, were equals to the English king, so there was little cause for Edward to feel anything but victorious. The tournament was a spectacle, whose fame would reach across Christendom, and yet a rowelled spur of discontent now stung his success. His son was raging, his mother was silent, and his wife, Philippa, betrayed no emotion at all. The good woman from Hainault remained stoic, and had the grace to smile at Edward as he listened patiently to his son's outburst. And a good meal was about to be ruined. "He was exiled," fumed the Prince of Wales with barely contained anger, "and I was humiliated." "You won the contest. There was no disgrace. You were the better fighter. Everyone saw that," said Edward gently. "And you will lower your voice in our presence," he added with an inflection that brooked no disobedience. The king's various counsellors, who hovered constantly about his presence, had been ushered away by his chancellor, and, retreating to the shadows against the royal apartment's walls, they became blind and deaf to what was said between their liege and his family. Rebuked, the Prince of Wales bowed his head. "Sire, forgive me." "It would seem that forgiveness will need to be dispensed to all before the night is out," he said, and turned to face Isabella. "Perhaps your grandmother can explain how an exiled knight has appeared at our celebration without his king's permission." Isabella's gaunt features reflected the pain she was in, but Edward would not yet offer any further sympathy or care. Mother and son were still close, but a king required respect and obedience from everyone. Isabella took the gold and silver enamelled cup of wine to her lips. Enough potion had been poured into it to keep her from collapse. This was no time for weakness, even in front of her son, for it was not sympathy that she wished to draw from him, but his sound judgment, to help him take the next step towards securing the territories in France, even, perhaps, the French crown, if John defaulted on his ransom of more than £600,000, a sum that seemed impossible to raise. "I sent for him," she answered simply. "I wonder why I am not surprised to hear that confession," he said. "It is not a confession. It is a statement of fact. I sent for him because you need him, but he obeyed the command because he thought it came from you." The king stroked his beard from his gown and sat opposite her, keeping a respectable distance that maintained royal status. "My dinner will be cold, madam, and my knees ache from prayer. If I am to end this day with anything but an empty stomach and pain, I would ask you to explain yourself, quickly, for both our sakes." He had noticed her wince momentarily, little more than a twitch of an eye, as she subdued her pain. She lowered the goblet, replacing it on the ornate stand at the side of her chair. "When the tournament ends, you would finalize the draft treaty with John." Edward wondered briefly whether it had been a mistake to allow her to be visited by the French king and others in his retinue. It had been a chance for Isabella to reacquaint herself with friends and cousins from France. Information was a weapon. "I will. Most of France is ours, or soon will be once the Dauphin accepts the terms," he said. Isabella's voice was calm and assured, and she spoke directly to her son, as if he were the only other person in the room. "France is burning. Routiers bleed her dry, some of whom are encouraged by you, perhaps not openly, but it serves you well to observe the chaos. The great and the good have yet to decide whom they will support, be it John's son, the Dauphin, or Charles of Navarre. You play one against the other, because whoever succeeds in bringing the people of Paris under their control will wield the power." "I see no connection between the politics of France and Thomas Blackstone," said the king, trying to guess what he had missed, but which his mother had foreseen. "The turmoil is spreading. The peasantry armed themselves, and even the lower ranks of nobility joined their cause. "There is murder and brutality, and you offer no assistance," she answered, urgency in her voice. "Madam, I am playing a long game. There is a ransom and a country at stake." Isabella nearly forgot herself, the irritation bitter on her tongue. "There will be no country," she said too sharply. The king tilted his chin, as if to rebuke her, but she quickly lowered her voice. "John and the Dauphin fear for their families. How can either accept your treaty when their attention is diverted not only by the backstabbing Navarre, but by a peasant army that burns and loots its way across the countryside?" She knew the king was aware of the payments she made to couriers who travelled back and forth between her and Charles of Navarre, and others who were embroiled in the violence in the country of her birth. Information could be used either for or against Navarre, depending on how she saw the great game changing. "You have your ear close to the ground," Edward said. "I have it close to the hearts of those who are threatened," she answered. "Always quicker, always sharper, always better informed." John's family is his concern. His duty, as laid down by God, is to protect his country, said Edward testily. Where he fails, I shall succeed. Isabella gazed at her son, letting her eyes rest on him. He was the greatest king England had known, and she had played her role in making it so. She answered with genuine tenderness. "You are a benevolent king. You are gracious and kind, and you curb your anger towards your enemies when you have them on their knees. If your family were hunted by the mob, what would you wish?" She watched his face change from one of attentiveness to that of a man who could well imagine the horror of his own children being slaughtered. Then his face hardened. "I am not John's keeper. I have yet to wear the crown of France. Let the Dauphin find the means to protect his own family." Isabella rallied her waning energy. "And you believe his fear will not influence his judgment in the treaty? He will try to strike a bargain, to buy time. I would ask you to save John's daughter and his son's wife and family. Benevolence will be met with gratitude. Your treaty will be less argued over, and King John will regain control over his son and Navarre and his country, thanks to you." Edward remained silent. He knew as well as the prince that Blackstone could have beaten him, but had not. The rumour of his being an assassin had turned out to be just that, false accusation. Isabella had brought him to the tournament to prove his loyalty and thrust him to the fore. Thrust him down the prince's throat, more like. And the devil would play advocate between king and prince, father and son, when the time came, because Thomas Blackstone was a thread that ran through all their lives. So now Edward knew what Isabella wanted. Whether she was correct, he could not know. Not yet. He stood, annoyed that he was being manipulated. A small, albeit temporary, victory was needed over Isabella. He beckoned his chamberlain. "Arrest Sir Thomas Blackstone." Like everyone else, Werner von Leinhardt had been eager to watch the king's son fight. The avid crowds bellowed their approval of the anonymous knight who showed no colours, and who had nearly unhorsed the Prince of Wales, their great English hero. Von Leinhardt had pushed his way to the front and watched the contest. By the time Blackstone revealed his identity to the king, the Visconti's champion knew he could beat the scar-faced Englishman. Blackstone's fury could be subdued by cold-hearted skill learned over the years from the best swordmeisters in Germany. As Blackstone and the others picked their way clear of the pavilions towards the darkened meadows, 8 armed men moved out of the shadows. Each was a knight who had no compunction about slaying Englishmen, especially as they were being paid by von Leinhardt. Conrad von Goitsch, and Siegfried Mertens were two knights who were close friends of von Leinhardt. Each came from land-owning families, but when their wealth had been squandered by an incompetent father or stolen by an older brother, they had been forced to sell their fighting skills to those who paid the highest. For these three men, the Visconti of Milan had been a generous benefactor. Others in the group had suffered humiliation on the lists or on battlefields. They were Germans and Frenchmen, and all were prepared to transgress the code of chivalry demanded by the St. George's Day tournament. Blackstone had been distracted by the coat of arms that glared down at him. At no time since the slaughter at Cressy had he had any interest in knowing whom he had slain. Wulf's sword was his through victory, but now he realized it might be someone else's by birthright. The knight's sudden appearance alarmed the horses, making Blackstone and the others instinctively grab their reins. Before he could pull Wulf's sword from its scabbard that was secured to the saddle's pommel, the horse had ducked its head, throwing him off balance. Its rear hooves lashed out, and the heavy thud of iron shoes meeting mail-encased flesh and bone was plain to hear. Caprini had swung his horse between himself and the attackers, and quickly engaged the first two men who struck at him. Blackstone released the reins, and within moments he and John Jacob stood close enough together to deter the attacking men who wore mail but no surcoats, their open bassinets enclosing snarling faces. Without shields or armour, Blackstone and the others were at a grave disadvantage. They parried a quick surge of attack, edged towards Caprini, and quickly formed a defensive wedge like a broad-head arrow back-to-back. The horses ran loose, then settled beyond the first line of pavilions. Von Leinhardt attacked Blackstone, a man with him at each side, forcing Caprini and Jacob to flatten their defensive line. Sword blades clashed and clanged, but then Blackstone took two strides forward, caught one of the men as he made a clumsy strike, and rammed Wulf's sword into his thigh. As the man fell, Blackstone lowered his weight with him, keeping the blade rammed into muscle. The man dropped his sword and clawed at Wulf's sword's blade to no avail. Blackstone had seen fighters make the mistake of withdrawing a blade too quickly, allowing their adversary to regain his feet and strike a low blow that could gut a man. Strong and violent men could withstand such agony, as their hearts pumped energy and hatred into their muscles. In the seconds it took to press the blade firmly, another of the attackers caught Blackstone across the back of his head and shoulder with a flat-bladed blow deflected by his mail. Fireflies danced behind his eyes, and he felt his knees give way. Wulf's sword fell from his grasp. As he staggered to one side, the wounded man lunged with a knife, but John Jacob kicked him in the face, and then pushed Blackstone away as another struck downwards with a blow that would have cleft Blackstone from collarbone to hip. The Tau Knight rammed his blade from a low angle, forcing it upwards through the man's raised armpit, its honed blade cutting through muscle and bone and out through his lower jaw. Blood and tiny fragments of bone sprayed from his head. The shattered jaw, in the throes of death, emitted a final vomiting retch. 4 of the attackers were sprawled, writhing in pain from deep wounds. The 5th was dead, and, as Blackstone clawed himself to his feet, von Leinhardt bent and picked up Wulf's sword. His eyes were held by the running Wulf etched on the blade below the crossguard. In that moment a memory struck him as firm and violent as a mace. The sword was his elder brother's, 10 years his senior, given by his father when he had come of age. He had carried it when he rode with the King of Bohemia at Cressy. Those who bravely charged the English that day gave their account of his brother fighting towards the Prince of Wales. He was within paces of killing the heir to the throne when he fell, butchered by a common archer. An ignominious death at the hands of an unknown, low-born man, who now carried the sword. The shock of it held him too long. Blackstone took a few quick strides, and as von Leinhardt looked up from the etched blade, Blackstone's fist clubbed him behind the ear. It felled the German to his knees as Blackstone seized Wulf's sword. The 3 defenders turned to face von Leinhardt's remaining men, 3 against 2. The night should have been theirs, but the fight had caused a commotion, and squires from the surrounding pavilions had armed themselves with flaring torches and swords. Tent flaps were thrown back as half-dressed knights emerged to see what was happening. They were not concerned. What they, mistakenly, saw was 3 ruffians fighting knights, who would be dealt with by the squires and the constable when he was summoned. Von Lienhard was on all fours, shaking the dizziness from his head, unable yet to stand, as the 2 surviving attackers held back while Blackstone and his companions readied themselves for an attack from the gathering attendants. It was obvious that the Englishman and those with him would not dare face down so many, and seizing their chance, they dragged a groggy von Lienhard away from the fray. "Shit pit again," said John Jacob, as the 3 of them circled, readying themselves for a rush from the gathering men. Caprini slipped off his cloak and twirled it around his shield arm as 4 of the older squires warily nudged their torches closer. "It's Sir Thomas Blackstone!" one of them cried. His West Country accent, broad and gentle, carrying across the pavilions. Blackstone realized he must have been a senior squire among them, because he half turned to address the others behind him, a gesture of trust that Blackstone would not take advantage of. "Lower them swords! It's not Sir Thomas as would start this." The men who followed did as the older man instructed. There was enough light now for everyone to see the 3 beleaguered men clearly. There were many squires, mature in years, eligible for knighthood, but who either did not care for the responsibility or did not have the means to support all that knighthood demanded, and Blackstone reasoned that this squire might be such a man. "There are wounded men who need attention," said Blackstone, "and one who is beyond help." "Aye, my lord. It'll be seen to. I am Roger Hollings. I serve my master Audley." Blackstone stepped forward. "Our greatest knight," he said, remembering the honour Sir James Audley had gained at Poitiers. "Finely spoken, Sir Thomas. A great knight indeed." "He's here, at the castle. He's an honoured guest of the king." "And rightly so," said Blackstone, thankful that Audley's squire had been on hand. Von Lienhard and the surviving knights stood their ground warily, knowing the moment for their success had passed. "And these good gentlemen?" Hollings asked. "Is their business to be settled?" Before Blackstone could answer, a murmur of voices carried from beyond the men. 20 torch-bearing guards, led by a sergeant-at-arms, pushed their way through the crowd. "Sir Thomas Blackstone," the arresting officer said, moving close to Blackstone, unafraid of any violent response against the king's command. "You will surrender your sword." There was no need for Blackstone to ask on whose authority the command had been issued. He turned Wolfsword's bloodied blade away and offered the hilt to the sergeant-at-arms, who took it and passed it to another at his shoulder. Caprini and John Jacob followed Blackstone's example. "I do not think this will end well," said Jacob. "Have faith," said Blackstone, placing an arm on his friend's shoulder. "We must hope the good knight here can pray on our behalf as well as he fights," Jacob asked, looking to the Tau knight, who unfurled his cloak and covered his shoulders, making the distinctive symbol plain for all to see. "I pray better than I fight, Master Jacob, but it can take time for prayers to be answered." "Then I'll not hold my breath while I still have it," said John Jacob, as the 3 men were ushered away. Chapter 32. The king had spent little time at his dinner, sufficient only to play the gracious host to the French king and his honoured guests. Now that Isabella had involved herself yet again in affairs of state, he needed time to deliberate how best to indulge her while considering her advice, knowing that her political and diplomatic skills had always been astute. he decided to approach one of his most trusted advisers, and under the guise of discovering how the Duke of Lancaster was recovering from the injury he had sustained in the tournament, he visited his close friend, who was now confined to his quarters under the care of the king's personal physician. Henry of Grosmont, Duke of Lancaster, had been Edward's closest friend for more than 20 years. He was one of England's greatest knights, who had fought and won battles and sieges that had brought fame and glory to his king. Lancaster was a man of impeccable integrity, and for the past 5 years had been Edward's chief negotiator in his search for peace with the French, even dealing against his will with the duplicitous Charles of Navarre. Now this great-grandson of Henry III lay confined to his bedchamber, sweating with pain from his injury. Lancaster had dismissed his attendants when the king had entered his chamber, and now Edward wrung out a wet cloth and tenderly laid it on his friend's fevered brow. "Do not shame me, sire," said Lancaster. "I am your servant, you are not mine." In the company of his close friends, the Earls of England, who had helped him achieve success, Edward was able to relax the formality his crown demanded. "We soothe the brow of a friend, and we serve loyalty, and require the counsel of a man who has a common touch." Lancaster relented. Letting him wring out the cloth again, he sighed. "Ah, my lord, because I always preferred the embraces of common women to those who were more refined, means rather that I prefer their common touch. They were more willing." Both men smiled, and Edward rested his hand on his friend's shoulder, fussing his nightshirt at his neck. "You have always dressed well, drunk the finest wines, and loved music and dance. You have always known what road to travel. In my youth, I am now too pious for the joys of life. And you have fought more bravely than any other." Edward related what Isabella had done, and her reasons for acting as she had. King and friend eased into a comfortable silence as Lancaster considered what Edward had told him, and, despite his discomfort, thought clearly of the events that were unfolding across France. "Thomas Blackstone might be a sign of the divine presence. Were it not for him, you would have been denied your son and heir. Isabella is right." Edward sighed. "Damn it! How often has she been wrong? An infuriating woman, our mother." Lancaster smiled. "It does not matter who lives and dies in any of this, only who decides it," he answered, "and that is your prerogative. Blackstone can be more use under your command. He has proved himself. And his loyalty," he added in a whisper, his throat rasping from dryness. Lancaster eased himself on the pillows at his back and allowed Edward to help him sip wine. As the king eased his friend's head back, Lancaster placed a hand on that of his sovereign lord. "Blackstone would not willingly go against the prince. She made him. She holds something over him." Lancaster's exhaustion was evident. His wounds and the sleeping potion the apothecary had put in the wine lowered him into sleep, and, as his eyes closed, the King of England tenderly drew the fur-lined bedclothes over him. Isabella the Fair had seen it all clearly. The king and England could only benefit from Blackstone's attempt to rescue the French family. And if God willed it, he might even succeed. But Edward had sent many men to their deaths in his time. If Thomas Blackstone needed to be sacrificed so that his treaty was seen to be negotiated in good faith, then so be it. Stefano Caprini was treated no differently from Blackstone and John Jacob. His devotion to God and to his pilgrims meant little to his jailers. It would not be the first time that a hospitaller had turned to violence, and even though they knew nothing of his background, they had heard of others who followed the order of St. James, who led mercenaries. The three men were held in an antechamber, near to where the king was undertaking renovations to the castle. Scaffolding and stonework lay nearby, and Blackstone had run his eye over the mason's work. The skill was apparent, and a part of him wondered whether, had he not been arrayed for war, he too might have found work as a skilled stonemason. But 12 years of fighting and war had given him different skills, and had assuredly earned him more money. Builders, no matter how good they were, would see many a cold winter without a fire in the hearth. Work was hard to come by. Fighting was not. Demarcu was their jailer, flanked by 6 armed men. His orders were not to shackle the prisoners, but to keep them under spear and sword point, and under no circumstances was Thomas Blackstone to be harmed. Through the low doorway was a passage leading to another chamber from where Blackstone could hear the muffled voices of a man and a woman, but the thickness of the wall and the stoutness of the door made their words indistinct. Caprini eyed the Norman knight. "You were served as our guardian, and now you hold us at sword point. We are unarmed, and yet you fear us. If we were to be harmed, your sergeant-at-arms had enough men to wound us. Are we such dangerous beasts?" "I am not here to engage in conversation with you, Fra Caprini. If a messenger comes through that door and tells me that you are to be slain, then it will be done without question," said the Norman. A wooden latch slid back, and the door was opened by one of the king's attendants, who nodded at Demarcu. "Sir Thomas," Demarcu said, and gestured with his sword for Blackstone to go through the doorway. Blackstone turned to Caprini. "I have not yet heard a prayer uttered." "We pray with our hearts, Sir Thomas," said the Italian. "Little comfort for others," Blackstone answered. "Try moving your lips." Blackstone stooped through the low archway, Demarcu at his back, the light from the cresset lamps and the attendant leading him to the next chamber. No man could go before his king and not be humbled. Battlefield exhortations to strengthen courage as he rode along their ranks was as close as most common men got to their sovereign lord. The blessing for the English was that Edward was a warrior king, and knew how to reach out and seize their loyalty. He had fought at close quarters, and put his own life at risk. A soldier's heart understood why men killed, and it was a king's divine right to bless them for doing so. Blackstone saw the flames first, huge curling tongues devouring the hefty logs in the gaping fireplace that held bundles of faggots stacked to one side. The warmth struck him as soon as he entered the small chamber. A broad planked table stood to one side, its dark wood glowing from years of beeswax and servants' efforts, and which now had the unsheathed wolf-sword lying across its dull sheen. Beneath his feet was a thick woven rug, and beyond him, close to the fire, a figure whose features were half lit by the flames. A hanging tapestry depicting a white hart being brought down by huntsmen covered the stone wall behind her. Despite the rug, it was not a room for comfort, but rather a place where outsiders could be received. Isabella sat in a high-backed wooden chair, its single cushion untouched by her back, which was as straight as a yard-long arrow. And Blackstone thought, when he saw her, that the glint of the half-light in her eyes looked like blood-tipped bodkins. 2 other men stood in the glow of candlelight. One was as tall as the king, but older, with the hard, scarred look of a weathered oak. Gilbert Chastelian was a knight of the royal household. A key figure in Edward's life, a man prepared to serve as ambassador or warrior, as the king required. The second man stood opposite him, half turned from the fire, one hand on the back of the Queen's chair, the other resting casually on the pommel of the dagger at his belt. Stephen Cussington, captain of the garrison at Saint-Sauveur-la-Vicomte, the great citadel close to where Edward had invaded France, was a battle-hardened knight who kept his king's possessions free of routiers and Frenchmen alike. Blackstone remembered him fighting with the Prince of Wales at Poitiers. Neither man looked pleased to see Blackstone. Their animosity was barely concealed. Chastelian made a slight movement with his head. Beyond the Queen, in almost complete shadow and twirling a precious stone ring on his finger, was the king. Other than the gentle worrying of the adornment, he did not move. He was watching the broad-shouldered man who still had mud streaks on his breeches, and a darker spattering of something else on his jupon. A dried trickle of blood ran from his hairline, down the side of his ear, and disappeared behind his collar. Blackstone half turned towards him and went down on one knee, keeping his eyes focused on the carpet's intricate pattern, woven by a skilled hand at some time in history in a land he could not know. He concentrated, so that his mind would not lead him astray, and begin a dialogue with the devil as to what punishment might be inflicted on Caprini and Jacob. He had made the challenge on the prince, and he had been the cause of the death and wounding of his attackers. Their guilt was by association, his by command. The devil won. "Sire, I beg your indulgence for those who accompany me. They served me, and I am to blame," he blurted out. The damned pattern had blurred before his eyes. De Marcoux laid his blade down the side of Blackstone's face, close, so he could see it next to his right eye. "You do not speak until spoken to." All right, said the king. "Get up." Blackstone stood and raised his head. Edward strode forward and stood closer to the knighted archer. The English and Welsh bowmen had been his greatest weapon, but at Poitiers the witnesses to the battle described how it had been raw courage, man against man, sword in hand, that carried the day. "Sir Gilbert Killbear encamps outside Calais," said Chastelian unexpectedly, "with 100 of your men." "Sire," Blackstone answered in confirmation, unsure how the king had gained the knowledge so quickly. But of course, the English-held city of Calais would have messengers travelling regularly. "Very well," Edward said impatiently. "It is our desire that you are welcomed back to your native soil. You are pardoned from exile." Clemency, granted in a simple utterance. Blackstone felt the surge of relief and began to bend his knee again, but was stopped by the king's command. "Enough of that. We know of our benevolence. Our son, the prince, will be aggrieved, but that is not your concern. Greater issues press us." He paused, letting Blackstone remain perplexed at his good fortune. "We desire France to be ours," said Edward. "The marshals of the army urge us to make haste and seize Paris. Then it is done." He looked at Blackstone, a silent command to speak. Blackstone searched for an answer. How best to please the king? He could offer his men at Calais, and if necessary break his contract with Florence and bring several hundred more. It would be a worthless gesture. The king's plan was too ambitious. "Do not try to take Paris, Highness. You have neither the time nor sufficient siege machines," said Blackstone. Edward's enthusiasm for war had never diminished. The warrior king would finally take the crown of France. "We'll draw him out. No need for any siege," the king answered. "It would be the end of France. We hold King John. The Dauphin is a boy, and the people of Paris are unsettled, ready for revolt, caught between Charles of Navarre and his ambitions, and the provost, Etienne Marcel. The timing is perfect." Blackstone defiantly held his king's gaze. "If the Dauphin is still in the city, you cannot entice him. No favour, no promise will make him leave the safety of Paris. Only if there is conflict within the walls and he is threatened will he leave it." He saw the king's irritation smothered by his desire to have Blackstone agree to his strategy. Cussington and Chastelian would have berated Blackstone, but a slight gesture from the king stopped them. "Let us have no pessimism here," said Edward. "Not from you. The civilized world knows what you did at Crécy. Scribes have it down. Monks have copied it. What you did then, and since, travels at your back like a gathering storm. You put God's fear into your enemies, but treat those deserving of mercy with a tenderness that could put a mother to shame." He watched his scarred fighter, perhaps expecting a show of pride, a tilting of the chin in acknowledgment of his generous flattery, but Blackstone gave no sign other than to keep his gaze focused. At a nod from the king, Cussington poured a glass of red wine for him. An edge of disappointment crept into Edward's voice. "You are a mystery to us all, but we are glad that your sword is on our side of the lines. Is it not, Sir Thomas? That wolf sword of yours fights for England?" The question broke Blackstone's gaze, and he dipped his head in acknowledgment. "Sword and war bow before it, Highness. We believe it. And our mother, for all her intrigues and chess moves, insists upon it," he said with another glance towards the stoic Isabella. Blackstone waited a moment. The mention of the king's mother had brought a brief softening to the monarch's brow and a glimpse of a smile. There was affection there, despite, as he had said, the former queen's intrigues. "Highness, the Dauphin is weak and indecisive, but he has a resilience to him. He won't come out and fight," insisted Blackstone. "Why ever not?" Edward barked. "He's a king in waiting. He must prove himself." "He has no need to, Lord. He has Paris. I have run the gauntlet of its alleyways, and have seen the belligerence of its people. Paris would suffocate an army, should they ever manage to breach its walls. He won't come out, and you cannot get in. Should not even try." Silence was a weapon effective against those of lesser rank, and King Edward used it wisely, punishing Blackstone with it. After what seemed an interminable time, and during which Blackstone stayed unmoving, eyes lowered in front of his king, Edward finally spoke. "Very well. Perhaps for now you see a situation of which we have no knowledge. Events move at a pace that race ahead of us. Our army is not yet ready, and we cannot know how the boy will react." Edward laid his finger against Wolfsword's blade. "But we are aware that the French royal family might be threatened. You are to seek out and find your enemy's family and secure their safety for the Dauphin. How you achieve this is of your own choosing." Blackstone knew his own family's safety was of no interest to the King of England, but impertinence was a breath away. "And my own family, sire? What of them?" Edward turned on him, but by a miracle did not condemn him. He would have, Blackstone felt certain, had not Isabella placed her hand on her son's arm. "I gave him hope that he might find them," she said, and then turned to Blackstone. "We believe they are east of Paris. There are noble ladies under the protection of local lords, but that protection falters under the increasing weight of violence. The Dauphin's family joined those noble women. Find them, and you may well find your family." Blackstone dipped his head in respect and thanks. Edward held out his hand towards Cussington, who seemed to know exactly what was wanted. He lifted Wulf's sword from the table and gave it to the king. It had been wiped clean of blood before being brought to Edward, who gazed at it, remembering the night he first saw it. "You clenched this to you in what we thought to be a dying archer's grasp," said the king. He ran the tip of his bejewelled finger across the etched sword-maker's mark of the running wolf. "A few hours ago you were attacked by a German knight. His name is von Leonhard, the same name as that of the man who tried to slay our son at Cressy, and whose sword you took that day." "I know that now, sire, but I had not realized the fact until I saw his coat of arms tonight." "It was his older brother." Edward waited. "You know something of having a brother killed in battle?" "I do, sire," Blackstone said, knowing the matter of the night's fight was still to be resolved. "He is the Visconti's man, and might well have been declared tournament champion had he not broken tourney rules. He approached us and wished to claim judicial combat against you. We understand what drove him to break the tournament's pledge, but as no crime has been committed against him, he could not be offered satisfaction. He and those with him have departed." The king paused. "Be aware that revenge will unleash a man's baser instincts," he said. The king's words were a judgment against Thomas, as surely as they were a warning to be on his guard, now that von Leonhard was free to act as he wished. Edward, ever the king who valued a warrior and a masterly crafted weapon, offered him Wulf's sword, letting Blackstone feel the comfort of it nestling in the palm of his hand. "What is taken in battle cannot be denied," said the king, and then, after a moment, added, "be it a sword or a country." Nothing more was said. This time the silence was the command for him to leave. As the Marquis ushered him to the door, the king spoke. "Sir Thomas, you nearly killed our cousin John on the battlefield. A common man does not kill a king." Blackstone did not hesitate in his answer. "He butchered my friend and your ally, Jean, Count d'Harcourt, sire, without trial or priest, and he went unshriven to his grave. I slaughtered the Norman knight who betrayed him, and swore protection for his family and justice for his murder. Your presence here has caused our honoured prisoner upset," Edward said. Blackstone was glad of it, but he kept the thought to himself. "Fear in an enemy's heart weakens him, sire." Edward held back his smile. This belligerent bastard before him was a killer who struck fear into even a king's heart, a French king, not his own. "It would be advantageous for you to show contrition. Debase yourself before him and seek his gracious pardon." Edward saw the ripple of dissent before Blackstone even opened his mouth to answer. "Sire, I do not have your benevolent spirit, nor am I obliged to be agreeable for the sake of future treaties. I will kill your enemies and my own. There is no distinction for me." It was a clever answer, one that flattered the king and made clear his loyalty, despite its edge of disrespect for the French monarch. "And if I command it?" "I obey." But Edward did not wish to humiliate the man who had carved a path through the battlefield and saved his son. Blackstone's defiance was too great a weapon to blunt in such a manner. Blackstone hesitated. No command came. He bowed and followed the Marquis from the room. As they entered the dimly lit passage, he turned before the door closed behind him, and he saw the King of England bend and help his aged mother to her feet. She suddenly seemed very frail. No longer was there a great king in that room, only a caring son attending his mother with concern and affection. The door slammed shut. The way forward lay beyond the end of the passage. Part 3. The Terror. Chapter 33. The captain of Calais, Sir Ralph de Ferrer, was an honoured knight, a man who had long fought for his king, and who could barely conceal his contempt for those who sold their swords. Right now, the two knights who stood before him looked to be little more than ruffians, swordsmen who would brawl in taverns and make trouble for a provost and his men. But they were more than that. Both had reputations, both were men of renowned courage. Gilbert was a ferocious knight, the man who had stepped forward at Crécy, and whom all others followed. Blackstone was a name that had grown in legend, and the man's physical stature could well live up to it, de Ferrer decided. But he also knew that men like these could be the cause of bloodshed. He examined the document embossed with the king's seal. As yet, there had been no proclamation issued bearing the Great Seal. A command issued under the king's hand, confirmed by the Chancellor of England, that Sir Thomas Blackstone was granted immunity, and that his exile had been rescinded. Bureaucracy was a baggage train to a fighting man's war. No matter. This decree for safe passage through English-held territory was genuine enough, and until such time as messengers arrived with the court document, this piece of linen bearing the king's command in a clerk's neat hand and the wax impression of Edward's personal seal was more than enough for the captain to assist Blackstone, as far as his duty allowed. The gruff-voiced de Ferrer folded the pass. "I've no taste for brigands. We've a plague of you bastards here. Now, I suspect you're going to cause me further aggravation," he said, knowing full well that Blackstone was not acting in self-interest, if indeed he had been pardoned by the king. "As captain of this city, I hold jurisdiction over soldiers here." Blackstone ignored the man's contemptuous manner. There was little time to bandy words with an old knight who governed a city of merchants and garrison soldiers. "Do you have any contact with the Dauphin's forces?" he asked. "We go no further than the walls. I have 200 acres of city to defend, and a garrison sorely stretched to man the walls. But I can tell you there are English routiers raiding up and down the Seine Valley. So Paris holds the Dauphin's attention. But you and the Seneschal share responsibility for the marshes. You've authority outside these walls to see that the king's land is kept profitable and in good repair," Blackstone said, determined to probe for any knowledge that might help him. "Do not presume to lay down my duties, Sir Thomas. I know them well enough." "Then you know I have had my men on the hills," said Blackstone. When he had arrived at Calais, he had soon found Sir Gilbert Gilbert encamped on the Sangat heights beyond the marshland surrounding the city. "Did you ever challenge Sir Gilbert, or ask why he was there?" "I know of Sir Gilbert. His men did not attempt to enter the city. There was no cause." "You know the king's pledge. If Calais is threatened, he would send 100 men and archers to aid in its defence. Did you not think that my men might have been part of a defensive force? Did you not think there might have been a threat? Did you think at all, my lord?" Blackstone asked this man, who spent his days implementing ordinances, and who had not held a sword in anger for years. De Ferrer knew he should not have ignored the armed men on the heights. He had made enough excuses to himself. There was no threat from them, but now this lack of attention to his duty allowed Blackstone to challenge him. For a moment he relented in his antagonism. "The Dauphin is being squeezed, and he will be lucky to keep any control beyond Paris." "Then you have no idea where his family might be?" "I don't give them a moment's thought. Why should I? Calais is the portal to France, and if the king invades, then I will make sure the gates stay open. Beyond that, these French bastards are of no interest to me." "And Navarre's troops? Are they helping the uprising? He has a crown to gain. Where is he?" "That turd slithered from the devil's bowels. You want to find him, look to where the flies gather. Your kind should have no trouble following the stench," de Ferrer said. Killbear could hold back his impatience no longer. "You're a damned turnkey, and nothing more," he said to de Ferrer, who scowled at the insult. "Aye, you can bristle like the hairs on a hog's back, but damn it, Sir Thomas Blackstone has earned enough respect for a civil answer. You think he'd be here, wasting time with you, if there were not some urgency? He's on the king's business, for Christ's sake. Even a common jailer can see that." "He has safe passage. Nothing more," de Ferrer replied angrily. "You do well to remember your place. I have authority enough to have you jailed." "Which is all you are fit for. Though you would do well to remember that it wasn't so long past that Sir Thomas and his men protected these precious walls when the French thought to take them back. You hold this place, then you must know what your enemy is doing. We need to know." De Ferrer wanted nothing more than to have these men away from Calais, so he suppressed the desire to respond to the perceived insults and rolled out a map across the table. "The Dauphin struggles to rally support, and the Parisians support the provost of merchants, Etienne Marcel," he said, his forefinger tracing a circle around Paris. "They murdered the Dauphin's marshals in front of him. Word has it they said they were protecting him from them." He grunted. "They were showing him how vulnerable he was in the city." "Then he's not there, is he?" asked Blackstone. "He can't be if his family is in jeopardy." De Ferrer began to realize that Blackstone's presence might somehow be connected to the French royal family. "No," he said, hesitatingly. "He withdrew to Meaux, and we think he's made his headquarters there. But where his family is we cannot know." "Then we travel east of Paris," said Gilbert. 40-50 miles or so. What about Skinner's?" The captain of Calais drew his finger across the map. "There are mercenaries here and here, as far as we know, but they are so widespread it is impossible to be exact." Blackstone's eyes stayed on the map, reading what he could of the countryside. Rivers and canals were better marked than many roads, some of them little more than tracks that could be washed away in storms. "What of these peasants? How organized are they? Are there anything more than lynch mobs that will burn themselves out once they have what they want?" "They are called Jacques, or the Jacquerie, led by a man called Cale, from somewhere near Clermont. He seems to have some education. He's no arse-in-the-mud peasant, but they've turned to him for leadership. They swarm to the north and east of Paris," he said, running his finger across the map. "Far enough from Calais not to cause trouble, but close enough for Paris to see flames on the horizon." Blackstone and Gilbert studied the map. They knew the routes from Normandy into Picardy. Both had ridden and fought their way across it years before, but how they were to avoid the raiding bands of routiers was uncertain. No matter where they looked, the brigands were as big a threat as the marauding Jacquerie. "Come on, my lord, let's not squeeze a dog's bollocks until it yelps and bites. How do we reach Meaux? Due south and east, or can we ride around these murdering bastards?" demanded Gilbert. "Who knows? The mob swarms, more to the east, the last we heard." "Damn. There's no avoiding them, Thomas. We'll have to ride right through them." "You won't get through," said de Ferrer. "It's an area more populated than elsewhere, so they have little trouble recruiting. God knows why they've taken to slaughtering on that side of Paris. Those are rich agricultural domains held by tenant farmers, and there's little reason for the violence to take hold there."
"He's right," said Gilbert. "Tenant farmers prosper from buying land and employing their own peasants. Why destroy that?" De Ferrer's knowledge of the rampaging peasants gave him a brief moment of superiority.
"Thousands of Jacquerie have gorged themselves on murder and looting with their women alongside them. The women are no different. You'd be a fool to think otherwise. They urge atrocities against their own sex and children. These women are not like ours. They're enslaved to hardship even in their own homes. They breed like vermin, and if they don't have enough food for another mouth, they think as little of suffocating their own newborn as of relieving themselves. Once the rampage had begun, their brutality became as violent as the men's."
Blackstone's stare made the man avert his eyes. He was in no mood for a gatekeeper's opinion.
"A mob surges. A man throws in his lot. These people are tired and enraged. It's a bloodlust against the nobility, as simple as that," said Blackstone.
Gilbert glanced at him. Was Blackstone saying he understood their grievance? Blackstone knew that questioning look, but this was not the time or place to argue. Gilbert turned his attention back to de Ferrer. "What's their strength?" he asked.
"Rumour has it that they number in their thousands and grow stronger every day," said de Ferrer. "But they split and reform, hundreds into thousands, and then fracture again as they seize and burn."
Blackstone thought deeply for a moment. His task was impossible. 100 men could not fend off thousands.
"I have 33 mounted archers with me. I need extra arrows, at least 2 sheaves a man. Can you sell them to me? A penny for every shaft." "The going rate is 1.50 pennies, and arrowheads are 5 a penny," he said.
Blackstone nodded. "All right.
I'll take what you can give me."
De Ferrer looked through the window that gave him a view of his domain. He might hold the keys to France for his sovereign, but he knew that Calais was not impregnable, no matter how quickly the king could send reinforcements. What if brigand and peasant joined forces? Would Charles of Navarre bring them together? That would be a formidable force. Double walls and 2 ditches that could be flooded with seawater were his main defence. The vital harbour was formed by a piece of land jutting east, which served as an additional defence to the north. At the extreme northwest was the castle, whose fortifications merged with the town walls. In the centre was the marketplace, and outside a suburb stretching east, south, and west. If ferment stirred within the walls, how quickly would he be able to suppress it? The arrival of these 2 knights had now nudged him into doubt. No merchant was allowed to bear arms, not when his garrison consisted of only 9 knights, 40 squires, and 30 archers. Archers were the gold in a king's crown. It was not beyond the realm of his bureaucratic imagination to know that such a small force could be overwhelmed. He should be more forthcoming with Blackstone and Gilbert, but not with vital arrows.
"I have no surplus," he said, and rolled the map, "but I will tell you that they are not simply an unruly mob, despite their bloodlust. They have help," he said.
A man's betrayal of his class was always a bitter thing to admit. He was familiar with many French knights who had shared crusades and tournaments, and it was not unusual for some families to have common ancestors.
"Allegiances can no longer be trusted. The peasants have military skills that can only come from educated men, noblemen, minor noblemen. I have heard that when they burned the castle at Beaumont-sur-Oise, there were knights who were part of the mob. Men have turned themselves into devils to save themselves from death at the hands of the Jacquerie. The Duchess of Orleans barely managed to escape to Paris. More than 60 castles were destroyed in her area alone."
Gilbert ran his tongue over his teeth. "God's blood! I thought we had slaughtered enough of their nobility over the years. Now there's more to be done. Come on, Thomas. Let's get out of this dank place and leave the clerks to their scribbling, and Sir Ralph here to his ordinances. Time spent here can make a man old, he said, looking at de Ferrer. Old before his time, he added, for good measure. Before de Ferrer found the wit to answer, Blackstone raised one more question. Have you seen a German knight, by the name of von Leinhard? A big man, fair-haired above the shaved sides of his head, wears his beard short. He bears a harpy on his coat of arms. He and others like him had safe passage for the king's tournament, but he broke the code of conduct and fled England. De Ferrer shook his head. There is so little honourable behaviour left, he said, with a disapproving look that had not altered since Blackstone had entered his quarters. We've had many knights travel on the king's safe conduct, but no one of that name. If he has lost his honour, he'll no doubt be found with the routier. What else is a man like that to do? The meaning was not lost on Blackstone, but there was little more to be gained from staying any longer within the walls of Calais. Von Leinhard would one day want his revenge, but not any time soon, Blackstone reasoned. There would be little chance of the German tracking him down amid the present chaos. Savagery gripped France, tearing at it with a ferocity that spared neither life nor honour. And if King Edward wanted to inherit a nation that had not bled to death, then the Dauphin's family might serve as the balm to heal its wounds. And where the nobility gathered to hide from the terror was where he might find Christiana and his own family. Beyond that, he could not say what lay ahead. Chapter 34. Christiana stumbled along the roadside ditch, dragging an exhausted Agnes behind her. The 9-year-old child had listened to her mother's desperate explanation that they had to escape the rampaging hordes of murdering Jacquerie. Earlier, they had sought shelter in a knight's manor house, but when they reached the turn in the road, the acrid smell of the burnt-out buildings told her she was already too late. She had foolishly dismounted and left Agnes with the horse as she carefully made her way through the ruined house in search of food. There was nothing to be salvaged. In the wreckage, she saw scorched bodies, curled like sleeping children. She had known those who lived there, and she could only guess that the remains were those of the knight's wife and offspring. As she dragged her dress through the charred timbers, she tripped and fell headlong into the burnt and mutilated carcass of the knight himself. She cried out, recoiling from the roasted meat that still clung to his ribs and the black mess of the man's innards. Terror snatched at her, and the acid surge of bile forced itself from her throat. She choked and retched. Her cry had startled the horse, already nervous from the smell of death, and it tore itself free from Agnes's grip. Christiana heard her child's shout of distress and ran after the galloping horse. Blackened, muddied, and exhausted, she turned her anger on the tearful girl. "I told you to tie the reins," she shouted at the wide-eyed Agnes. "I told you!" she yelled again, knowing that she was being unjust. As her daughter's lip quivered, trying to hold back a sob, Christiana knelt and pulled the trembling girl to her. Everything they had in the world was tied to the horse's saddle. Food enough for 2 more days, a wine-skin, and a bedroll. That was all they could salvage when those first men had torn through the palisade around her own house, and her steward had fallen beneath staves and knives. It had been a modest home, to afford her independence, and yet stay within easy riding distance of her friend and mentor, Blanche de Harcourt. The Countess had lost her Norman lands when her husband was executed, but she was a countess in her own right, and held title in the county of Aumale. It had been by God's grace that Blanche and the younger of her children were away from home when the killing started. Miles away from Christiana's house, A ploughman had returned from the fields to find his lord's bailiff and 3 of his soldiers stripping what few sacks of grain the ploughman held in his barn. It was a command that had come from Paris, because the Dauphin had closed off routes into the city. The waterways had been blockaded to stop provisions coming into the capital. The supplies were to be taken instead by dozens of fortified garrisons to stop the savage hordes of routiers under Charles of Navarre's command getting any closer to the city. The ploughman heard nothing. He was deaf to the reason, his spirit broken. His wife lay ill. His children had barely enough to eat to carry them through the day's work, let alone the approaching autumn. It was as hollow an existence as the permanent hunger in his belly, and when, finally, the family withered and died, the lord of his manor would seize all that remained. Every tool, bowl, and animal they had. Under the right of Montmain, everything, including his labour, belonged to his master. The church already took its tithe in kind, demanding grain, hens, and eggs. It was a tax owed to God, he was told, and then he was threatened that his soul would burn in eternal hell if he did not also obey the demands of his own domain lord. On that fateful day when the bailiff arrived, the ploughman's flailed soul consumed him. He said nothing as the last of his hens and jars of lard were loaded, and his breeding sow was tied to the back of the cart. He stepped and raised his hand that held the scythe. The 3 soldiers ignored his approach, but as he hacked the bailiff to death, they cursed and turned on him. It was not the first killing of a peasant family, but it sparked a fire that took hold as quickly as had the ploughman's thatch. Across the countryside, the peasants' discontent had been slow to erupt, but the years of suppression had festered. Their plight had been made worse by the ravages of the routiers. It was bad enough that they could barely feed themselves, but the roving brigands took what they wished and killed anyone who resisted. The French king was still a hostage in England, and their cries for protection fell on the deaf ears of lesser nobles, who had few means to aid them, and who seized what they could for themselves. And those who could not help joined forces with the brigands. The peasants' distress found its release in anger and accusation at the cowardly knights and lords who had betrayed them by surrendering to the English prince, and made their lives an even worse hell than before. No priest's threat could be worse than what they now endured. The lynch mobs grew, and those knights and their families whose homes stood in their path were the first to die. No one was spared. A horse whinnied. "Get down," Christiana said quickly, pulling Agnes into the ditch. Someone cried out in the distance, perhaps at the sight of the galloping horse. There was no chance of running across the track towards the forest. The land between had been cleared of trees over the years, and stumps and brambles would have ensnared them, holding them helpless for whoever was approaching. She cradled Agnes in front of her and pulled her muddied cloak over them both, gripping the knife in her hand as hoofbeats thumped along the track. She heard a voice cry out, "Too late!" More hoofbeats rumbled and then slowed as men halted their horses close enough for her to hear their snorting and the jangle of bridle and bit. The men's voices were muffled. She held her breath as one of them dismounted. Agnes trembled and began to whimper. The cold water at the bottom of the ditch was soaking their clothes and making them both shiver. Christiana pressed her lips close to her daughter's ear and whispered for her to be silent. The man's boot scuffed the stony path, and she heard a sword drawn from a scabbard. The squelch of the man's footfall came along the ditch. The terror in her mind coiled her muscles. She was barely able to control her own trembling, but one thing was certain in her mind. She would not allow her child to be raped and then butchered, as had happened to others. The man was almost upon her when she heard his gasp of surprise. "Here!" Christiana pushed herself up and thrashed blindly with the knife towards the man's legs a yard from her. He cursed and sidestepped as she lost her only opportunity to inflict a wound to buy her time. The soldier moved quickly and pinned her knife hand, twisting her wrist to make her release the blade. "Run!" Christiana yelled, as Agnes clambered up the side of the ditch and wove between the legs of the startled horses. As Christiana fought the man who held her, another of the 4 men jumped down quickly from the saddle and snatched the wriggling and screaming child. Christiana cried out, despite the man who struggled with her saying something that she could not understand. "Don't hurt her. I beg you." Another of the soldiers quickly came down to help the man holding her as she fought and kicked. The second man gripped her face hard, making her cease trying to smash her head against the other's chest. "Stop!" the man shouted, but Christiana spat at him, twisted her body and kicked out. The sudden shock of the man's slap made her taste blood. There was no way to stop the men raping them now. She was too weak to fight. "Dear Christ," she prayed, "don't let them harm my child." Tears stung her eyes, and the pulse of blood pounding through her head muted the man's words as she watched him mouth words at her. His rough hand pulled away the wet hair plastered over her face. Was this an act of lust before she was thrown to the ground and her skirts ripped away from her? "Whatever happens, do not let me see my child raped and killed. By all that is holy, I beg you." "My lady, listen to me. You are safe. We are Sir Marcel's men, sent to search for you. Do you understand?" It had been an act of tenderness. The man had brushed the hair from her face, as a mother would do for her child, a small gesture to soothe away fear. Christiana blinked, felt the strength seep from her. Her blurred eyes sought out the small crest on the man's jupon. It was the badge of Sir Marcel de Loris, a minor lord who held lands in trust for her friend and mentor, Blanche de Harcourt. It was where Blackstone's son Henry had been placed as a page to be trained in arms and to serve the knight and his household. The man repeated his question again. Christiana nodded and felt the man's hold loosen. The soldier lowered Agnes to the ground as Christiana staggered against the bank, soaked, cold, and exhausted. She held her daughter to her and wiped the tears from her dirt-caked face. The men stood back, waiting for her to gather her composure. She dragged her sleeve across her running nose, and holding Agnes at her side, looked at the rough-hewn men who could just as easily have been routiers. "I beg your forgiveness for hurting you," said the man who had slapped her. He was older than the others, wisps of grey in his beard, his helmet enclosing a weather-beaten face that now looked remorseful. Christiana nodded and spat away bloodied phlegm. This was no time for delicacy. "They have killed those in the house. We must bury them," she said without thinking. The man was uncertain for a moment, knowing she was of higher rank than him. "My lady, we do not know where the mob is. They swirl across the countryside like a flock of starlings. There's no telling. We must leave those poor souls as they are for now. My lord commanded me to find you and your child. We found your horse some way down the track. Can you ride, you and the girl?" "We should go," one of the other riders said. The man raised his arm to silence him, waiting for Christiana's answer. "If need be, we can give you food now, but we should ride if you are able." The violence summoned up to defend her child had left her. She nodded. "I can ride." "Then one of us shall carry the child," said the man. "No, she'll stay with me," Christiana told him, and extended her hand so that the man could help her clamber up the muddy bank as the other quickly lifted Agnes up onto the track. "I am no stranger to danger," she told the man, as if convincing herself that she would confront whatever lay beyond the curve of the road. He cupped his hand for her to step up into the saddle, its low pommel allowing him to lift Agnes into her lap. She gathered the reins in one hand and held Agnes to her with the other. "My lady, I have no doubt of your courage. We all know who you are," said the soldier. Is that what was known of her? She wondered. Did her estranged husband's reputation still confer respect and protection on her, despite his selling his fighting skills to Florentine bankers? Was he now any different from the brigands who tore France apart and opened the gates to a peasant uprising? She had abandoned her marriage, but it had not yet released her. "Does my son still serve your lord?" she asked. "He does, my lady." "Then take me to him," she commanded.
Smoke from burning houses and great estates plumed on the horizon. The advancing peasant army crept its way across the landscape without any fixed goal, twisting this way and that like a river. As soon as they slaughtered one noble family, they moved on to the next. The route Christiana's escort took bore them away from those telltale signs of destruction, and as they rode closer to their lord's domain, the countryside seemed as it should. Crops and meadows were undamaged, and livestock grazed. Her arms ached from holding Agnes to her, but she made no effort to ease the burden of the sleeping child. It would not be long before they were all safe, although a nagging uncertainty refused to leave her, and she could not place what it was that teased her mind. Everything was as it should be here. Perhaps the mob had swept across the horizon, leaving Dolores unscathed. Relief flooded through her when they turned along the track and she saw the manor house. Palisades were pulled aside as the men escorted her past more armed men into Sir Marcel's courtyard, where she was warmly welcomed by the armoured knight and his pregnant wife, Marguerite. "Christiana, thank God you were found. The Blessed Virgin has seen fit to cloak you in her protection," said Dolores. "Take the child to a bedchamber, bathe and feed her," he instructed his steward. The servant reached up and took the sleeping Agnes. Christiana struggled to ease herself from the saddle. They had ridden hard, her escort relentless in their desire to return to the safety of their master's fortified manor. She saw that, as well as the 4 riders who had accompanied her, there were another 6 men-at-arms and a half-dozen crossbowmen who manned the low walls. There was no sign of Henry. Christiana could barely keep herself from leaning into the knight's arms, in gratitude not only for her rescue but also that her son had been sent to this devout man as a page, and under whose tutelage he would soon be a squire. "Where is my son? Is he safe?" Marguerite Dolores put her arm around Christiana. "He is. He works in the tunnel to clear it for our escape, should we need it," she said. "Come now, let me find you clothes and have a bath drawn for you." Christiana eased herself from the woman's embrace. Her hair was twisted and matted from mud and water, her skin caked with dirt. She was as bedraggled as a peasant woman. "A tunnel? Are we not safe here?" she asked. "We have no idea how many are out there," said Dolores. "The tunnel leads to the chapel. No one violates the sanctuary of the church. It would be a final refuge, should we need to abandon the house." Christiana nodded, trying to grasp through her exhaustion how desperate their situation was. "Is there no news at all?" she asked. Dolores glanced quickly at his wife, uncertain how much he should tell a woman who had barely managed to escape with her life.
"The Dauphin faces insurrection in Paris," said Marguerite, making the decision for him. "Tell her, my lord, we all need to know how things stand." Dolores eased the two women towards the door, out of earshot of his men. "The last we heard was that the provost, who is against the Dauphin, has seized the moment to urge the peasants to rise up south of the city. If they cut off all the routes into Paris, who knows what might befall us." "Then we have nowhere to go," said Christiana, her mind chasing possibilities of further escape. "If too many come here, then you and Marguerite will be guided through the tunnel, while I and my men hold back the mob as long as we can. Christiana, none of us is safe as long as this murder continues." Christiana felt the hollowness of despair. "Why don't we leave now?" she asked, looking towards the soldiers who manned the walls. What had seemed to be a stronghold moments before now seemed to be completely inadequate. "Surely we should go to a town, any town. They will resist. We need higher walls than these." Sir Marcel's lips tightened. The lands he held extended for miles around, and she had drawn comfort from the fact that those who worked the estate had not risen up against him. And then she realized that there had been no sight of anyone in the fields, no smoke from the hovels, no barking of dogs or cries of children. The land was empty. This had been the unrecognized discomfort she had felt when they first approached. "Your villains have run off and joined the mob, haven't they?" "Yes. I can only pray they remember that we did not rule them with anything other than a harsh word." Panic quivered in her stomach and chest. She forced it away. The mob would come. She was sure of it. Now she had to think clearly. Her son and daughter must survive even if she did not. "Will you take me to Henry?" she asked. Beyond the entrance hall, an iron-studded door gave way to steps that led down to the cellar. Its chilled darkness held haunches of smoke-darkened venison, and the cleft carcass of a pig hung in two halves, a meat-hook piercing its thick skin. The room was large enough for wine and foodstuffs to be kept cool, and beyond it was a low door that allowed flickering torchlight to seep into the cellar. The steward, who had led her below the house, went ahead with a burning torch. "My lord's father once used this passage to meet his mistress in the chapel. He did not respect his family or the church as his son does. Sir Marcel thought it wise that it be cleared and ready." He caught himself and quickly assured her, "should it be needed." Christiana saw that pieces of armour and moth-eaten, threadbare carpets and tapestries had been stacked against one of the cellar's walls. Cobwebs sizzled in the torch's flame as he led her deeper into the gloom, to where a candle burned in a copper holder hooked onto the wall. "Be careful, my lady," said the steward, half turning towards her, as he pointed out the uneven ground beneath their feet. She muttered her thanks. But there was a question that needed to be answered. If the mob came, those in the house could buy their lives by betraying the whereabouts of the tunnel. "Why have you stayed?" she asked. The man faltered, hesitating before he took another step. "I am a Christian man who has served his master since childhood. If there is a more devout knight, then I have not heard of him. My lord has shown kindness and humbled himself before his king and God. It would be wrong for me to abandon him in his hour of need. Death will come when God sends that dark angel. Who am I to run from it?" She saw the glimmer of a smile in the torchlight, one of resignation and sadness that his death might be imminent. Christiana reached out and took the candle from the wall. "Go back to your master. I can find my way," she said, and, without waiting for his answer, pushed past him. She was not willing to let Death's angel go unchallenged. The air was heavy, veiled with smoke from the steward's flaring torch. She thought she had gone about 100 yards, one hand outstretched to help guide her against the rock wall, when she felt the fetid atmosphere lighten and the coolness of fresh air touch her skin. A shadow fell across her path as a figure scuffed the ground, and she almost dropped the candle as a knife blade caught the light. She had not seen her son for more than a year, and the figure of the boy, only 3 months short of his 11th birthday, was still as she remembered him. But he had grown, and she could see strength had gone into his limbs. She called his name. The boy faltered. My God, he looked like his father, she thought, as he suddenly smiled at the sound of her voice. He stepped forward and lifted her hand to his lips. "You're safe? And Agnes?" "Yes," she nodded, eyes stinging. "With me. She's sleeping." The candlelight exposed her streaked and torn clothes, and through the grime on her face, the tracks made by her tears. Without embarrassment, he palmed them away. "My lord said his men would find you." And then guilt crept into his voice. "I wanted to go, but I'm only his page, so I had to obey him." "And he sent you here, so that you could ready our escape." He sounded relieved. "Yes, and I've made it safe for Lady Marguerite and the children, and now for you and Agnes." His eyes searched her face and clothing. "Has it been terrible?" "More than I imagined," she admitted. He was no longer a child. There was no need to hide the truth. He gently pulled her another few steps forward. A sturdy chestnut beam lay against the end wall, crosspieces nailed across its length. He pointed upwards. A flush of air came from the space above. "That hole leads into the chapel. I've already put 2 wineskins and a satchel of food up there. There are blankets and clothes for the children. We shall be safe. I can push the stone in the floor across it. Did you know that my lord's father used this for—" He bit back the word. "Fornicating." "I know what it was used for," she said, and smiled. A boy training to be a squire heard soldiers talk, and, no matter how devout his master, those around him would speak about the rougher aspects of the world. It would do him no harm, she thought. The world would test him soon enough. She suddenly felt tired and leaned against the wall. He reached out for her. "Mother, you're exhausted. Let me take you to the house." "Are your duties done?" "Yes. More clothes and food, perhaps, but I can do that afterwards." She eased herself free from him. "No. Finish what you must do. Our lives may depend on it. I'll go back to Agnes. Come to us when Sir Marcel gives you permission. He has trusted you with the responsibility for us and his family." Henry nodded. "I thought it was a lowly task, because of being a page." "No. He honours you, and expects you not to fail him." He looked older now, his chin lifted. "You don't have to worry. We'll be all right. You'll see." In another life, before he was born, she heard the echo of another young man she had nursed back to life, whose strength had become hers. Together they had survived, bound in a fate that carried them across a great river, clinging to each other as an enemy chased them down. She had known terror before, and Thomas had killed the man who inflicted it. But her husband was not here now. Henry was his father's son, but he was not yet his father. "Get a rope. Make it fast to something in the chapel," she told him. "I have this ladder for the ladies and the children." "It's not for us," she interrupted. "If we have to escape through here, then they might try to seize us from this passage. You will use the beam to block the door from the cellar. The rope is for you to climb into the chapel. Henry, you will be the last one down here." He swallowed hard. The mob had so far been a distant problem, but now these past 18 months' weapons training with his lord and his squires would imminently be needed. His mother's appearance had shocked him, and the reality of the looming danger dried his mouth. "Then they will come," he said, trying to disguise his fear with a half-hearted smile. Henry wore a sheathed dagger in his belt. It had once belonged to her husband's squire, and he had given it to Henry before he was brutally killed. She tugged it free and tucked it into her waistband. "They will come." She reached out and touched his face, drew it to her, and tenderly kissed his forehead. "Be ready, my son. We will have to fight for our lives." Werner von Lienhard had left Windsor with his tail between his legs, shamed that he had not been permitted to face Thomas Blackstone in single combat. But reason subdued his despair. It had been his skill and practicality that made him a captain of men with the Visconti. He would wait. The time would present itself again. Revenge should burn long and slow like an Italian vendetta. It was still a matter of honour to kill the man who carried his brother's sword, but now it would be on von Lienhard's terms, and the grievance would never be relinquished. Perhaps back in Italy, when Blackstone returned, a public trial might be contrived, an appeal to the signori that he had the right. The Visconti would like that. They would relish the thought of seeing the Englishmen beaten on their own territory. It was all he wanted, to swear the oath publicly before bishop and lord that his cause was right and just before God. Now he contented himself with the knowledge that he had the skill to beat Blackstone when the time came. He and the 2 other knights who rode with him from Windsor had made their way from the French coast towards the city of Senlis. On the way, they witnessed the surging mass of peasants, 1,000 or more, who swept over a knight's abode. Watching from high ground and partly hidden by trees, they saw the family slaughtered, falling under the frenzied attack of scythes and woodcutters' axes. The Jacques threw the small child screaming into the air, and then impaled her on their pitchforks. After the men raped the knight's wife, their women hacked her limb from limb, and then the horde stripped the house like a plague of locusts. He turned to the 2 knights who had watched in grim horror as members of their own class were slaughtered. "There is nothing we can do to stop this killing. If we are seen, we would be overwhelmed, and I will not die at the hands of scum," he told them. He had seen enough slaughter in Italy to know that a peasant was little more than a dog, soulless, ignorant, and incapable of rational thought. Conrad von Groich turned his face away from the slaughter. He crossed himself and spat. "To see such a good fine lady and her child butchered by a rabid mob sickens me," he said. The other murmured in agreement, but all 3 kept their eyes on the murderous horde. Von Lienhard watched the retreating villeins swarm away from their attack, carrying the goods they had found. The house was set ablaze, and the smoke from this funeral pyre swirled and was carried by the breeze, fluttering like a battle standard. The peasant uprising had its own flag of war. "There were a couple of men-at-arms who rode with them. You saw it?" he asked, passing a wineskin to his companion. The 3rd man, Siegfried Mertens, swilled wine around his mouth and spat it free. "And they took no part in the slaughter, but they helped themselves to the silver," he said to von Lienhard. If we're to cross France back to Lombardy, we could make the journey more prosperous. Silverware and riches are wasted on peasants."
"I want no part of it," said von Greuch. "Killing peasants is one thing. Slaughtering our own is quite another. I'm no pagan."
The three men looked out from their vantage point. The horde had changed direction. A cry went up, and the ravening mass looked up towards them. One of the mounted men-at-arms had caught sight of the colours on the Germans' shields.
"Christ's blood," said von Greuch. "Let's get away from here." "Wait," said von Leinhardt. "We are German. They have no quarrel with us. We are knights, Werner. For Christ's sake, see what's coming towards us. They mean to kill us," said von Greuch.
Von Leinhardt pulled himself into the saddle.
"If we want silver and plate, we'll ride to them, raise a hand in greeting, and offer to show them how to fight like soldiers instead of the shit-legged scum they are."
His companions winced at this foolishness, but von Leinhardt had always been one to seize an opportunity, and, as the fair-haired knight spurred his horse forward, helmet free, sword still in its scabbard, and with a hand raised in greeting to the first of the horsemen who galloped towards him, they heard him laugh.
"These villains are a festering rabble of rats," he called to the men-at-arms, "but I can show them how to fight when the time comes."
The horseman pulled up and twisted in the saddle, checking the labouring mob swarming 300 paces behind.
"As do we," one of them said. "Better to catch the devil's tail than his fangs," answered von Leinhardt. "We split them and lead them. What do you say? More booty for us all. They can have the fine furnishings," he said, and grinned.
It was the moment of truth, as the horde came within 50 paces. The first horseman nodded. Having another 3 knights at their backs would give them a better sense of security, even if it were a false one. The man-at-arms wore his colours as brazenly as a tournament knight, and turned his horse to face the villagers and townsmen, who wielded an assortment of weapons behind him.
"They are with us," he called. "Good men who ate these fat landowners."
The mob of peasants were so caught up in their own heady success that they roared their cheers and then wheeled like an army, skirting the horsemen, their rampage not yet sated.
"Pig shit stupid," said von Leinhardt. "Aye," said the horseman, "and we are glad of it. Otherwise we'd be taken ourselves. But they are learning. They fashion swords from scythes and billhooks, and there's one from Picardy who can read and write."
"He's here?" von Leinhardt asked. The man-at-arms shook his head and made a vague gesture towards the horizon beyond the forests.
"Thousands of them out there. He's with them. Name's Karl. Bastard must fancy himself as a peasant king."
Von Leinhardt let the horsemen ride off on the flanks of the peasants. He would wait until the mob had seen him and his blazon, so that they would recognize a knight who supported their cause during their next slaughter. As the heaving mass passed him, he raised his hand like the Pope in blessing to the wide-eyed grinning monkeys, drunk with bloodletting and power.
"Satan awaits you, you turds," he said, knowing they could not understand him,
and smiling as he kept up the pretense of solidarity with the peasants.
"Retribution will come, and you will cry out to a deaf god. You will know the wrath of the nobility, who will peel the skin from your backs, rip the tongues from your mouths, and put your families to the sword."
His companions eased their horses up alongside him.
"Their stench alone is enough to make a horse retch," said von Greuch. "Werner, this had better be profitable. Conrad, trust me. We shall ride the tide of terror home
in a vessel of gold and silver," he said, nudging his horse, to follow in the Jacqueries' wake, as great hooded crows glided and flapped through the pall of smoke, and then crabbed their way towards the tattered flesh that lay across the French knight's courtyard. Chapter 35. Blackstone and Gilbert made their way down from the citadel's room, watched by a relieved Sir Ralph de Ferrer, glad to rid himself of two of Fortune's men. They would find whatever reward the king had promised in the fields of blood, far beyond the walls of his jurisdiction. Gilbert was anxious to challenge Blackstone's lack of condemnation in front of de Ferrer. A word or two against these lice-infected peasants might have eased his manner. A barrel of arrows wouldn't have gone amiss. "And you were as gentle as a mendicant monk begging for alms, were you?" "I am who I am, but you could have brought him around." As they eased past sentries and clattered down the stone steps to the inner ward and their horses, Blackstone blew his nose with a finger and pulled on his gloves. Their journey had not yet properly started, and already the odds were heavily stacked against finding his family alive. "Who's to say they don't have a reason?" said Blackstone. Gilbert looked incredulous. "You think you understand these turds?" he growled. "I was a free man, and never a serf, Gilbert. But you crush those you rule long enough, and it's more than their bones that break." "Mother of Christ! They slaughter worse than the damned routier. These aren't aggrieved peasants at Santa Marina you can sway, Thomas. These devils have crawled out of the pit and raked their talons on the innocent." "You think I side with them?" "I served my sworn lord when you were a snot-nosed peasant working in a quarry, living in a hovel. I know you, Thomas. Sweet Jesu. You see every man's tortured soul as if it were his blazon. Scum, Thomas. Vile, vicious, evil, shit-stinking scum is what they are." He drew breath and grabbed the bigger man's arm. "You were never that." "And the noblemen who ride with them? Worse." "I don't know what's worse than shit, but they are. And when I find the word, I will tell you. They should be hoisted and gutted, and their entrails dragged from here to the end of the world by dogs, and I'm the man to see it done." They reached their horses. Blackstone raised the stirrup strap and kneed the bastard horse in the belly. Standing this long would have let it bloat, and when they rode, the saddle strap could loosen and make the saddle unstable. The horse shook its head, rattling the bridle, half glancing backwards, ready to snap its yellow teeth, given the chance. Blackstone tightened the strap another notch. "If Christiana and my children are in their path, Gilbert, I'm already too late. If the Dauphin's family is at Meaux, then that's our best chance to find them. These peasants might have just cause. I don't care. But the king has bartered my pardon and family so that I can help him seize this God-forsaken country." Sir Gilbert sighed. "When you were a boy, I was charged with taking you to war and instilling anger in your blood and love for your king in your heart. Perhaps I didn't do it well enough." Blackstone's voice softened. "Gilbert, you are a cynical old bastard who did it too well. I serve our king, whether he bartered or not. He is my sworn lord, as you once were. One day his victories will give us all a chance to rule ourselves, but not as a mob." Gilbert grunted. "Then we kill as many of these Satan's imps as we can." "I know my duty, Gilbert." "Good, because that's what gives us honour. That and sending these vile bastards back where they came from." A gratified Gilbert spurred his horse forward across the drawbridge, and urged it into a canter along the track, leading through the tufted marshlands and the heights where the men waited. Killing was a profession best honed by practice. Blackstone gathered his men around him. He told them of his plan to try and reach the Dauphin's family. Perrine rasped his palm over his crow's foot scarred head. "I might know how we can get down to Meaux, Sir Thomas," he said. "I passed through it when I was a boy." He scratched a curve in the soft earth. "Town's on the bend of the river. There's a bridge, or was, as I remember it, across to the stronghold. The walls are thick enough, and reinforced with towers and bastions. If they are in there, they'll be as safe as lice in Will's crotch." "Nothing is safe near his cock," said Gaillard. "It's a weapon of war," said Longden. "By all accounts, it's outflanked by Brother Bertrand," Blackstone told his gathered captains, allowing them the moment of humour. "Good. Then Perrine will lead us. Gaillard knows the marshes around Calais, so he will take us beyond them. The trick is not to be caught by the Dauphin's forces, the routier or the mob." Moulin poked the fire with a stick. "What about Charles of Navarre?" "Him too," said Gilbert. None of the men had a suggestion as to how 100 of them could travel through countryside that teemed with potential enemies. "Why don't we find Navarre and join forces with him? He must want to get hold of the Dauphin and his family as much as our sovereign lord," said Will Longden. "And use them to bargain his way to the crown, or have them on a gibbet," said Blackstone. "Our Lord Edward wants them alive. Navarre plays a game of his own choosing." "With many an English mercenary at his back," said John Jacob. "Perhaps it's the king's plan to use him to seize Paris. Now they support the uprising," said Moulin. "None of us can know who to trust," said Blackstone. "Navarre wants the crown, as does our king. One force plays against the other, but whoever plays the game the best will win." "Some game it is then, Sir Thomas, if the French crown is being tossed in the air like a fairground prize," the big Norman answered. "Aye, and we're in the middle of it," said Longden. "It's no bad place to be," said Gaillard. "The middle of a wheel is what makes it go round. We can control what we need to." "By the sweat of Jesu's brow, Gaillard, I swear you do not see it," said Longden. "What goes through the middle of a wheel? A shaft. What is a shaft, other than like a spear, or—" Longden poked him with the feathered end of an arrow shaft, whose fletching he was carefully repairing. "An arrow?" He circled thumb and forefinger, and then poked a finger through it. "Middle. Shaft. Us." Blackstone squatted by the fire. It would soon be dark, and no progress would be made, travelling through hostile territory at night. "Well, see it as a wheel if you must, but let it be a wheel of fortune. We'll ignore them all and seek out the Dauphin's family. All we have to do is save them from the mob and see them secure somewhere. Once word gets back to our king, then we decide what it is we want to do." Gilbert stood and looked around him. They were in a good defensive position, and an attacker would be hard-pressed to make his way through the tufted, uneven ground of the marshlands at night. But a local peasant could sniff them out and lead anyone wishing to do them harm. "Captains, get the men fed, the horses hobbled and tethered. Keep them saddled. Set pickets through the night. No fires. As Sir Thomas said, we don't trust anyone." "Not even the captain of Calais?" asked Longden. "He's the king's man." "Not even the king's mother," answered Gilbert.
"Especially not her," said Blackstone under his breath. The men rolled themselves into their blankets, finding what meagre comfort was to be had on the forest floor. Killbear watched as Stefano Caprini, who always kept himself on the edge of the camp, knelt in prayer. Then Sir Gilbert spread his blanket and kicked leaves and moss to make a passable hollow for his hip. Blackstone was already stretched out, sword at his side. It would not be long before the darkness covered them, and neither man would be able to see the other, no matter how close they were. Killbear jerked his head towards Caprini.
"Why is he still here?" he asked.
Canterbury was a disappointment. No discomfort or misery to be had, said Blackstone. Killbear's brow furrowed, and then he realized that Blackstone was jesting.
"Ah, right. Now that he has the pleasure of a damp forest, cold food, and the joy of Will Longdon's complaints, I ask again, why is he still here?"
"He confessed his sin," said Blackstone, turning onto his side, so that his words might not drift further than Killbear next to him.
"Don't tell me he's another damned brother Bertrand, who has found fornication to be a greater delight than self-pleasure," said Killbear. "Where is he, by the way?" "Kept with the horses. Thank God we have no mares. He fetches and carries and does it well enough. He has a permanent grin on his face, so he's a happy bastard."
"Gilbert, only idiots smile all the time."
Killbear sighed in agreement. "We pulled him from a peasant's hovel 2 days after we arrived, suckling like a piglet on the swineherd's wife's teats. We had to pay the man off with a handful of salt." He unwrapped a half loaf of bread and cut a piece, which he handed to Blackstone. The stillness of the forest deadened most sound, but here and there a man coughed, or a murmur gently carried. The quietness of the place made it seem obligatory to speak barely above a whisper. Blackstone glanced into the near darkness where the Tau knight prayed. He shook his head, remembering.
"A strange fellow." "We reached Canterbury," he said, tugging the crust with his teeth. "The place was tight with pilgrims. And he spent a half day at prayer while I had the horses newly shot. And then—"
Killbear sensed his friend's uncertainty, and stayed silent while Blackstone found the words.
"And then he returned from the cathedral, and knelt before me, saying that Father Torlini had told him to stay at my side until my journey was done."
"Back to Italy?"
"I don't know," said Blackstone. "He said he had intended only to get me safely across the mountains and to Canterbury, but he was to be granted indulgences by the Pope for every day he was away. And then he told me that a man must die with his sins cleansed, without regret in his heart, and as poor as Christ."
"No sharing of the spoils for him, then?" said Killbear, with a satisfied grunt.
"It was strange, Gilbert. I value his fighting skills, and I couldn't deny him his duty. And then he said that he'd had a vision when he'd prostrated himself where Thomas Becket was slain."
"Holy men and visions make me more fearful than witches and their familiars. What kind of vision?"
"He didn't say. Only that I would need God's comfort."
The two men fell silent. After a moment's thought, Killbear cleared the congealed bread from the roof of his mouth with a fingernail and sucked it free. "Priests, friars, monks, and soothsayers. They all dabble in the black arts. Steer clear of them all, and pray to Christ before a fight is what I say. That's the best men like us can do."
"And trust the men at our shoulder and back. You taught me that," Blackstone answered. "And it's brought us this far."
There was no answer other than Kilbear's rhythmic breathing. He was already asleep. Blackstone turned into his blanket, and, as he settled his face into the sweet-smelling moss and leaves, he saw the darkness move. The blazon on the Tau knight's cloak had caught the glow of filtered moonlight as he rose from his prayers, and then the darkness took it like a magician's spell. No sight, no sound. As if Fra Stefano Caprini had been a dark angel come to count the souls he was owed. Blackstone pulled Wolfsword closer to his chest, and then kissed the silver goddess Arianhod. The question he had not asked at Canterbury was, whom did the Tau knight mean when he said a man must die cleansed of his sins? Caprini or Blackstone? Chapter 36. The Terror came across the broad, moonlit fields. There was no need for torches, as the mob moved with slow, relentless determination. At first in no formation, but as if blown by the wind, like dandelion seeds across the low-cut meadows. Then, as if drilled, they gathered in a great arc, a bull's horns to entrap the unfortunates within the manor-house, their approach the more frightening in its silence, with only the steady sound of shuffling footfalls. As some tramped their way through the vegetable gardens, others came ant-like down the corridors of the vineyards. They slowed, and then halted as they reached the low walls and saw the glint of moonlight on armour. The mob's leader raised a fist clutching a billhook, and more than 400 peasants behind him followed his example.
"Renounce your nobility and your status, and swear allegiance to those you have oppressed during your unnatural life as lord of this domain," the man cried, his voice echoing across the courtyard. Christiana and Henry stood in an upper-story room, pressed against the wall, hardly daring to peep around the window opening. Agnes was further back, wide-eyed with a child's fear, wondering why her mother and the brother she had not seen for so long held knife and sword at the ready. The man's voice had resounded through the house, and she saw her mother turn towards her and smile in encouragement. She had been told to be brave, but she found no comfort in her mother's words. For days they had hidden from those who wished to harm them, and she did not know why they were being hunted. The ghostly figures that had come across the landscape had taken those in the house by surprise, but the sentries had seen the fields waver in a tide of shadows and raised the alarm, snatching those in the house from their sleep. "Be ready to go downstairs," she had warned Agnes. "Stay silent and hold back your tears. We will be all right. Lady Marguerite and her children will be with us," her mother had added. But Lady Marguerite was not with them. She was in her chamber in the wing of the manor-house, where firelight gave them light and warmth. Here in the cold, unlit chamber there was nothing but the ghostly shadows cast through the window opening, and bare boards that smelled of dog and lavender seeds. She shivered, and wished she was with the other two children, huddled by the fire with their mother. Christiana dared to peer around the opening. "Mother," Henry hissed at her, "they'll see you." The chill that Christiana felt was not from the night, but from the cold understanding that they would not survive the night unless they reached the cellar. And it would have to be done in darkness, because the moment the mob saw a torchlight, they would swarm after it. She hesitated, as below Sir Marcel made his appeal. Could the knight's name and reputation be enough to hold them back? Would they bypass the manor and take their terror elsewhere? Sir Marcel stood on the low rampart, resplendent in his armour, but unable to hide the uncertainty in his voice at the sight of such a vast mob.
I am Sir Marcel de Loris, and there are those among you who know me, and who would have been favoured by my family's goodwill. Take what livestock and food you need, but leave my home and my family in peace. I beg you, in God's good name."
Christiana watched fearfully. There had been no assault against the walls, no roar from the mob. Instead, there was the most terrifying sound. Laughter. Their leader laughed. And Christiana knew it was already too late. She turned and ran to Agnes, with Henry a couple of paces behind her, when a scream of utter terror squeezed a mailed fist around her heart. They were already in the house. "Downstairs!" she hissed, catching Agnes's hand. Behind her she heard a woman sobbing. Marguerite. There was nothing she could do. The mob had infiltrated that wing of the house drawn by the firelight. And then the mob bellowed from outside. Cries of pain came from the courtyard as soldiers loosed their crossbow bolts, and the men-at-arms slashed at the ghostly horde. As she ran past the windows towards the stairwell, she glimpsed the uneven fight, and wished there had been a contingent of English archers in the yard. They would not be able to stop the hundreds, but they would have brought so many down in such a short time that the attack might have faltered. She stopped suddenly. Noises from downstairs meant they were already below. They had rushed past the feeble defence and were already stripping out the house's wealth. More voices carried, harsh and commanding, as the mob's leaders called them to halt and bear witness. Sweat ran down her back, and she cursed the layers of clothes that hampered her. Her daughter began to gulp great sobs, and she went down on one knee to quickly assure her. "No noise. Bite your tongue if you have to, but do not cry out." With trembling hands, she cupped the child's face and kissed her, then took a tight grip of her hand. "Mother?" Henry's urgent whisper made her turn. Her son stood at a window, back against the wall, sword still in hand, but with a look that told her the screams she heard belonged to his master's wife. She dragged Agnes with her, desperately unwilling to let the child go. She held the girl to her as those she had heard in the lower hallway scuttled like rats to witness the atrocity inflicted on the lord of the manor. From what she could see, most of the men-at-arms, those hardened men who had rescued her, were already slain, their bodies stripped naked and smeared with blood and dirt as they were desecrated underfoot. Lady Marguerite's clothes were being torn from her by peasant women. They grabbed her hair, their knives slashing away her fine clothes, uncaring that their blades cut through fabric and into skin. Christiana watched the woman's humiliation and terror and felt the blood drain from her face. Sir Marcel, bloodied and wounded, was held bound by a stave behind his arms as he was forced to watch the sickening assault on his pregnant wife. In front of the parents was the battered and bloodied body of their fair-haired daughter, 2 years younger than Agnes. They had thrown the child from the window into the courtyard below. The mob leader spat into Sir Marcel's face and yelled for him to renounce his rank and his privilege and to turn his lands over to the people. Sir Marcel nodded, his body shuddering from the tears. Christiana saw 6 men-at-arms on horseback at the gate, and for a moment there was a flutter of hope, and then one of them raised himself in his stirrups. He was bareheaded, his sword still in its scabbard. Neither this knight nor those with him would raise a voice to protect them. He was young, and she saw his fair hair and the shaved side of his head as he cried out to the mob's leader. "Be done with it! He will say anything now. It means nothing. Be done with it!" The women had forced Marguerite to her knees,
and she had tried through her sobbing grief to reach forward, to pull the battered body of her daughter to her. But a woman grabbed a handful of her hair, wrenching free a bloodied fistful. Sir Marcel was trying to say something to his wife when one of the men stepped forward and cut her throat. Her body convulsed as the women kept a firm grip on her, the pulsating blood soaking her bulging stomach. The horror was not yet over. Men pulled his son through the crowd. He had obviously tried to protect his mother, and Christiana could see he had been wounded. His left arm hung limp, and he staggered, barely able to stay on his feet. He was little more than a child, still at home being taught, like all 7-year-olds, the joy of verse and the meaning of honour. He trembled, his fine clothes soiled with his own fear. A massive bruise covered half his face. No sooner had his eyes sought out his father than the mob's leader slashed down viciously and slew the boy. A cheer went up as the child's head was thrown into the crowd. Christiana's strength deserted her, and she slumped to the floor, her face pressed against the rough, cold wall. It would be better to be torn apart by wolves, which would kill more quickly and with less cruelty than these peasants. Someone grabbed the front of her dress and shook her. It was Henry, slapping her face. "Get up," he hissed. "Get up now." She smelled the vomit he had spewed from his own terror before her own had cast her into darkness. Reaching for him, she found her strength, and then fear and instinct made her run for the stairwell. There were scant seconds for them to reach the cellar as the mob bayed for Sir Marcel's death. As she went down the staircase, her back pressed against the wall, a firm grip on the knife, she saw the crowd part, exposing the heaped bundles of kindling. 2 of the attackers struck flints and lit tallow torches and dragged the helpless Dolores to where the fair-haired knight stood with a lance rammed into broken stonework. They bound the barely conscious man to the makeshift pyre and thrust the torches into the dry tinder. The flames quickly took hold and held the mob's attention as Sir Marcel raised his face to the night sky and screamed in agony. Footsteps thumped back and forth above them. Carpets and furniture dropped past the window. They were already looting. She dragged Agnes behind her as Henry watched their backs until they pushed into the cellar. She could smell the intruders before she saw them, a rancid stench of stale sweat and excrement that clung to clothes and skin. A candle flickered in the near airless room as a man and woman gorged what food there was while shoving oatcakes, jars and cuts of meat into a sack. Their mouths were full, distorted gargoyles when they saw Christiana. The man spluttered, reaching for a falchion he had laid on the table in his haste to seize supplies. As he lunged, Christiana released Agnes's hand and grappled with him, knowing in that instant that he would overpower her. Without thought, she rained down knife blows on his neck and shoulder, and saw blood spurt as she severed an artery. He fell back, legs kicking out across the blood-wet stone floor, choking on the food, hands to the wound that would kill him in minutes. The woman had thrown a clay pot at Henry, and then backed like a cornered feral cat as he and Christiana threatened her. The peasant slashed a short-bladed knife in front of her, sweeping back and forth, disgorging the food so she could cry for help. "Kill her!" Christiana cried as she lunged, forcing the woman to face her attack. Henry hesitated, but only for a second, when the woman's knife nearly caught his mother's face, and then he drove down his sword into the woman's back. She fell, taking his sword embedded in bone and muscle. He gazed, wide-eyed, at the first person he had slain. Christiana stepped on the woman's shuddering body, her foot pressing her weight onto the neck, her voice a slap, breaking his hesitation. "Get it!" Henry yanked free the blade. The babble of voices from outside came closer as the mob came into the house. Christiana snatched the candle and led the way into the passage, as Henry shouldered the door closed. They bumped along the rough-hewn wall, stumbling and grazing skin. Uneven rocks punched and bruised them. Their breath rasped with exertion as terror drove them on to where the beam lay ready. She waited, trying to calm her breathing, listening in case any of the mob was already in the chapel. She pulled a bloodied sleeve across the sweat on her face. She could barely make out Agnes in the poor light, but she saw that Henry's face was daubed with dirt and gore. He had taken responsibility for their safety, as his father had once done.
"I'll go up with Agnes. Block the door with the beam. Can you do that on your own?" she said. "I can do it. The rope's up there. I'll need the light."
Christiana handed him the candle. Her torn hem caught a crossbar. She ripped it free, then clambered up into the darkness. She eased herself into the sullen chapel. It was empty. Windowless, it had only one door. She turned around and lowered her hand to Agnes. Henry waited until his sister's ankles kicked free of the beam, and then he carefully placed the candle into a recess of an empty cresset lamp and man-handled the beam away from the hatch. As he dragged its weight towards the doorway, he could hear no sound from the cellar. The mob must have been more interested in what lay in the house, but he could smell smoke. They were burning down the manor. Henry wedged the beam at a low angle, felt its foot bite into the rough stone floor, and turned back towards the escape route. Complete darkness blanketed the chapel. The dull, spluttering glow from the candle in the underground passageway barely offered enough light for her to see Agnes.
"The rope,"
whispered Henry from below the hole. She lowered the rope, whose one end was tied around a pillar. It was 8 or 9 feet to the floor below. Henry speared the point of his sword beneath the candle, reached up, twisted the rope around his left arm, and hauled himself up far enough for his mother to wrap the torn strip from her dress around the palm of her hand and reach down to grasp the sharp-edged sword and its life-giving light. As Henry climbed up, she reached down and grabbed his belt to haul him onto the chapel's floor. For a moment he lay with his face pressed against cool stone. Christiana laid a hand on his head.
"Your courage never failed you, and it saved our lives," she said.
Henry got to his knees, his hands trembling after the blood rush of the killing during their escape.
"I was frightened, Mother. So scared of what they might do to you and Agnes. They're burning the house. I smelled smoke when I blocked the door. What shall we do now?" "Wait here a moment. Agnes, hold Henry's hand."
The chapel was barely big enough to hold 20 people. As she raised the candle, she could see wooden benches that straddled the chapel's width, and a plank table that held the silver crucifix, a small casket, and silver candlesticks. She made her way to the iron-studded door and prayed it had not been locked from the outside.
"Mother, don't take the light away, please," whimpered Agnes.
Henry eased her to him and put his arms around her.
"Hush now. Be brave, little sister. Mother has to see if we can get away from here."
The child had known terror like this before, when a killer had held them on a castle's battlements and threatened their lives. Since then there had been safety and the warmth of a home with her mother. There had been no menace, no frightening voices, except those that came in her dreams. And when she woke, kicking away the bedclothes and crying in fear, her mother's soft arms cuddling her and the warm smell of her mother's body comforted her and soothed away the memories. Her father had killed the man who had threatened them, but then he had left them, and she did not know why. She remembered a field of flowers and the snow-capped mountains that day when he held her in his strong arms and promised to return and fill her bedtime with stories. But he had not yet come back.
"Is father coming?"
she asked Henry, as Christiana took the light further away.
"I don't think so, sister. He does not know we are here, so how can he come? Mother and I will find a way, I promise, but we cannot do it without you." "What must I do?" "Be brave, and say a prayer."
Agnes thought about it and nodded, words failing her. Henry tried to see his sister's features in the near darkness. She was 9 years old, but she was like a child. Perhaps it was different for a girl. He had heard the men-at-arms and the squire say such things when they talked about women. Sir Marcel had been a kindly mentor, and although his squire beat Henry at times for failing in his duty, the gentle knight had always explained that it was a man's duty to protect women. Now Henry hoped he had done his best. Christiana turned the iron ring that lifted the latch. Before she pulled open the door, she hesitated, worried that the dull glow from the candle might give away their hiding place to those in the manor house. Yet, if she extinguished the flame, the darkness would be complete, and fear could strangle them. She placed the candle a few feet from the door, so that when it opened, there would be the barest glimmer of light showing. She eased back the door and breathed in the night air, sweeter than the dank chapel. She dared herself to step out further, and de Larice family gravestones rose up from the ground, throwing cruciform shadows towards her as flames began to eat away at the manor house roof. She saw the dark forms of the mob as they began to filter away from their destruction, but 2 embers of light were bobbing their way up the path towards the chapel. She recognized one of the torch-bearers as the knight who had called for the mob to kill Sir Marcel. There was no escape. She pushed her weight against the door and wished there had been a key in the lock. That at least would stop these rogue knights from coming into the chapel. Picking up the candle, she moved back quickly through the benches to her children.
"We have to go back down into the passage. Men are coming."
She saw the fear in her daughter's face. Christiana smiled bravely and glanced quickly at Henry, a look that told him not to contradict her.
"They might be coming to help us," she said, "but we have to wait and make sure. Do you understand? We have to be quiet, and we will have to wait in the dark."
She felt the child stiffen.
"Remember what I said," Henry told her.
Her bottom lip trembled, but she nodded, and reached out to grip his hand.
"There might be smoke down there," said Henry. "We must tie cloth around our mouths and noses."
Christiana pushed the knife blade into the stitched seams of her dress and tore back the material, then fashioned it into a mask around Agnes's face. Then she and Henry did the same. It was awkward trying to climb back down the hole. She took the weight on her forearms until she could grip the rope between her feet. Henry held onto her arm, took some of her weight, and then watched as she went down the rope hand over hand. He lowered Agnes down after her as he heard men's voices outside. Their words had a guttural edge. Then the iron latch turned in the lock. Henry blew out the candle and grasped the side of the hole. Felt the rope as his mother took up the slack and lowered himself down. As he did so, the door of the chapel swung open with a heavy thud. They huddled together like creatures fearing for their lives when hunting dogs sniffed them out. The voices were indistinct, but the scrape of armor against stone grated on their nerves. Christiana tried to listen to the sounds beyond the hammering in her head from her heart's pounding, and to picture what the men were doing. Their laughter was a sharp echo from the vaulted roof. She heard the sound of objects clanking and realized they were taking the silverware. And then one man said something, and the others fell silent. She tightened her embrace around her children, squeezing hard to contain their panic and her own. "You can't smell that," said von Groich. "It's candle wax." "It's smoke from the house," replied von Leinhardt. "No." "He's right," said Martins. "Candle wax. Someone's here." Von Leinhardt lifted the burning torch higher as the other man tied off the sack holding the chapel's silver. "There's nowhere to hide in here. They killed everyone in the house, and there'd be no priest this far from any village." He sniffed the air, lifting the smell of the burning tallow away from his face, throwing the light further. He saw the edge of a raised stone slab just behind the pillar. He stepped towards it, knocking aside a bench. Christiana heard the unmistakable sound of a sword being unsheathed from its scabbard. They cowered from the imminent threat, taking slow, shallow breaths as the smoke seeped around them from beneath the barred door of the cellar. Light spilled down the hole. They couldn't be seen unless someone was foolhardy enough to clamber down into the passage. They held their breath. And then Agnes coughed. Von Leinhardt scraped the edge of the hole with his sword blade. "Come out, or I seal the passage, and you can choke to death in the darkness." He heard hurried whispers from below, and then saw a woman whose auburn hair caught the flickering torchlight. She looked to be no more than 30 years old, and although her dress was not of such fine quality as that worn by the nobility, he could see she was no servant woman. She was petite, and her face was splattered with blood specks and dirt. Her dress was torn, and in her fist, with scraped knuckles, she gripped a knife. What he saw was a she-wolf protecting her cubs, as 2 children appeared at her side and gazed up at him. He glanced back at the other 2 knights, who made their way towards him. Now all 3 gazed down at the survivors from the slaughter. Christiana had whispered her instructions quickly to the children. She had made Henry pull off his jupon that bore Sir Marcel's badge. There was no choice but to seek mercy from these rogue knights. She pressed Agnes's face close to her own. "Do not speak to these men. They must not know who your father is. Do as I say." She turned her head and whispered so that only Henry could hear her. "These men are with the Jacques. Say nothing." Before Henry could question her, Christiana looked up at the knights. "We are afraid," she said, gazing directly into the fair-haired knight's face. "It might be better for me and my children to die down here." One of the men spoke quietly to this knight, but she couldn't make out the words. "Who are you?" the other knight demanded. "I am the widow of Sir Guillaume de Saint-Denis," she lied, giving her deceased father's name. To have mentioned Blackstone would either incite violence or elicit respect. She could not take that risk. No sooner had she brought up her father's name than the memory of who had been responsible for his death stabbed at her. She quickly shook the image from her mind, determined not to let the truth that still haunted her expose her lie. The men looked at each other and turned their faces away for a moment. "You heard of him?" von Leinhardt asked. The other 2 men shook their head. There were thousands of knights across France. "We should leave them down there," said von Groich. "Let the rats have them. I have no taste for rape or using my sword on them." "We can use them," said Martins. "How long do you think that mob will go on?" "There will be a reckoning. We've seen 12 places burned down now, and taken enough silver to see us through. She's a nobody, said von Greuch. No, wait a minute. Siegfried is right, said von Leinhardt. We can use them to buy ourselves time. This silver is no great haul. We keep the rest hidden and use this as a token of our good intent to the church. And if they know we're involved? Asked von Greuch. Von Leinhardt sighed and shrugged. Then we do what must be done. He looked down at Christiana. We don't know of your name.
My husband was a poor knight from Normandy. He died at Poitiers.
We are German knights, said von Leinhardt. We too fought with the King of France. Where were you when the mob swarmed?
The cellar.
And the blood? He said, pointing the sword tip at her.
2 peasants attacked us. My son and I killed them.
You saw the mob approach, then? He asked, trying to establish whether she had seen him and his companions.
No. We were travelling to Paris, but we were told it was held by the provost, who supports these Jacques. The lord of this manor gave us overnight shelter. When he heard the attack, he sent us to the cellar, and we found this tunnel.
You saw nothing, then?
No, we only heard the screams.
Von Leinhardt looked at his companions. They considered their decision for a moment. Von Greuch shrugged. Martins nodded and whispered.
They can serve as our own safe passage. The nobility won't let the mob have free rein much longer. They'll find a way to stop them. Best we should be on the winning side.
Von Leinhardt looked down at Christiana's upturned face. There was a beauty to it, and she had spirit. A widow young enough to need a man for protection. Who knew? She might even have a dowry or land that might be worth considering. We saw the flames and got here too late. Not that we would have been able to save the good knight of this house. We thought to at least secure what silver there might be for the Holy Church. So, my lady, we will escort you on your journey.
Christiana knew it was a terrible risk to accept, but to refuse meant certain death. Then my children and I are grateful for such honourable men to rescue us, she said, and forced a smile of gratitude.
Von Leinhardt put aside his sword and lowered his arm into the hole. Then take my hand, Lady de Saint-Denis. My name is Werner von Leinhardt.
Chapter 37. 2 days later, 3 hours after daylight, as distant church bells rang for terce, Blackstone and his men continued to ride south-east at a steady canter, keeping the weak morning sun behind their left shoulder. They had forded streams and eased their way across rivers that gave them a better direction than roads. Rivers were carved into the landscape forever. There were occasional signs of horsemen on the horizon, but no great body of men had shown themselves, and, if routiers still plagued this area, then it seemed they had taken what they could and moved on. 6 hamlets had been burned days, if not weeks, before Blackstone and the men eased their way past the destroyed hovels. Squeezed between grasping landowners and savage raiders, there was little wonder the peasants had taken themselves south to join the mob, Blackstone thought. But this understanding of the peasants' plight was soon dispelled. A road curved down into a belly of land, an area rich for crops and livestock, but the meadows were trampled and the vines smashed. What had been chicken and goose pens were torn down, and the smouldering, skeletal remains of a manor house bled smoke into the morning air. They halted, watching for any signs of ambush around the distant manor. Gilbert pointed to the bodies scattered in the manor's yard. "Can't be more than 2 days since this happened. I'll go down." "No, I'll do it," said Blackstone. Gilbert reached out for the horse's rein. "Thomas, there's a woman and child down there among the dead. Let me go." "If it's them, "That it makes no difference when I find out," he said.
Will Longden held back the archers, placing them on the edges of the meadow and ruined vineyards. If any intruders attempted to surprise the men, they would be halted far enough away to allow the men to counterattack. Blackstone and the others eased their horses into the yard. Scavengers had already been at work. The naked men's flesh was pockmarked with crow pecks, and foxes or feral dogs had gnawed their private parts, tearing off the softest flesh first, then their faces and buttocks. It would not be long before wild boar deep in the forest caught the scent, and then muscle and bone would be devoured. Blackstone dismounted and walked towards the child's broken body. She lay face down, fair hair matted with blood and dirt, arms splayed, showing that she had fallen while running. Close to her was the blood-soaked body of a woman, her blackened throat cut, her face puffed with decay and maggots, making identification impossible. Blackstone slipped his hand beneath the child's body and tenderly tried to lift it. It was as rigid as a wooden crucifix, but he managed to ease her over. The girl's eyes were open, opaque, the broken bones disfiguring her beauty. He felt the shudder of relief that it was not Agnes. Blackstone eased the child down and turned to where Gilbert stood watching. He shook his head. It was not his child. "Praise God and his angels, Thomas," the grizzled veteran said, with as much kindness as he could muster. "Over here," he added, turning back to where the charred remains of a man lay like cooked meat in the cinders. "The man has good armour on him, probably the knight, and these were his family. The woman, the girl, and a headless corpse of a boy who's dressed well enough, most likely his son. Bastards must have tormented him first." John Jacob and Moulin had sent the men into the ruins of the burnt-out house. "No bodies inside. Everything either went up in flames or was taken. They left a clear enough trail," Jacob said. Moulin pointed beyond the fields where the trampled ground was signposted with abandoned pieces of pottery and furniture. "They couldn't carry everything." Caprini had clambered beyond the house towards the chapel. He called back, "Inna here, Sir Thomas." Blackstone gestured towards the fallen men and family. "Moulin, you and Gaillard go among the dead. Have the men drag them together. Not the peasants, only the others," he said. Then he pushed through the stench of death towards Caprini, with Gilbert and Jacob a pace behind. When they reached the chapel, Caprini struck a flint and lit a fallen torch, holding it aloft inside the gloom. "If there was a silver here, it's gone. But that was the only desecration. There are benches kicked aside. Nothing has been broken. And there is this," he said, as he led them to the open hole. "An escape tunnel," said Gilbert. "It'll lead back to the house. Perhaps someone got out in time." "Or lies wounded," said Caprini, loosening his cloak and lowering himself down, pushing his shoulders through the narrow passage. Moments later he emerged and clambered free of the claustrophobic space. "The end is blocked. Masonry and a door brought down by the fire. I saw no blood. And there is none here on this floor," he said, sweeping the torch across the stone slabs. "A manor house with armed men, far enough away from Paris to be considered safe. Could the Dauphin's family be those outside?" Gilbert suggested. "Was his wife pregnant?" John Jacob asked. "I don't know," said Blackstone. "We've all been witness to murder and killing, but this was a torment as bad as the Hungarians in Italy." "These weren't routiers, Sir Thomas," said Jacob. "You saw how much ground was trampled out there. There weren't many horses. These were men on foot, Hundreds of them, and some of the bodies, they weren't fighting men.
I know, John. We've found the peasant army, or one of them, said Blackstone. Caprini made the sign of the cross. What you have found is Satan's host. Blackstone rested the horses, allowing time to feed the men and bury the dead, despite his impulse to ride on after the sight of the pregnant woman's corpse and her murdered children. It pleased Caprini to offer prayers for the dead, and he made the failed acolyte, Bertrand, serve penance by dragging more than his fair share of the bodies to their shallow, hastily dug graves. The unknown knight and his family were brought together in one grave, and covered with stones gathered from a pile on the border of a tilled field. Blackstone refused to bury the 20 or so scattered peasants' bodies, brought down by crossbow and sword. Even Caprini made no objection to them being left for the beasts. Blackstone's men left the manor behind them, following the trampled ground until it petered out into pebble-strewn riverbanks. There were no mudflats or riverbanks to show where the horde had gone. But John Jacob had taken Moulin and Gaillard ahead as scouts, as they had found tracks half obscured by the water on a mud bank in the centre of the shallow river. Blackstone led his men onto a broader road towards the fringes of the vast forests that lay across the horizon. It was better to be in the open, where they could see others approach, rather than enter unknown woodland, where horse and man could be easily ambushed. Within hours the torn ground told its own story of hundreds of men and carts having gone before them, although the tracks led not from the burnt manor house, but from the opposite direction. Blackstone brought the men to a halt. The open plain would not conceal 50 men, let alone hundreds. "This is more than sheep-herders," said Moulin, "and we are close on their heels." "They'll be in those woods," said Blackstone. "There's nowhere else." They gazed towards the fringed tree line, more than 1,000 paces away. "There's colour there, it shouldn't be," said Jack Halfpenny, from halfway back in the column, where the archers rode behind the hobilars. "You see it, Sir Thomas?" 1,000 yards, and the lad saw a colour in the dark scratch that etched the skyline. Blackstone's archer's eye sought it out, but failed. "Where, Jack? I'm damned if I can see it." "A fist meal left from the forest's edge," said Halfpenny. Blackstone and the others clenched a fist and extended a thumb. A dab, little more than a bird's speckled feathers, moved in the darkened tree line. "I have it," said Blackstone. "No peasant, then," said John Jacob. "Knights, most likely." "And not routier. Holy Mother of God, it's likely to be a gaggle of Frenchmen hunting while their neighbours burn," said Kildare, turning in the saddle to Blackstone. "Christ, you don't think it's the Dauphin and his army, do you, Thomas? Then we'd have a fight on our hands." He grinned, relishing the thought of slaughtering more of his sworn enemy. "I hope not. We're caught in the open here, and 100 of us fighting an army is a distraction I can ill afford, despite your wishes, Gilbert. Though we might exhaust them on the run." Blackstone raised himself in the stirrups. "Not that there's anywhere to run or hide. They hold the advantage, whoever they are." "We might soon find out, Sir Thomas," said Gaillard. "Some of them are riding towards us." "Scouting party," said Kildare. 15, 20, perhaps?" Blackstone saw the flutter of pennons and the spread of horsemen. 18 men. Knights or squires?" he said. "Sniffing us out, Sir Thomas." "Shall we knock a few from their perches?" said Will Longden. The archers followed his lead and pulled their war bows from the waxed linen carrying bags. "Not yet, Will.
There's no need to antagonize a swarm if there's only a couple of bees buzzing. Moulin, you and Gaillard take 10 men. Ride ahead a couple of miles. See that there's no one coming from our flank." The two Normans turned their horses, calling for the men they named to follow. "Shall we ride out to them?" asked Kildare. "If there's a horde of the bastards in those trees, and we've to outrun them, it will be better to test their intentions sooner. A few insulting words should see to it." "Let's do that," said Blackstone, and turned to Jacob. "John, hold back. If there's trouble, ride for that gap between the two forests. Will, ready yourself and 6 others to cover our asses if we run into trouble. Fra Stefano, this isn't your fight, so choose your own ground."
"It has been chosen for me," said Caprini,
and spurred his horse forward with Blackstone and Kildare. As they approached, the horsemen drew rein, but made no sign of aggression as Blackstone slowed the eager horse until they halted 30 paces from the waiting men, who wore a mixture of mail and armour and were confident in their numbers. These 3 men who had ridden towards them could pose no threat. One of the 18 urged his horse forward and halved the distance. He could not yet see the men's shields slung on the side of their horses, though to him these 3 horsemen looked like routiers, with their mud-splattered jupons and cloaks. Yet their manner was confident, which made him doubt this first impression. "I am Louis Mézère, squire to my lord Sir Philippe de Guizet," he said with the haughtiness that French nobility carried like a banner for all to see, a declaration of superiority. Blackstone said nothing and leaned against the saddle's pommel. He let his eyes wander over the other squires, who seemed to bristle, making their horses edgy. It was an act of indifferent insolence on Blackstone's part. Kildare hawked and spat. "You look like peacocks on a lawn. You and your friends are dressed up for a tournament. Is there a party somewhere?" Mézère recoiled, as if he had been struck with a gauntlet. "I hope you will excuse Sir Gilbert Kildare," said Blackstone. "His last squire bled to death from his tongue-lashing," he added, letting the squires know they were in the company of a knight. Mézère looked confused. The man who spoke to him showed as little respect as the English knight at his side. "You are not his squire?" "I am not sufficiently trained to serve as a squire," answered Blackstone. The Frenchman looked from one to the other. The third man in the black cloak, darker in skin and beard, had remained silent. "With respect, Sir Gilbert, your man is as impertinent as a stable-hand." "He is worse on his bad days," said Kildare. "If he doesn't kill 3 or 4 men a day, he gets very irritable. He favours French blood." Mézère's jaw opened and closed a couple of times. He glanced back towards his companions before, in a vain attempt to establish some authority, facing the 3 men again. "We are required to question you, and your intentions in riding here." "On whose authority?" said Blackstone, straightening himself in the saddle. The inflection in his voice left no doubt that he was to be answered. It made Mézère suppress his irritation. It was obvious he could not be dismissive of this man. "My lord Charles, King of Navarre, leads troops against the peasant uprising." Navarre, the great liar and manipulator, who plagued the royal houses of both England and France. Blackstone had no intention of being caught up in the usurper's show of strength to impress the nobles. It was likely to be little more than posturing to gain support in his bid for the crown. "How many men do you have?" said Blackstone. "There has been a coming together of several hundred noble lords and knights to halt the vile slaughter," Mézère said, showing sufficient respect. "May I ask your name?" If they weren't to be hindered in their journey, Blackstone had to identify himself. "I am Thomas Blackstone," he answered, and pushed his knee against a shield strapped to his saddle, turning it enough for the squire to see its blazon. The man licked his lips. Blackstone's name was known well enough among the knights of France. Rumours of brutality and murder curdled stories of his exploits like sour milk. Blackstone, the Englishman who had tried to kill Jean le Bon, King of France, at Poitiers, the very crown that Navarre now sought. He was an ally. "My lord," said Mézère, dipping his head, "I am honoured. I am certain you and your men will be made most welcome. Our army rests in the forest behind me." "Barely an army. More like a midsummer dance," said Kilbert. Blackstone leaned to Kilbert and whispered, "If Navarre learns we are to secure the Dauphin's family, he'll set the dogs on us. They are our prize, not his." He eased the horse forward, closer to Mézère. "And the Dauphin? Where is he?" "Burgundy, far from here, trying to raise an army. It is a futile effort, Sir Thomas. Once we inflict justice on the mob, we will take Paris. There will be no resistance from the citizens once the uprising is put down," said the squire, confidently, as if fired by a quest to find the Holy Grail. "Master Mézère, you say your lord Navarre has several hundred men." 700, the squire answered. "Enough to defeat the rabble." "I have heard they number in their thousands," said Blackstone. "Unless you can find small groups of them in their hundreds, your army will be pulled from their saddles and their own weapons used against them. I am on family business. Give your lord my best wishes, Master Mézère." With that, Blackstone heeled the horse around and turned back. He had gathered useful information. The Dauphin was in Burgundy, and Charles of Navarre was playing at being a general. If the mob did not lie before him, and had not breached the city walls, then the road to Meaux beckoned. He could see Will Longden and his archers standing ready with bows strung, and a half-dozen arrows per man stuck into the ground in front of them. "Bodkins," Blackstone thought to himself, barely able to suppress a smile. Goose-feathered shafts, a yard long, that would whisper through the air, causing it to shudder as they fell, pinning man to horse, piercing plate, driving their pile through any armour a nobleman's wealth could buy. A part of him wished those behind him would try to exert their authority, so that he might hear the war bow's song again. Chapter 38. Thousands of men moving across the countryside did more than leave trampled meadows and their burnt-out victims. They left a stench of excrement. No latrines were dug. Those on the march stepped a few paces from where they slept and squatted. "There is shit from here and beyond," said Perrine, when he returned with a scouting party. He and his men had found 2 peasants, abandoned by the others because they had collapsed in stupor, drunk from a nobleman's looted wine. They were foul to the eye as well as the nostril. "And these 2 must have rolled in most of it." "Keep them well back," said Kilbert, gesturing the men to haul the 2 unfortunates further back. Their wrists were bound with a length of rope, and they had been forced to keep up or be dragged by the horsemen. By the look of them, they had not kept up too well. "Did you question them?" asked Blackstone. Perrine nodded. "They are from Picardy. I barely understood them, Sir Thomas. The dialect is like a dog with its throat cut. It seems the mob's got itself a man who can read and write to lead them. These are pig-ignorant shit-dwellers, inbred with goats. What little brain they have is soused with wine." Haunted eyes stared up at Blackstone from unshaven faces caked in filth, bruised and battered from their ordeal. They trembled, sinking to their knees, uncaring about their stench or what it was that clung to their rags.
"Are these part of the mob who burned that manor house down, do you think?" asked Gilbert.
"Does it matter? We're going to hang them anyway," said Blackstone.
"It doesn't matter, Thomas. So why waste good rope? Cut their throats and be done with it. But if they know anything at all, then we should give them a chance to talk. There are 100 castles, walled towns and fortified manors, and we cannot search every one of them. It would be easier to find a celibate monk in the whole of Christendom than the Dauphin's family in this ravaged country."
Blackstone turned to Will Longden. "Give them food," he said.
The centener widened his eyes. "Me?" said Thomas. "I'd catch the plague if I went downwind of 'em."
"You snared and cooked conies yesterday. They're in your bags. They're only conies, for God's sake, Will."
Longden moaned as he undid the satchel tied to his saddle. "Still," said Thomas, "why send these buggers to the devil with our food in their belly?" "A knife in an eye would get them talking, Thomas. Longden's not wrong," Gilbert said quietly, though loud enough for only Blackstone to hear.
"I know. If there are thousands of these Jacques, then no matter what they've taken from a nobleman's house, there still won't be enough food for them. They've gained nothing from these killings, neither meat or freedom," he answered.
Gilbert grunted. "No meat? They've herded swine, cow, chicken, and goose. How many smoked hams or cheese and fruit have they pilfered? These peasants will be as fat as ticks on a dog's belly."
"Gilbert," Blackstone said patiently, "they own none of it. They have secured nothing. They are as they have always been. Only now they will pay a price that far exceeds what little they have gained." He turned to Longden. "Give it to them."
"Bertrand," Longden ordered the failed monk.
"Here. Take it to them. You heard Sir Thomas."
The archer's rank gave him command of the lowest in the group, and Bertrand stepped carefully forward, as if approaching chained dogs. Then, when close enough, he tossed the roasted rabbits to the prisoners, who fell on them like ravening dogs, the one fighting the other for the scraps.
"Are we afraid of two shit-caked and starving peasants?" Blackstone muttered.
Gilbert shrugged. "Do not complain, Thomas. Your order is obeyed. It's your own goodwill towards them that causes your despair, that and their stench."
"Sweet Jesus, forgive these men," said Caprini, "that they are brought down below the level of animals."
"You pray for their forgiveness, Fra Stefano? For the state that God has already placed them in?"
"Prayer won't help them."
"Would you care to offer them water to quench their thirst?" said Blackstone. Caprini didn't shirk from the challenge and slid from the saddle, then took his water-skin to the two creatures. He stood over them, and they cowered as if he were the Pope. Gilbert said quietly, "Perhaps they think he's the angel of death with that cloak."
"I had that thought myself one night in the forest," Blackstone admitted, as he watched Caprini administer the water.
The men drank thirstily, their tied hands clasped as if in prayer, eyes raised towards the town knight.
"I do not speak their language," Caprini said, turning towards Blackstone. "Perrine, ask them what they know of the peasant army, where it goes next. Is there any plan to their killing?"
The men became animated when the hardened soldier swore and threatened them in something that was as close to their own dialect as he could muster. Food and spittle competed for lodgings in their beards. Perrine shrugged.
"Sir Thomas, they don't understand numbers. They say the peasants are as many as ants in a dung-heap."
"I could have told you that," said Gilbert. "Sir Gilbert, all I can understand is that they were heading towards the town of Mello, near Clermont, to join a bigger group. Looking at all the shit we found out there, that means a lot of villains with an urge to kill,
driving them on like a spear up their arse. "You know this, Clermont?" asked Blackstone. Perrine nodded. "If it's where I think it is, we'll have to go through them sooner or later. We could keep avoiding them as best we can, Sir Thomas, but they are bloody near everywhere." Blackstone spat. Damn! Thousands of peasants coming together would be a formidable army, and he had no desire to get caught up trying to fight his way past them. Better to let someone else do that. "We're riding back to Navarre," he said to Gilbert. Gilbert grunted. It made sense. "Let the French slaughter the bastards. That's all they're fit for. The French to kill, or the peasants to be slain?" asked Blackstone. "Both. They deserve each other," said Gilbert. Blackstone tugged his rein and nodded at Perrine. "Hang them. They need to be seen." Blackstone waited as Charles of Navarre looked across the open countryside that lay before him towards the gathered peasants. Blackstone could see the concern crease Navarre's face. Was it fear or dumb stupidity? What did he think awaited him in the valley below? Blackstone wondered. It was obvious that Charles of Navarre was shocked by what he saw. The horde looked more like a trained army than the undisciplined mob he had expected. Trumpets blew over drumbeats as they waved tattered flags and raised fists clenching weapons. Navarre had sworn to destroy the uprising, a political manoeuvre to show support for the nobility, because the Dauphin had abandoned the aristocrats to their fate when he went southeast to raise an army to seize back Paris. Navarre's promises had drawn seigneurs and knights from Normandy and Picardy, determined to finally put up a shield of resistance against this horde. If he's to keep these noblemen at his back, he had better do his killing well, said Blackstone, as he watched the look of uncertainty on Navarre's face. "He's no fighter, Thomas. Look at him," said Gilbert. "His arse pinches tighter than his lying lips. How in the name of Christ have we ended up here?" "We use him as he intends to use us," answered Blackstone, studying the army that had formed up in front of them in their strong defensive position. "They've chosen their ground well," he said. It was no vast army such as the French had fielded at Crécy or Poitiers, no heaving body of knights and war horses, but the thousands of peasants before them who held the plateau near the town of Clermont looked to be well organized, and men with weapons forged with a village smith's skills had enough steel to bring down horses. Peasants, armed with crossbows, joined those in the front rank. Armour could be pierced as easily as an aristocrat's arrogance. Several hundred horsemen held the rear, and, in between, a couple of thousand armed men stood in line. There was military know-how in this peasant army, and Blackstone was not the only one to see it. "He's a clever enough bastard, this leader of theirs," said Gilbert. "Those trenches he's dug, and the wagons protecting his flanks, will make it difficult to dig his men out. Like scraping shit out of a horse hoof. You have to be careful the beast doesn't kick you in the face." "Navarre has the numbers. Just. But we've both seen how men on the ground can stop horsemen," Blackstone said. "Aye, but if Karl has any military sense, he'll let Navarre throw himself at them, and then swarm over us like rats from a burning barn," answered the veteran knight. "You heard what Will and Halfpenny said. They could take Karl out of the saddle when he's in range. Wouldn't take a dozen bodkins to punch through his miserable skin." "Killing Karl would be short-sighted, Gilbert. He's got 3 armies elsewhere, and information we could use." "God's tears, Thomas. You still think we'll find the Dauphin's family with a turd like this?" "Which turd?" Karl or Navarre?" Blackstone answered and smiled. "A good fight is worth the effort, but I have no wish to risk wounds and death to any of my men on these murdering scum. We've better causes waiting for our risk." He gathered the reins. "Remember my orders, Gilbert. My life depends on it." He spurred his horse along the low ridge to where Charles of Navarre waited, still undecided how best to attack the ranks of peasants, who now seemed eager to fight. The army of peasants had burned their way across the landscape as effectively as any king's troops plundering in war. Ranks were swelled with minor noblemen and landowners who saw advantage in attacking those with richer domains, whose wealth could be stripped from them. Long-standing vendettas could now be settled by using the mob in their favour. News had reached them that the provost of merchants in Paris had sent a separate mob of citizens south of the capital to join their cause. Who could stop them now? The Jacquerie army to the north and another to the east would soon control every approach to the city, and once the citizens rejected Charles of Navarre and closed its gates to the Dauphin, denying him governance of his kingdom, then the Villains would hold the nation for themselves. They were led by men who knew how to fight. Guillaume Carve was a local man, who had taken them to victory with the promise of greater prizes awaiting them. Once they had pulled down these knights of Charles of Navarre. Two long ranks of peasants bayed an incoherent war cry, extolling their excesses, and crying for the blood of the noblemen who waited in the distance. Who could stand against them? A peasant's delusion had become a chimera let loose. When Blackstone had returned to Navarre's men, he was greeted coolly, but his information as to where Navarre's enemy might take a stand had proved correct, and the emblazoned knights curved their way across the countryside like a glittering rainbow. If grandeur and pomp could have won the day, then no sword would ever need to be drawn. The gathered knights were ready to strike, the mass of horsemen, flags and pennons, surcoats and horse-trappers, a surge of colour that was meant to intimidate. Now Blackstone rode to where Navarre gazed out uncertainly at the gathered mass. "My lord," Blackstone said, as he snatched the bastard horse's reins, stopping it from barging the war-horse of a wealthy knight in Navarre's entourage. Navarre looked faintly surprised that Blackstone had addressed him directly without permission, but his worry about the possible humiliation at the hands of the peasants facing him swept aside his irritation. "Is the Englishman impatient to kill more Frenchmen?" Navarre said, a thin smile, advising those around him that this was an attempt at wit. A dutiful titter of laughter was offered up, but a few of those close to him remained grim-faced. These knights deserved better than Navarre. They had hitched their fate to his so that each might gain what he desired. Among them were Normans, who still sought autonomy, hoping that Navarre would not renege on any surety given to their cause. Despite Blackstone being an Englishman, he was considered one of them. His love and respect for Jean de Harcourt and his fight for justice at the Norman's death would never be forgotten. One such veteran knight, the Norman lord, Sir Robert de Montague, his armour draped in a surcoat of azure and gold, with a stag's head crest, sat on a destrier as grandly adorned as if in a royal procession. The horse's trapper copied the device and reached almost to the ground. The trimmed, etched leather reins were studded with silver, all denoting a man of high rank and prestige. By contrast, Blackstone looked little more than a common hobelard, wearing his mail, jupon, and boiled leather breastplate for protection. "Thomas, we are all impatient, but the decision has not yet been made. Be respectful of our lord's dilemma," de Montague said, in obvious warning, but with sufficient weariness to let Blackstone know that the Norman was tired of Navarre's indecision. "You'll lose good men down there, my lord," said Blackstone, ignoring him and addressing himself to Navarre. "You'll win, but there'll be a price to pay." "Christ, Thomas, hold your tongue. We've no need for further doubt," said de Montague, alarmed at Blackstone's suggestion. "You think we lack courage?" snarled the knight closest to Navarre. It was his brother Philip, the hot-headed younger man, who would rather kill than negotiate with an enemy. "No, my lord. I remember when you murdered the unarmed constable of France 4 years ago. My friend Jean de Harcourt told me of your courage that night," answered Blackstone. 2 of the Norman knights blocked Philip of Navarre's horse as he spurred it towards Blackstone, ready to strike at his insolence. De Harcourt was weak, as was his choice of low scum for friendship. We seized the moment. Taunting Navarre's brother gave some pleasure, and it might snap Charles of Navarre into a more belligerent state of mind. Blackstone answered, keeping his eyes on Charles. "My friend was intelligent and loyal, and your actions spurred King John into retribution that cost de Harcourt his life and those of your brother's supporters. The murder you committed that night unleashed a vile killer against my family. So I know what comes from a bad decision." The horses fussed and were cursed at as they were brought under control. Charles of Navarre was devious enough to know when he had been offered an alternative disguised by defiance. "What price do I pay, Sir Thomas? I have the support of the nobles. Men die in battle." "Would you exchange a denier for a gold crown, or a Rouncy for a stallion?" "There's no point in getting any man of noble birth killed, my lord. Any such death against these vermin will reflect badly. It weakens your cause and strengthens theirs." "Let's be done with this," said Philip. Blackstone remained unperturbed. Navarre's brother served only as the sword-arm for the family's ambitions. Navarre raised a hand to quieten any further interruption, and nodded consent for Blackstone to speak. "And how do I avoid this?" "Bring their leader, this Carl, to the table to negotiate. Without him they become rabble again." "Offer him a truce?" Navarre asked, as the others murmured their disapproval. "He has the status of a general, or so he thinks, and you are King of Navarre." Navarre was a poor war leader, but his years of political deceit and intrigue gave him an instinct like a viper slithering from an entangled mass of snakes. He immediately saw what the others had not. "Go down, and bring him to me then, Sir Thomas." Blackstone had expected Navarre would want him to be the means of betrayal. Then Blackstone's would be the name linked to duping the peasant leader. "Sire," he said, flattering the monarch of the small mountain province in the Pyrenees, "I will convince him, but it needs a king to offer the truce, and a nobleman to promise it." "And you will want something in return," said Navarre. "I want the right to choose how he dies," Blackstone answered. In that moment Charles of Navarre recognized the skill of the Englishman and the ruthless streak of a great commander. Blackstone would lay a trap, and he, Charles of Navarre, was to spring it. Chapter 39. The peasants watched as Guillaume Carle rode forward to speak to the 2 men riding at a walking pace to meet him in the space that lay between the 2 armies. A parley had been arranged, and perhaps, some muttered among themselves, they would be paid by these frightened aristocrats to leave the field of battle. More wealth, more possessions, and the rewards for their savagery lay within their grasp. Beyond them, beneath the glory of gold-threaded flags, Navarre knew Blackstone had made a good choice in choosing Sir Robert de Montague to ride with him to meet the peasant commander. The grandeur of the man and his horse next to Blackstone made a sharp contrast extolling the man's rank. Blackstone drew up his horse, leaving a half-dozen paces between him and the peasant commander. Guillaume Carle would have been considered handsome by some women, a strong-looking man whose dark eyebrows curved like flared wings over his beaked nose. His assortment of arms and armour gave him the look of a fighting man, and he showed no fear as he gazed at Navarre's envoys. This was his home ground. The small town of Clermont, where he was born and raised, was only a few miles away. A man grew confident on his own territory, Blackstone thought, a confidence that could blind him. Sir Robert de Montague held back, as had been agreed with Blackstone, who would do the talking until Carle rose to the bait. If Blackstone was correct, Carle would demand that the reviled nobleman debase himself by entering into the negotiation, believing himself closer in rank to de Montague rather than Blackstone.
"You're to be offered a truce," said Blackstone. "Whose puppet are you?" demanded Carle. "I'm a fighting man. You can't win here today. I've seen better scabs on a dog's arse than those men behind you," Blackstone deliberately taunted. "Scabs that cover the wounds of France. You're an Englishman?" "I am." "A routier?" Carle sneered. "And you insult me? Behind me are common men and women that the likes of you rape and murder." "You don't need any lessons in that, General," Blackstone said, tinging his insolence with a casual deference. It had its effect. Guillaume Carle turned his attention to the richly dressed nobleman, who obviously spent more money on his horse than a villein could earn in a lifetime. By comparison, Blackstone's horse, with its blotched coat and nondescript bridle, reflected its rider's low rank. He was talking to the wrong man. "Why am I spoken to by a man like this?" Carle demanded. "Is it beneath your dignity to discuss terms with me, when I'm the one holding this place, with twice as many men as you have?" The nobleman looked down, as if being shamed, keeping up the pretence that Blackstone had insisted upon. Blackstone answered for him. "You've some education, like me, General, and I hear you own land, also like me. We are different from these noblemen. I know what it means to be poor. I give you my word that—" "Be quiet!" Sir Robert suddenly barked. "This man leads an army. You do not." Blackstone looked suitably chastened, anger barely held in check, as he continued the ruse. "You pay him off when we can beat him," he challenged the Norman. "Neither of us wants unnecessary bloodshed," de Montague said, in a reasonable tone, making Blackstone seem even more coarse than he appeared. De Montague faced Carle. "I can give you a king's word that you will be given safe passage, and welcomed to discuss terms of truce that, he feels certain, will satisfy you." Sir Robert waited patiently as Carle considered the proposition. Charles, King of Navarre, was the French king's son-in-law who sought the crown, and to do that he needed to gain the support of the citizens of Paris, which meant bringing the provost of merchants onto his side, and the provost had already dispatched men to support the uprising. A treaty would benefit Navarre as it could the future of the common man. It might even secure rights that few had even dreamed of. "I hold the field," he answered. "You will not defeat us today. And when noblemen fall under the billhook of a peasant, your whole class bleeds." Sir Robert remained silent, but Blackstone fueled Carle's confidence with a whispered plea. "Don't do this, my lord. We can beat them." De Montague played his part perfectly. He glared at Blackstone and then shook his head. Carle grinned. He had them. "We would need pardons for what has occurred in the heat of our unrest,"
said Karl. Charles of Navarre believes we all should seek pardon for our deeds, said de Montague, which is why he extends this offer of a truce to you. Karl looked 100 paces beyond the two men, to where 5 squires and a knight waited, pennons aloft, ready to escort him to the parley with a king. Blackstone let his eyes settle on the man from Picardy, whom the great swathe of murdering villeins had turned to as their leader, and who now controlled their hate and the terror they inflicted. His thousands of peasants had burned and destroyed a dozen towns, and might even, for all Blackstone knew, have slain Christiana and his children. So far they had broken the yoke of servitude and bested men-at-arms, when those knights tried to defend their families and land. If Karl accepted the word of a king, even a king of such an insignificant and distant place, but who might one day wear the crown of France, then Karl's own vanity would seal his fate. And if he did, as Blackstone expected, then he and Sir Robert might have only moments to live. "We will stand our ground here until you return," said de Montague, gently closing the trap. "As surety." He and Blackstone were no more than 30 long paces from the front line of peasants. They would be overwhelmed the moment anything happened to Karl. Karl nodded. "One sign of falsehood, and you'll be dead," he said, and then spurred his horse past them towards the waiting escort. A ragged cheer swelled up from the peasants as Karl raised a clenched fist, as if in victory. Blackstone turned to Sir Robert. "Keep a tight rein, my lord. Don't touch your sword yet," he said quietly. "Be ready to raise your shield." His eyes watched the distorted faces in front of him. These peasants would like nothing more than to hack the two of them to pieces. Blackstone had seen those self-same faces as a boy, when villagers dangled a cat over a dog pit for sport, and then screamed their bloodlust as it was torn apart. Dark hovels and smoke-filled rooms caged such people. A lord's demands clawing at their backs like a flail. Noblemen, bailiffs, sheriff, sovereign, and church, all took their share of these creatures' pitiful existence. Their time would come, but not today, not after what they had done. How many breaths would it take before the snarling, debased horde cut them down? Without turning to watch Karl's progress towards Navarre, Blackstone listened to the retreating hoofbeats. Karl would be close to the escort now. When he and Sir Robert had walked their horses slowly towards the eager-to-kill mob, he had counted out a man's pace-mark in his mind. "How many yards to their front line?" he had asked his centener of archers, before riding up to Navarre. 204, Longden had answered. "And 9? The young halfpenny had suggested. His own archer's eye told him the distance lay somewhere in between, and when he had approached Guillaume Karl to offer the truce, he had drawn up the bastard horse at what he deemed to be 175 yards from the archers. There was a sudden cry, as Karl was seized by the squires. No honour was lost when a pledge to a peasant was broken. It was whom you gave your word to that counted. The shock-wave that was about to surge towards them was the blink of an eye away. Blackstone swore he heard the creak of a forest's trees bending before a mighty wind, but knew it was the sound of English archers drawing back their war bows. And when that wind swept down in a rippling storm, it cut into the dangerous crossbowmen and those who tried to shoulder them aside to attack. They got within 20 paces. Sir Robert de Montague held his nerve as the air ripped around them a second time. The thudding of steel-tipped ash, driving through bone and muscle, sounded like a dog tearing flesh. The attackers faltered. Bodies lay writhing, effectively blocking those behind. A few of the crossbowmen loosed their bolts. One thudded into Sir Robert's shield, but he was already spurring his horse as a swarm of knights hurled forwards, and archers loosed volleys from two flanks, flaying a path for them. The peasants' hopeless attempt at attack faltered as hundreds died within the first few minutes. No man had got closer than 10 paces to Blackstone. As Navarre's knights swept past Blackstone, he kept his horse reined tight, holding back its desire to join the fray. Peasants were trampled, hacked and speared, as behind the horsemen dismounted knights walked through the field of blood, slashing at the wounded, hacking limbs, inflicting the nobleman's revenge. Navarre was well out of danger as he helped slaughter the wounded. Will Longden and his archers bent their bows and eased their cords from their nocks. Their part was over. They had held their ground, following Blackstone's orders not to join the fight. There was no booty to be had, no prize worth losing a valuable archer for. Blackstone turned his horse and saw Gilbert where he had left him. There was no glory or honour in this slaughter. It was as simple as clubbing rats in an infested hovel. But to the peasants' rear, a knot of armoured men spurred their horses away from Navarre's attack. A winged creature bobbed and weaved as the harpy-emblazoned shield glared from their midst. Those of the lesser noblemen who had joined the peasants' cause now sought escape from the disorganized rabble who refused to obey their commands. Gilbert watched as Blackstone raised Wolf's sword and spurred forward his horse. "Sweet Jesus, what's he doing? He said to stay back," Gilbert muttered, as his eyes followed Blackstone's attack. John Jacob pointed with his sword. "The harpy." Gilbert had no time to ask the question. His baffled look was enough. "We were attacked at Windsor," said Caprini, "by that knight and others." He grinned at Gilbert. "It seems that Satan's horde shall not go unpunished," he added, digging spurs into his horse's flanks, quickly followed by Jacob. "Mother of God!" Gilbert cursed. "Will, keep your lads here. Moulin, Gaillard, you and your men kill some of those turds before they swamp Sir Thomas." The orders given, he urged his horse forward, following the Tow Knight as the two Normans peeled away at an angle to drive a wedge between the swirling ranks of Karl's army. Will Longden was fitting his bow-cord again. The fight might turn if those knights abandoning the field galloped towards them and managed to avoid Blackstone. He had faced armoured French cavalry before and knew how to bring them down. The great horse trampled men flailing helplessly at Blackstone as he swung Wolfsword up and down and then left and right, the blood knot biting into his wrist. Iron-shod hooves smashed bones as the horse barged through the men, with Blackstone urging him on. Men screamed. Others fell back wide-eyed as the shock of pain seared through their final moments. Blackstone saw Navarre's men to his right, but the harpy still gathered others around it, its outstretched talons clawing its way free from the melee. Blackstone pulled the horse at a sharper angle in an effort to cut off the knight's escape. A blade slashed the greave on his leg, glanced upwards, and tore a line across his thigh. The raw cut was insignificant, but he felt its stinging pain as he pressed the horse's flank to make him turn. And then he was among them. He barged aside a man-at-arms riding a big courser, whose head yanked to one side as the muscled neck and misshapen head of Blackstone's savage horse struck it. A heavy thud, a wide-eyed stare. The man's sword was held too high as he half-turned to strike. Blackstone swept his blade across the man's chest, slashing its razor edge against mail, knowing that it was useless as a cut, but its force would rock the man back, letting him drive Wolfsword's point into his groin. The strangled cry was swallowed in the man's helm. His feet slammed forward in the stirrups, and he tumbled across the back of the saddle. Other riders charged from Blackstone's blindside. It was Caprini and John Jacob forcing the knot of men to splinter, hacking into peasants and men-at-arms, leaving the German knight to pound through the gap. He was ahead of Blackstone and rode a faster horse. Sweat stung Blackstone's eyes. The leather grip on his gauntlet was wet with blood. He felt Wolfsword's grip slip from his hand, but it was saved by the blood knot, and, twisting his wrist, he reclaimed it, letting the reins loosen, giving the bastard horse its head. He felt its energy surge like an arrow propelled from a warbow. It would need the devil and his helpers to pull it back under control. The German tried to swerve, but the horses were side by side, Blackstone's shield covering his body from the smashing blows of the flanged mace being slammed against it. A glancing blow caught the top of his helm, whipping back his head. A burst of pain exploded behind his eyes, and he rocked in the saddle, his falling weight slowing his horse so that it faltered a pace behind. Had it not been so mean-spirited a beast, determined to bite the other horse, Blackstone would have been carried away from the attack in a wild gallop. He lurched forward, brought back his shield arm, and slammed it across the man's shoulder onto his helm. He too swayed as Blackstone used the horse's barging motion to bring a hammering strike down onto his helm. The German's horse veered, the man lost his stirrups, and despite the saddle's cantle, slid off onto the ground. Blackstone let Wolfsword dangle from the blood knot, grabbed the reins with both hands, pushed himself back in the saddle, and sawed the bit left and right in a harsh attempt to slow the horse. He pressed his wounded leg into its flank and kicked hard with the other. Like a lumbering cog trying to turn on a running tide, the great beast curved around to face the fallen knight, who was on his feet again, mace thrown down, sword in hand. Blurred images swept back and forth as peasants fought a running battle with Navarre's men-at-arms. There was no order to their retreat. They stumbled and fell, craved mercy and were given none. Horses ran loose, torn flags fell into the bloodied field. Blackstone's horse finally slowed, flanks heaving, nostrils flaring as it bellowed air, while Blackstone tried to get it to face the man who now ran at him, sword raised for a blow that would take his leg off. It was impossible to turn in time to fend off the attack. A horse swept into view. Its rider, his sword raised, made a sweeping cut from on high, curving the strike down onto the side of the German's head. The man dropped like a sack of grain. A spurt of blood held for a moment in the air as delicately as a woman's torn veil, and then splattered across him. The retreat was in full flight, and by the time Blackstone reached the fallen man, Gilbert had turned his horse back. He pulled back his visor. "Tears of Christ, Thomas! You should rid yourself of that ox of a horse," he cried. Blackstone yanked his helm free and tore off his gauntlet, pulling fingers through his sweat-soaked hair. "It's not the horse. It's more likely the rider who can't handle it. Thank you for that." "Is he dead?" Gilbert said. "With half his head missing, he should be. Clean through helm and skull." "Good. It's as I intended," said Gilbert. "The Italian said you weren't on speaking terms with this whoreson." Blackstone knelt and eased the split visor from the mangled remains of the man's head. The side and back of his skull was shattered, but his face was plain to see. "He's nobody's son now, Gilbert, whore or not. We barely spoke at all, but this wasn't him. It's one of the men who was at his side." "Ah," said Gilbert, as if he had failed. "But," said Blackstone, as he looked across the field of slaughter, "where one shows her talons, so too will another. At least I know he's close." They used hot irons on Guillaume Carle's stripped body. laying the glowing tips across back and chest, pressing the searing heat onto the inside of his thighs and the soles of his feet, inflicting the most pain they could think of. They were practiced in the art of suffering. They asked no questions and sought no confession. This was a simple exercise in torture to burn the man's screams into the townspeople's minds. In Clermont's town square, the bloodied man was forced to kneel before the terrified townspeople, flanked by Navarre's men, the gore not yet cleaned from their blades. A forge had been brought, where a smith beat iron, taking the white-hot metal and shaping it as ordered by Navarre. "We bring your son home," Navarre called to the crowd. "We return him to the whore that spawned him, and this sewer that bred him." Blackstone and Gilman sat astride their horses, looking across at the heads of the crowd, watching the ceremony of humiliation. A rough, timbered platform had been quickly built, and Navarre and those close to him stood on it as the bound Carl was forced onto a stool. "Hanging witches was always good for business," said Gilman, "but there are no piemen or jugglers here today. Navarre has a cruelty to him that takes the pleasure out of public spectacle." "They're not finished with him yet," Blackstone said, tasting the throat-clawing fumes from the forge mingled with the smell of burning flesh. He took the wineskin from his saddle and swilled out his mouth, spitting the foulness onto the ground. "You waste good wine, Thomas." "Why are we still here? I've no taste for this, and neither have you." "I need him alive for a while longer. I made a bargain with Navarre." Gilbert grunted. "You can see how far that might get you." "It was given in front of the noblemen. He'll be obliged to keep it or lose their trust," Blackstone answered. Navarre beckoned the smith, whose tongs held the glowing metal in the coals. "There were those who thought that this man could be a king of the Jacques," he told the crowd. "Their wish is granted." Guards tightened their grip on the ropes holding Carl. "Behold your king!" Navarre shouted, as the smith clumsily placed the band of hot iron onto Carl's forehead. Flesh and hair burned, and even Navarre was obliged to cover his face with a linen cloth, as Carl screamed and writhed. "Kill the poor bastard and be done with it," Gilbert muttered. Carl slumped forward, the pain too great to bear, as Navarre and his entourage stepped down from the platform, leaving Carl's blistered body to regain consciousness and ready itself for the final horror. The crowd tried to turn their backs on the spectacle, but soldiers prodded and jabbed them to face the pitiful sight. Blackstone pushed his way through to the platform. "Not too close, my lord," said one of the soldiers. "There's enough shit and piss come out of him to make a pig faint." Blackstone ignored him and clambered up onto the platform. The guard snatched at his arm. "Take your hands off me, or you'll know the pain that he feels," Blackstone said. The guard hastily withdrew his hand and turned back to the peasants where his authority lay. Knights like this Englishman held sway over common soldiers, and he had no desire to end up like that poor bastard on the platform. Blackstone eased himself closer to the slumped man. He reached down and took the smith's leather pail of water, soaking the cloth Navarre had discarded. Squeezing the water over the man's burnt head, he waited until Carl muttered something, his shoulders hunched as he gritted his teeth. Hot irons were an agony that grew worse as the flesh continued to fight the pain. Blackstone tilted back the man's chin, letting the water run into his parched lips. Carl's eyes opened and focused on the man who had tricked him, and who now gave him comfort. He nodded. There was no pride left to sustain him. Arrogance had been scalded from him.
"Thank you,"
he rasped. The stench around the man was as foul as the guard had warned. But Blackstone used the bucket to sluice the man's waste away, and then knelt close to him. The iron crown, now cold, squeezed Carl's head like a vice, the cruel symbol scarring his face beyond recognition. "You are going to be hanged soon," Blackstone told him unhurriedly, making sure that his words were heard clearly, holding the man's attention. "They will hang you by the neck, and then draw you, spilling your guts into those coals so that they'll burn in front of you. Then each limb will be hacked off and tossed to dogs. Then they'll take your head." Carl's body shuddered, its pain settling ever deeper. From somewhere in the darkness within, he drew up the strength to answer Blackstone. "You torment me further." "No," said Blackstone. "I can end this suffering. It will soon be Midsummer's Eve and the celebration of St. John the Baptist. You can die like him. Tell me what I want to know, and Navarre will behead you. There will be no more torture." A tear welled in Carl's eye and spilled down his fractured cheekbone to join the phlegm from his nose that soaked his beard. He nodded. "Do the Jacquerie seek out the Dauphin's family?" Blackstone asked. He gave the man time to answer, letting him ease the words from his cracked lips. Carl nodded. "They do," he whispered. "Who leads the mob?" "Vaillant. Jean Vaillant, from Paris. And Pierre Gilles," Carl said slowly. "Where?" "East. To Meaux." Blackstone did not wish to put words into the suffering man's mouth. If the royal family were there, he had to hear it from the one man who knew for certain. "Why? Why Meaux?" "They, and many other noblemen's families. Meaux. They go for them." His body trembled, his voice cracking. Blackstone had his answer. He needed nothing further from this broken man. "We could not stop," whispered Carl. Blackstone hesitated, waiting for him to finish what he was trying to say. "We had seized a lion's tail. We did not know how to let go." Blackstone made no reply. There were still thousands more out there who were not afraid of their grip on terror. Part 4. Blood Oath. Chapter 40. Christiana followed the two German knights through the narrow, crooked streets of Meaux, her thoughts only of escape. Exhaustion had tugged at her over every yard, and she had slept in the saddle, jolting awake when Agnes nearly tumbled from her arms. Von Leinhard had tried to engage her in conversation, in an attempt to tease out information, but she begged his forbearance for her tiredness, and the German soon became bored with her. She served a purpose for them, and beyond that they had no interest. They had travelled in near silence for the better part of the day, and then they came upon the great curve of the river, and the walled city that stood on its northern bank. Before the city gates were opened to them, she saw the towers and battlements of the fortress rising up in the background, and knew that once inside they would at last be safe. The labyrinth took them, turning this way and that along streets only wide enough to accommodate a laden donkey, where daylight barely reached because of the density of the overhanging windows and roofs. As they rode slowly, one horse behind the other, she saw no way to avoid staying with the two men who had pretended to rescue them. The killers would go into the fortress with her, and who there would believe her story of their part in the slaughter of Sir Marcel de Loris and his family? It would make no sense. Why would they risk their own lives to bring her to safety, and why had they turned over the silver from Dolores's chapel to the bishop? She knew that gratitude and honour would be afforded them. Until she could relate the images of their part in the killing, she would have trust in her own instincts. Because once the accusation was made, there would be a judicial hearing, and then her own life and those of her children would be at risk. Women, sitting outside their houses, raised their heads from their sewing as the horses ambled past them. Christiana was bedraggled and blood-stained. She was obviously another nobleman's woman rescued by knights. Another one to be locked into the fortress, where they thought themselves to be untouchable. Their indifferent glances told Christiana that escape could be more dangerous than staying with the killers in the stronghold known as the Marché. There would be no welcome or hiding place among these old houses that sagged, timbers creaking, almost touching each other from either side of the thoroughfare. Their doorways opened into near darkness, where children picked hems from scavenged cloth in light from hearth fires barely bright enough for visibility, their fingers close to their faces. Beeswax candles cost money, and only the church and noblemen would indulge in such extravagance. For families crammed into one room, animal fat was scraped and saved, then turned into pungent candles by a chandler. Agnes squirmed in Christiana's arms as the small procession pushed aside street hawkers and water-carriers. She looked this way and that along city streets that clanged and hammered from the noise of furriers and shoemakers, coopers beating metal rings into place, and locksmiths tapping away diligently at their trade. The small city was prosperous. At each narrow side street, she strained to see how they might fare if for any reason they had to run. Artisan signs competed with each other outside the wooden houses. A vintner's board, as big as a door, with its painted symbol of a bush, proclaimed a cellar to drink in. An apothecary's sign of 3 gilded pills glistened in the rays of sunlight that managed to penetrate the narrow street, and she glimpsed the white pole, striped red, for a barber surgeon. There was wealth here. That was good. That meant these people had something to lose, and would resist if the mob descended. The city gates would remain closed. Women haggled at poultry stores as chickens and ducks, their legs trussed, floundered on the ground with rabbits and hares. 5 deniers for a rabbit, 4 for a chicken. The stall-holders' cries fought each other. Down another street, a butcher's offal swarmed with flies, the beast slain in the street, its blood pooling in the gutters. Harness makers, spice and salt sellers, all of these trades would surely fight for what they had. She felt a growing sense of confidence. Wealth and food. These townsmen were no part of the Jacquerie. They would not sacrifice what they had. The sky opened again as they emerged from the cluttered streets. The stone-built fortress rose up before them across the narrow stone bridge on the opposite bank. It was a strong defensive citadel, cushioned from attack by the outer walls of Meaux itself, and surrounded by water on all sides. As the horses clattered across the bridge, the portcullis cranked upwards. Christiana kissed Agnes's hair and turned in the saddle to give Henry an encouraging smile. Safety, food, and warmth lay within. She put a finger to her lips. Stay silent. Once behind the stronghold's walls, Christiana and Agnes were accommodated in the vast dormitory made ready by the Marche's commander. She soon learnt that hundreds of women had been given safe haven, many of whom would never see their husbands again, nor their burnt-out homes. The lesser noblewomen were obliged to suffer the indignity of being herded into rooms and corridors, even though their status might have normally afforded them the comfort of their own chamber. But they were alive, witnesses to horror, and that kept any such discontent unspoken. But they all still felt their vulnerability, no matter how thick the walls of the fortress or the rank they held. 20 or more banners and pennons fluttered, but Christiana saw little sign of the noblemen whose coat of arms they were. She wrestled with the urge to confront von Leinhard now they were safe. An outburst would bring those noblemen running, but no sooner had they been accepted into the stronghold than she and Agnes were separated from Henry and taken to where the women were billeted. Von Leinhard was welcomed and praised for his courage in bringing her and the children to safety, and, as other women ushered her away to their quarters, Christiana's final sight of Henry was of him being ordered to join other young pages and squires who had survived. Though, from what the women had said, their numbers were few. He would be given weapons to clean and other duties to perform. She hoped one task would be to serve on tables, so she might have the chance to see and speak to him again. Von Leinhard had glanced her way, and with a non-committal expression placed a hand on Henry's shoulder. There had been enough fear in her life these past days, but the thought that von Leinhard might suspect that she or Henry had seen his acts of brutality closed around her like bands of steel. His gesture had been obvious. If Henry was to live, she must remain silent. Chapter 41. Perrine scratched an inverted triangle in the dirt as Blackstone and his captains gathered around him. He placed a stone at each corner, and then pointed out what knowledge he had of the area. Up here on the left, that's Beauvais, and from what we've been told, Sir Thomas, that's swarming with these peasants. Across here, he said, hovering a stick to the right, this is Compiègne, and we are between the two. Paris is there, said Blackstone, pointing to the bottom of the triangle, and Compiègne is a stronghold for the Dauphin. They have held firm against the Jacques, and we don't need to stir that nest. We'll have problem enough getting down to Meaux, he added, jabbing in the dirt a few inches to the right of Paris. Gaillard extended his spear shaft and gently curved a line that extended from the east of Meaux and then let it taper off as it nudged below Paris. Sir Thomas, we cannot go directly south. If the Parisians march, as you have been told, we will ride into them, and I have heard a man-at-arms say he was from a stronghold of Navarre's men, at La Ferté-sous-Jouarre, on the river. But where that is, I don't know. Perrine, Blackstone said. The Hobelar shrugged. No idea, Sir Thomas. Blackstone looked at Gaillard hopefully. The big Norman shook his bearded head. Upriver from Meaux is all I heard, he answered. The gap for us to squeeze through is getting tighter, said Kilbert. Peasants on the rampage, Dauphin's men in castles, and Navarre's men close enough to get too nosy. It's tight. Will Longden squatted, chin resting on his fists. Tighter than a nun's cunny, he muttered to himself.
Gaillard eased his boot against him. "No holy woman would let you close enough to empty her piss-pot," he said, tipping the archer over. Longden instinctively rolled and came up with his archer's knife in his hand and a snarl on his face. "You stupid ox. I'll gouge you and then cut your fucking throat if you ever touch me again." Gaillard took a step towards him, but Moulin was big enough to block him, as John Jacob grabbed Longden's knife arm. "Drop the knife, Will." "Drop it." The archer's forearm was corded muscle, and it took a strong man to squeeze it that hard. Longden's glazed eyes cleared for a moment. He had been one lunge away from stabbing the Norman. In that moment, Blackstone regretted not bringing Elfred on this mission. The older man had the most influence over Longden. Will Longden had been at Blackstone's side since they had first run across the invasion sands 12 years before. Before everything. Young men, vigorous and scared, sworn to Kildare and the king, sworn to each other, and Longden had wafted their fears away with disrespect and humour. "You grow mean in your years, Will," said Blackstone calmly. "There'll be no gelding done among my captains unless I wield the knife." The men fell silent, but the tension was still evident. The aftermath of killing stirred men's humours, and the bile took time to settle. It would take only a moment of madness for a killing to occur in the oppressive summer heat, and then there would be a hanging, which meant that 2 of Blackstone's men would die needlessly, 2 of the best. Kildare broke the simmering resentment that threatened to boil into violence. "I loved a woman who was a nun," he said quietly, a seldom-heard hint of regret in his voice. The remark caused the men to look towards him in a moment of uncertainty. Sir Gilbert Kildare never spoke of his life or offered any glimpse into his past. "An aristocratic lady placed in a nunnery by her father to keep her from me," he said. "I was prepared to take holy orders to stay in her embrace." Kildare shrugged. "Alas, it was never consummated. I was unworthy of the church. And her." He had sacrificed part of himself so that the others might not take a step that would tear this close-knit band of men apart. But there was to be no intimacy beyond that. He grinned. "Will's right. A nun would be tight, and, as Gaillard said, none here are fit to empty their piss-pots. We are who we are, and we have only ourselves to blame for it." He kicked away the scratches in the sand. "I know how to get us through to Meaux." They rested beyond the forest, where a stream provided fresh water and the trees security from any groups of peasants who had escaped the slaughter. Free of mail and armour, Kildare swabbed his face and neck with a cloth soaked in the stream's cold water. The summer heat was already fierce enough to make them wring sweat from their shirts. Blackstone sat half-propped, with his wounded leg exposed, as Caprini knelt in front of him and prepared a dressing. Bertrand, at last given more responsibility than caring for horses, acted as his assistant, boiling a torn piece of linen in a pot over the fire. The Tau Knight had cut a strip of bark from one of the trees and carefully separated it from the moist sap behind it, easing the fibrous thread onto Blackstone's wound. The cut was 6 inches across his upper leg and was already discoloured, now that they had swabbed away the congealing blood and dirt. He then gently padded the wound with dried lichen scraped from the rocks by the stream. Bertrand looked over his shoulder from where he attended the boiling water and linen. "Sir Thomas, I have skills enough from my time in the monastery to stitch your wound." Caprini concentrated on laying his dressing into the gash. "There is no need to stitch this wound. A week from now, with the binding of the clean linen, the flesh will heal itself, and there will be no risk of infection. And if you do not attend to the task I have set you, Bertrand, I will stitch your lips. You do not speak to me unless you are spoken to."
Bertrand turned back to his task as Caprini stood and inspected his effort.
"It is done. Let the air get to it now, and when the linen is dry, I will bind it." "I'm grateful, Stefano. But we need to press on, and we shall. But man and horse need rest and food. A few hours will do more good than harm."
Blackstone would have protested further, but he knew Caprini was right. He nodded agreement as the town knight stood.
"I have bound it with fern leaf and strands for now." Caprini nodded in satisfaction at his work and turned away. "Take away the soiled cloths," he said as he walked past Bertrand. "Once this strip is done, boil them. We'll have need of them again."
Bertrand quickly bent to his task, lowering his eyes respectfully as he followed the town knight's command and seized the bloodied strips of linen used to clean Blackstone's wound. When he had retreated out of earshot, Kilbear spread his washing-cloth across a boulder.
"I wouldn't let Bertrand sew a badge onto a jupon," he said. "He'd have your cock stitched to your eyebrows."
Blackstone smiled, too tired to continue a ribald conversation.
"Was it true what you said about your woman?" he asked.
"Does it matter?"
"It served its purpose. Thomas, the men have no care for the reason. They follow you because of loyalty. But when they risk their lives for you, it brings instincts to the fore. Once this business is done, it might be time for your captains to be separated and given their own commands." "I know. I see it. Will's an archer, Thomas. He doesn't give a dog's turd for anyone other than you and old Elfrid." He thought for a moment, and then smiled. "Do you remember when he pissed in the river, in front of the French, at Blanchetac?"
"And you telling him it would rust your armour? Christ, Gilbert. That was a time."
He let the memory show itself to him again. "It wasn't Will. It was John Weston. He died in front of me at Cressy." "Ah, so it was. I had forgotten," he grunted. "So many dead over the years." He swallowed his regret. "You archers, your insolence obscured your names and your fear, and I was glad of it. I have known fear before and since. But I swear the river ran with my own piss that day," said Blackstone. "Will's all right. He's taken to being made centener. He thinks and safeguards his men. He'll not do anything to betray my trust in him. Be better for us all if we could follow a flag of war and fight the French as we did. That's what we're best suited for." It was unusual for Kilbear to reminisce, and Blackstone had never looked back over his shoulder to that which he had left behind. But the mood took them for a moment. "I despair, Thomas. There are no great battles to be fought any longer. I pray that Edward will never reach a treaty with the King of France, or that his ransom is ever paid. If it were within my power to send out heralds, I would have them proclaim to every French nobleman that they should gather their arms and renew their allegiance to their sovereign lord. And then they would gather on some vast field in their thousands, with ranks of drums and trumpets, and raise their war banners, and show their colours for us all to see. And then we few Englishmen would form ranks, tighten the blood knot on our swords, and dig in our heels to fight our enemy. Will we ever again see 30 or 40,000 Frenchmen shoulder to shoulder, armour glistening, honour-bound to die on the battlefield. Sweet Jesus, I miss it badly. It tears at me. It was the breath that kept me alive. Now what do we have? Skirmish and attack, seize a town, slay peasants in an uprising, and sell our swords to the highest bidder. I want a war, Thomas. It is what I was born for. It is how I want to die. Blackstone let the moment settle, and then said quietly, I made a promise to the king that I would make the Dauphin's family safe. It means nothing to me, and I know he uses our efforts to further his bargaining with King John. We are expendable, Gilbert. By now he may have already sent men to fight alongside Navarre, and what we do has no meaning. We serve the king, said Gilbert, with a weariness born of long service. We serve the king, repeated Blackstone. After a moment of considering all that such loyalty meant, he intruded again into Gilbert's past. Gilbert, how do you know the Marne and the towns that lie on it? We've more than a hard day's riding, and we're going to be lucky to slither our way through those who can cause us harm. After I went under that horse at Cressy, I was nursed and then wandered wherever my sword found employment. I made and lost money. I went east. Local lords fought. Routiers pillaged. I covered some ground. When Gaillard mentioned La Ferté-sous-Jouarre, I remembered there was a fine brothel there. At least, I think it was at La Ferté. Too many of these French towns have similar names. Gilbert stood and extended his arm to Blackstone, who grasped it and pulled himself upright onto his wounded leg. I hope you're remembering the right brothel, Gilbert. Whatever I do for the king, I also do in hope of finding Christiana and my children. They made their way through the trampled undergrowth to where his captains had made their fire. A tantalizing smell of roasting meat caught their nostrils. Will Longden snared and cooked something, said Blackstone. As long as it's not Gaillard's balls, said Gilbert. A great heaving mass spilled across the countryside from Paris, its citizen army dressed in their red and blue hoods. With cries of brotherhood and victory, they joined forces with the surging hordes that still inflicted their terror. Word had not yet reached them of the defeat of Guillaume Carle at Mello, or of his torture and beheading at Clermont. All they knew was that they were now strong enough to storm the Marché and seize the Dauphin's family. He was telling the truth, said Blackstone, as he and his men watched the horizon quiver with the dark tide of peasants shading the line between sky and land. They won't get there before tomorrow, said Gilbert. They've no horsemen, and they'll wait until everyone is at the gates. But I'll wager they won't breach the walls of the city, never mind the fortress. They'll be out of food in no time, and empty bellies make for a poor siege. John Jacobin, Halfpenny, rode towards them with a dozen of the archers. Nothing ahead, Sir Thomas. It seems they're all where you see them. Let's hope, said Blackstone, and spurred the horse on, racing ahead of the gathering storm. Blackstone's men faced the mayor and magistrates as they stood before the city gates. These wealthy burghers controlled the running of Meaux, and it would be impossible to gain access without their permission. For so few armed men, to attempt to force their way past these officials would be useless. Narrow streets, and those who lived there, would punish them soon enough. I am Mayor Jehan de Soulay. The Dauphin's family are secure in the Marché, said the mayor in answer to Blackstone's question. Wife and child protected by Lord de Hangest and a small bodyguard. There are nearly 300 ladies who have been brought here and 20 knights, men of rank," he said, the insult intended and understood. He glanced nervously at the rough-looking men. "You understand that your men have no permission to be in the town. That will not be tolerated." "We understand," said Blackstone. "We wish only to enter the fortress." The mayor considered the request a moment longer. "Your business?" he said, his tone changing, daring to take a few steps closer. "My own," said Blackstone. The mayor's hand went to his lips, a small, nervous gesture telling Blackstone that he had not yet decided to give them permission. "Before he left, I promised the Dauphin his wife would be safe. How can I know? You do not seek to harm her." "You cannot know," said Blackstone. "But would I commit suicide by trying to harm her inside a fortress, where she has a bodyguard, and with other men-at-arms at her side, and then try to escape through your city streets?" The mayor saw the sense of it. "Our promise has brought us a burdensome responsibility, one that we did not seek." "Then you had better prepare to defend your honour and your city. Barricade your gates, Mayor, because there's an army of Jacques several thousand strong a day behind us." The shock registered on the magistrates and the mayor. He turned quickly to confer with his fellow burghers. A decision was quickly made. "Ride through at the walk. Do not stop at any tavern, and do not cause damage or distress to our townspeople. The fortress is across the river. There is a gate each side of the bridge. The first will be opened for you. The second, on the far side, must be opened by those willing to welcome you," he commanded tersely, and then turned back with his councilmen into the city. Blackstone urged his horse forward into another city that smothered a man's soul. Its confines closed in on him as he took in its threat. These people were surrounded by filth, and contagion could take hold in a man's mind as well as his body. When a threat loomed, the city's closed gates sealed its citizens into a tomb of their own making. If a drinking well became polluted, sickness would follow, and when rumours took in the threat beyond the walls, then panic would grip the city. Fear and claustrophobia were an enemy's greatest weapons against those trapped within. Shared cook-fires, cellars and rooms were all any of these people could expect living in a city. They existed with each other's stench, and when pestilence struck, they could not avoid its agony. Blackstone shuddered and yearned for the sight of a horizon. By the time he and his men had made their slow passage through the narrow, teeming streets, the sun had begun to dip behind the high fortress walls. Every man's eyes took in its strength. An assault would need 30-foot ladders to scale their ramparts, but with the river encircling the walls, the only point of attack would be across the bridge. That was its weakness. Put enough flaming tar barrels there, and the portcullis and the gates behind it would yield. Then there would be no escape from within, and although the long summer night was a blessing that held the day's warmth and light longer, that same light allowed the mob to get closer, and it was unlikely they would be stopping to pray when the bell for vespers rang. Blackstone led his column of men across the stone bridge. Gilbert and Caprini at either shoulder. He glanced behind him and saw that Will Longden and his archers were gauging the distance between the walls and the edge of the town across the river. Fighting in the town would make it difficult to use bows, but a broad expanse across the river could give them targets in the open should they need them. Blackstone counted the stanchions. "Will, what do you make of it?" 243 paces end to end, and another 30 or so for the open square on the town side," the sentinel answered. "Aye,"
confirmed a few of the others. Somewhere in the confines of the castle, a guard commander barked out an order to raise the portcullis. A vast yard opened up before them. This citadel lacked any of the sophistication of the great castles of France, but there was no denying that it could withstand a siege, provided its well did not run dry, and there was enough food. And that depended how many had by now sought shelter from the uprising. Stable hands and servants went about their duties, some running from the commands of a steward, others keeping their heads down, pitching hay in the open-fronted stalls that lay along one side of the castle walls.
"You there! Sir Knight!" a voice beckoned.
Blackstone turned to see who called him, and saw an older man hurrying over. Fingers of white flecked through his hair and beard. His cloak was trimmed with fur, and his quilted jacket sufficiently embroidered to proclaim his status according to the sumptuary laws that dictated how a man might dress according to his rank.
"My lord," answered Blackstone. "No room at the inn," he bellowed, but then guffawed at his own quip. "Stables are full, man. You can see that for yourself. Have your men use the tethering rings on the walls. We've hay enough to feed the horses for now. You and your 2 companions," he said, waving a finger at Caprini and Gilbert, "inside with you."
Without another word, the older man turned on his heel, then halted and called back.
"Archers, eh? Mercenaries? Brigands? Don't get any ideas in this place." "English," said Blackstone. "Same thing," the man said. "We need men, and in here you'll behave yourself or we'll throw you to the dogs, before we're forced to eat them."
He guffawed again and strode across the yard, shouting once or twice to amend a steward's orders, cursing the fact that the fortress was becoming little more than a dormitory. "Whoever he is, he seems to be in charge," said Gilbert, easing himself from the saddle. "I can smell food. Perhaps they've hot water to bathe. My arse aches and my beard crawls." He tugged his helm free. "And I'd swear I've more lice than Jacques on my head." Blackstone ordered his captains to secure the horses and to roll out their blankets next to the wall. There would be no accommodation inside for them. They were English archers, despised and feared, and no one wanted them close. "I'll sniff out the kitchens, see what I can find," said Will Longden. "No thieving and no trouble, Will. I'll see to the food. Stay here with the horses. See to them first." Longden made a pained gesture, shoulders raised and arms open. "Will, we're caught in this place, as surely as our prisoners in a jail. We cannot fight our way out. Not with the town at our back and these men inside. I want no trouble. And keep Bertrand away from any women. Not that I've seen one yet." The fortress's servants would likely be men, in kitchen, chamber, and yard. But if there were so many ladies sheltering, then there would be female servants with them, and a lascivious monk, even a failed one, could cause a conflict that would be certain to end in violence. Bad enough that the noblewomen had been brought here to avoid dishonour. To have it happen within these walls would spell disaster. Perhaps he should have the grinning idiot tethered with the horses. The 3 knights walked across the yard. It was cobbled in places, paved in others. This was no poor knight's stronghold. Money had been spent on it. Workshops and feed stores leaned against the far wall. Men patrolled the ramparts. "If the Dauphin's family are in here, Thomas, then our work is done," said Gilbert. "Let's see it to be true," said Blackstone. "Every refugee here will have information. Perhaps they will know of Christiana." Gilbert and Caprini kept their thoughts to themselves. Finding Blackstone's family amid the turmoil of a ravaged land would be nothing less than a miracle.
Chapter 42. As they clambered up the steps that led to the galleried loggia and chambers, Blackstone recognized one of the pennons among the flags. 5 scallops set against a black cross. The arms of Jean de Grailly, the Captel de Buch. "Bayard must be here," Blackstone said. "Who?" Gilbert asked. "De Grailly's man at the Alpine Pass. He saw us safely across France," Blackstone told him, and turned towards a pair of heavy wooden doors, from behind which he could hear voices. Before he got halfway, the doors opened, and the older man from the courtyard stepped out. "Come, man! Hurry! Did I not tell you to come to the great hall?" "No, my lord," said Blackstone, conscious that the stairs had pulled his leg wound, and that he limped more than he would have liked. "Then I should have done," he said, without it sounding like an apology. As the 3 men followed him into the room, a squire on the other side of the doors closed them. Blackstone's attention was held by the 2 knights, who stood looking at a rolled-out map spread across a planked table. The huge granite hearth behind them was stacked with wood, but remained unlit. The men's cloaks lay where they had been tossed, and Blackstone immediately recognized one of them. It was not Bayard, but his sworn lord, the Captel de Buch himself. "Sir Thomas," said de Grailly, "fate brings us together again." The circumstances did not negate the fact that a high lord such as Jean de Grailly would not normally conduct an audience with someone of Blackstone's lower rank. That he did meant either that Blackstone was there under sufferance on the word of the older knight, or that the Captal had seen him arrive and had broken protocol out of respect for the Englishman. "I saw you ride in," he said, honouring Blackstone, "and asked my Lord de Hangest to bring you here right away." Blackstone bowed his head, and then introduced Gilbert and Caprini. "I know of you, Sir Gilbert. You have a ferocious reputation, always in the vanguard," said the Gascon. "I am greatly honoured, my Lord de Grailly," said Gilbert. "And although I am familiar with the great work of the Knights of the Tau, I do not know Fra Caprini. Let us hope these unfortunate circumstances allow us to better acquaint ourselves." Caprini, gaunt and monk-like, barely showed any sign of being honoured and acknowledged. As ever, his dark eyes expressed no flare of emotion, and as ever, Blackstone wondered what turmoil and violence lay cloaked beneath the sign of the Tau. The 2 other knights in the room were robust-looking men, their cloaks concealing their blazons. One of them, squat and pug-faced, betrayed an arrogant disregard for those of lesser status. The eyes of the other, younger by a few years, quickly assessed Blackstone, as one fighting man does another. "This, a good knight, is Loy de Chambly," said de Grailly, indicating the squashed-faced knight, "and with him Basco de Maulion, who rode with us on crusade." They nodded a curt acknowledgment of the introduction. Blackstone did not recognize the 4th knight in the room, but it was clear by his clothing and his manner that he too held high rank. "This, a gentle knight," said de Grailly, turning towards his companion, "is our cousin, Gaston Phoebus, Count of Foix." Blackstone knew that de Grailly was 2 years or so younger than his own 28 years, and the nobleman seemed more or less the same age. Reputations preceded men, and these 2 were known across Christendom. De Grailly for his loyalty and fighting skills given to Edward, and Phoebus for his family's loyalty to the French crown. Gaston Phoebus, though, had parleyed with the Prince of Wales during his great raid before the Battle of Poitiers,
that rendered France inconsolable, bereft of its monarch, and vulnerable to the violence that had swept across it since. He was a great feudal lord of 2 Pyrenean principalities, whose father had been a staunch supporter of the Valois king. The son, though, wanted independence for his territories, and his antagonism towards the French crown was well known. "The Captal has told me of your daring, Sir Thomas. You once delivered up a valuable stronghold to him." "Some years back now, my lord. Not in the telling of it. He relates it as if it were yesterday," said the Count, his charming manner easily camouflaging his reputation for ferocity in war. The pleasantries over, the Captal nodded to the squire, who quickly brought beakers of wine. "You and your men will have food as soon as we hear of what you have seen." Keelbert and Caprini drank, as Blackstone ignored his thirst and looked at the map drawn of the surrounding suburbs and countryside. Blackstone let his finger trace from where he thought his route had brought him. "Here," he said, "further north at Clermont, Navarre destroyed 2,000 or 3,000 peasants. Their leader is dead, but he told me that the Parisians have sent men to bolster the Jacques." "Navarre will block them," said the Count of Foix confidently. "No, he won't," Blackstone told him bluntly. He pursued survivors from Clermont, but has now gone back to Paris to try to secure the city. He'll change sides again, my lord. You know Navarre. He'll strike a bargain with the provost, even at the risk of losing the noble's support. There was no disagreement around the table about the reality that they, and the few men they had, were all that stood between the Jacquerie and the slaughter of the innocents. Blackstone curved a track on the map. "We came down this route here, and there are probably several thousand Jacques heading this way." "Then we must pray that the Dauphin, although our sworn opponent in all matters royal, returns with his army from Burgundy," said Jean de Grailly. The Hangest tapped the table. "Do not forget yourself, my lord. I serve him and his family," he said robustly, "and I have no great affection for the English. I led the cavalry against Walter Bentley and his troops in '52, and we bled beneath their Lucifer arrows. Archers are on the dark side of creation." The older man looked directly at Blackstone, who held his gaze defiantly. "But times dictate with whom we must fight, and which devils we embrace," the Hangest added, teeth bared in a grin. "Our differences are already set aside," the Count of Foix acknowledged. "There is a mutual agreement to save these women and children." Blackstone sipped wine and cautiously ventured a question. "Then you will not be here in support of the Dauphin, but rather with Charles of Navarre?" The Count of Foix looked shocked at the suggestion that he aligned himself with the House of Valois. The Captal smiled. "Thomas, you tease a feudal lord. We were returning from a crusade in Prussia with the Teutonic Knights when we heard of these noble ladies' plight, and that they were undefended, except for my lord Jean de Hangest's bodyguard." The old man had remained silent. These young lords and knights were the strength he needed to protect the royal family. His own efforts had sufficed so far, but if the townspeople failed in their duty, then his would become impossible to honour. "Can you get your bowmen on the walls?" he asked. "We need to defend the Marché if it comes to it." "The Jacques would have the devil of a job reaching us in this stronghold, my lord," said Keelbert. "I like to plan ahead," said de Hangest. "I have the royal household to protect, and fewer than 20 men to do it with. There are damned near 300 women in this place now. The garderobes stink. There are not enough servants to cater for them. No one bathes, except the Dauphin's wife and a few of her ladies. We've kept the meat for the women,
We men eat pottage, cheese, and bread. A siege would see us finished, and a concerted attack would make this place a charnel house. You think they can fight through the townsmen and still reach you? Asked Caprini. The mayor has sworn his loyalty. Good, Fra Caprini. You Hospitallers have an unquestionable belief in a man's word. My own grandfather fought with the Templars. Much good it did him. And your Brotherhood of St. James will no doubt one day be destroyed by lords and kings who once offered you protection. He slammed the empty beaker on the table to emphasize his point. Men are lesser creatures than incorruptible angels. He turned his gaze back to Blackstone. You are archers. Can we use them? No, Blackstone said. You refuse? De Hangest said, disbelievingly. They are useless to you, my lord. The battlements are high. There are only rooftops beyond the bridge. The only place to stop an assault is on the small square on the other side of the river, and that's close to a bow's range. If the present army attacks, and I do not believe they would breach the city walls, but if, then they must be stopped before they reach the portcullis, said de Grey. My lord, these are English archers. Their bows are near 7 foot long. They would not be able to angle them over the walls. They could blindly loose arrows high and try to bring them down on any assault, but they would not be enough to stop an attack of thousands. But they would cause enough fear and terror to make the bastards think again, said de Hangest. Aye, my lord, said Killbear. Those yard-long shafts will put the fear of God into any who hear their release. But our archers have precious few arrows to fly. We took back what we could from the dead at Clermont, but there's not enough. The men in the room fell silent. We must hope the Dauphin returns in time to sweep clean the countryside, said de Hangest. De Grey said brusquely, He won't. He wants Paris before Navarre gets there. These ladies' safety is in our hands. We will make the best of it when the time comes. Thomas, see to your men and what can be done. He raised the beaker to his lips, his eyes across its rim looking directly at Blackstone. Just in case, they seemed to urge. Blackstone and the others acknowledged the 2 feudal lords and turned for the door. Is there any word of my wife and children? He asked, turning at the door held by the squire. They were in Picardy? De Hangest asked. Yes. Somewhere. I don't know where. My boy is a page to one of the local lords, I think. Christiana is her name. My boy is Henry and my daughter Agnes. There is no one bearing your name here. I am sorry, Sir Thomas, said the older knight. Christiana had settled Agnes with the other children. A hierarchy had been established within the various rooms of the stronghold. The Dauphin's wife, the Duchess of Normandy, with her daughter, and his sister, the Duchess of Orleans, were kept away from the other noblewomen, many of whom were wives who had these past few days become widows of knights loyal to the French crown. The rooms could accommodate no more than 30 or 40 women and children, and so the corridors were also utilized for dormitories. It was here, with an opportunity to have light and air from the courtyard below, that Christiana chose to sleep with Agnes. The women possessed only the clothes they wore, and cloaks for warmth. Some of the more fortunate had blankets, but none, other than the royal family, had any bedding. She had not seen von Leinhardt since they had arrived, and although Henry had been put to work, she had glimpsed him occasionally in the yard below and called his name. He had looked up, searching for her, and then waved. He was all right. The boy was working hard, and he would soon be tasked with bringing leather pails of water into the corridors for the women to drink. She could question him then. Knights and squires talked among themselves,
and Henry was intelligent enough to listen for any clues that might tell when the Dauphin's army would return, or where next the Jacquerie had swarmed. Earlier, she had heard horsemen clatter into the yard, but there were so many women who crowded the windows she was unable to see out. There was a sense of disappointment from the women, who soon turned away, complaining that it seemed to be a band of ruffians, most probably routiers, here to sell their services. Their souls were already sold to the devil, one of the women said, garnering agreement from those around her. Back and forth, the women complained. What they needed were knights, like the Captal, and his cousin, the Count of Foix. Thank God the Hangest had been left to guard the royals. But a bodyguard was sufficient only for personal protection. The Dauphin could not have known that dissent and rebellion would rise so quickly. A scorched earth lay beyond the city walls. Abandoned they might be, but they were safe for now. And tears were shed again and again as the women recounted the savagery inflicted upon their husbands and children. Stories of escape inflamed each group as women comforted each other, while others took children to their skirts, refusing to yield to their grief in public, each embracing what was perhaps the only survivor of her family. Children had been raped, tortured, butchered, and more than once a woman's memory caused an inconsolable cry of despair to shatter the stifling, airless rooms. Christiana watched Henry carrying 2 pails of water from the well. A brief glance up and a smile as he balanced their weight, stepping quickly towards the entrance below. She saw men emerge from around the corner where the horses were stabled, and a lurching surge of hope forced its way from her chest to her throat. 6 hobelards were walking towards the well, 2 big, dark-bearded men with them, and ahead were 4 bantering archers, their war bows bound and protected in their linen bags, slung from their shoulders, but still with their few arrows held in their belts. Fletchings uppermost, bodkin points down. These archers had a swagger to their muscled gait. Cocky bastards, Thomas had always called them. Cocky hounds of war, tails up and ready to fight. She knew these men. They were the curse of the French, loathed and hated by every noble house, because almost every family had lost a loved one beneath their arrows. And the women who sheltered behind her would soon be screaming abuse when they saw them, but not her. One of the men had helped rescue her from the Alpine fortress 18 months before, and his face was as clear now as it had been then. Will Longden. She raced along the open gallery, trying to stay ahead of the ambling men far below, so she could see their faces more clearly. The 2 bearded men were the Normans, Moulon and Gaillard. The others she did not know. These were men who had followed Blackstone into Italy, and now they were here. Thomas! Her heart raced from a mixture of fear and excitement, confusing her. She had lied about her name, used her father's, and now it did not matter. Uncertainty gripped her. Was Thomas even here? Longden and the others were Fortune's men. Perhaps the women were correct. They were routiers. She lost sight of them as she ran into the stairwell. 3 young squires struggled up the steps, slopping water from the pails. At the far end of the long passageway, the Hangest and 3 other men stepped out of a room, its studding door echoing down the wooden planked floor and stone walls. It was a long, gloomy passage, small windows barely giving light to see. It was where the knights were quartered, an area kept free of women. The men walked briskly towards her, faces still in the gloom, cloaks billowing, their weight creaking the boards. She could feel the vibration shudder through the planking. At the Hangest's left shoulder was a thin, angular man with close-cropped dark hair and beard, and a black cloak that seemed too big for him. On the opposite side was a man, almost bow-legged, with wisps of grey in his beard caught by the light, creaking mail and huffing breath, as if quietly complaining at the length of corridor. Behind all three, but head and shoulders above them all, was the shadowed figure that she knew bore a scar from hairline to chin, and more elsewhere on his body. Feet scuffed, and armour rattled below the page boys who had 30 more stairs before they reached the landing. At the turn of the steps below them 2 knights emerged, their gaze catching sight of Christiana. "My lady de Saint-Denis," von Leinhard called, his voice echoing. Henry turned fearfully, pressing his back against the wall as he waited for the Germans to pass. Christiana looked from them to her husband, who had heard her name called and pushed past the others, striding towards her. The bitter memory of their parting was banished in that moment of relief at seeing him. Some part of her wanted to scream "murderer" at von Leinhard, who had faltered on the steps, sensing something had happened, but completely unable to fathom what it was. He saw her pull back the thick russet hair from her face. Christiana smiled at him, and then Thomas Blackstone stepped into view and embraced her. Von Leinhard felt his breath punched from his lungs, and staggered back a step, as the boy next to him dropped the pails of water and cried out, "Father!" Chapter 43. The knights were gathered in the great hall, seated in a half-circle, having listened again to Christiana's accusation against Werner von Leinhard and his fellow German knight, Conrad von Groich. She had levelled the accusation the moment Blackstone pressed his hands into her arms and pulled her to him. She had breathed in his smell of stale sweat and wood smoke, as if it were an elixir, reigniting the lust she felt for him. Her strength returned, banishing the burden she had carried for so long. De Hangest, Gilbert, and Caprini had stepped into the void as von Leinhard had lunged up the steps, sword half-drawn and a curse spitting from his lips. Gilbert had blocked his attack, and de Hangest had commanded his obedience as Caprini's sword was already in hand. Lord de Hangest and Jean de Grailly were the senior men in the room, but de Grailly and the Count of Foix held the highest rank. It was de Grailly who spoke to Christiana, standing in front of them. "You have brought a damning charge against the men who saved you and your children. We have heard of the enmity between Werner von Leinhard and your husband Thomas Blackstone. We must consider that you make such accusations against him because of this bad blood." Despite her tiredness from the previous days, Christiana braced her shoulders. She knew full well her own life was now in danger. She looked directly at the Captal de Buch. "I have sworn an oath of what I saw that night at Sir Marcel's home." "Why wait until now?" the Count of Foix asked. "I was a woman alone without protection, not daring to challenge the man who threatened my child with harm if I spoke out." "No one heard this threat," said de Hangest. "No words were needed, Lord," she answered. "You could have approached any knight in this room," said de Grailly. "And who would have been my champion?" said Christiana, a little too fiercely. De Grailly broke the embarrassed silence. "I would have defended your honour, as all knights here defend the women caught up in the terror," he said, not unkindly. She bowed her head. "I spoke too hastily, my Lord de Grailly, but it seemed to me that the threat outside these walls took precedence over my own misfortune, and judicial combat is to the death. How could I expect anyone to bear witness for me?" "But now you place yourself above such a threat," said de Hangest. "Come along, Lady Christiana. What's all this? Admit you were wrong, and let's get about the business at hand and see to our defence. For God's sake, woman." Christiana refused to be cowed, and Blackstone half wished she would show some restraint. Keep her head bowed, act as though she was contrite, and still keep the accusation in place. But that was not Christiana. She stood as defiantly as had he on many occasions. The Count of Foix smiled at de Hangest's impatience. "We must let words define our actions, my lord. We sit as a judicial court." The older knight grimaced. He had been sucked into a conflict between this woman and the German knight, and he had no wish for it to be prolonged any further. His duty was plain enough: protect the royal family. He cooled his irritation. "You lied about your name, so why should we take this accusation to be anything than another falsification?" "My father was Guillaume de Saint-Denis. I sought protection in his name, as I had done before." She hesitated, barely managing not to glance at Blackstone. "He was killed, defending France. My husband has many enemies, and I had enough trouble at my door. There were others who rode at the back of the Villains, but it was that night." She raised her arm, and pointing accusingly at von Leinhard, "who helped murder Sir Marcel, and it was he and 2 other knights with him who took the silver from the chapel." "And who returned it to the bishop here," said de Hangest, "in true and Christian gesture towards the church." "I am certain there is other booty hidden," she said. "The 3rd man rode away before we reached here." "Von Leinhard's denial is corroborated by his companion knight, Conrad von Groitsch," said de Grailly carefully. "Their word against yours. This places you in a fearful situation, my lady. Think hard and recant before this matter goes beyond the necessity of a simple apology for mistaken identity." "It was him," she insisted. "It was dark, madam. There were hundreds of peasants in the attack, and a horseman would have been some distance from you," said de Grailly, trying to give Christiana a way to change her mind, even to show doubt. "You risk death if this accusation is proven false." The moonlight could not hide him. He wore no helm and urged the rabble to slaughter. He placed the stake for them to burn a good Christian knight to death while he still lived. You have heard of the horrors told by other women. Mine is no less terrible. These vile men provoked violence. The peasants tore a child from its mother's womb. Do you not wish to see those who countenance this action brought to justice? These men are dishonoured." Christiana's voice had grown intemperate. Blood flushed her face, and Blackstone knew that her fiery spirit would not be controlled much longer. De Hangest scowled and pointed a finger, about to discipline her, when Blackstone spoke quickly, delaying the moment. "My lords, when we faced the peasants on the plateau at Mello, I fought a knight who bore von Leinhard's arms. The harp he blazoned cannot be mistaken. He rode with the Jacquerie." Von Leinhard responded quickly. "You attacked a man who bore my shield. Who is to say it had not been taken foully by another? For all I know, my kinsman had gone to help Charles of Navarre. It is possible a brigand slew him and took his armour. Blackstone attacked this man, believing it was me," he said brusquely, mindful of keeping the semblance of a respectful tone in front of his peers. Jean de Grailly stared at Blackstone. He could not show any favour in this matter, knowing as he did that von Leinhard was a master swordsman. Blackstone drew strength from the fury that lay within him when he fought, but the German was known to be cold-blooded in his ability to kill. Werner von Leinhard could beat Blackstone. "Thomas?" "Yes. I thought it was him. As this court has already been told, my king denied him judicial combat at Windsor, and he and this knight who stands with him attacked the Italian Caprini, John Jacob, who is my captain, and me. The 3rd man was also at his side that night. Von Leinhard has no honour, my lord." said Blackstone, driving home the accusation. The German was in danger of losing his composure. "Blackstone slew my brother at Cressy. The sword he carries bears the running wolf mark. A brave knight, treacherously slain by a common archer. I should be given the chance to retrieve my family honor," von Leinhardt insisted. "And that was 12 years gone," the Hangess reminded him. "And honor is not bound by time," von Leinhardt answered quickly. There were murmurs of agreement from the other knights. De Grailly spoke calmly, sensing that the hearing might cause dissent among them at a time when they needed to stand as one. The peasants were swarming towards the city, and every man would be needed. "Sir Thomas's actions were witnessed by noble knights and the royal prince at Cressy, and he was justly rewarded. This other issue bears the gravest of consequences. If you are proven to be dishonoured, you will die. If Lady Christiana is lying, then she will be hanged." De Grailly sighed, with the displeasure of the situation. "All right. Bring in the boy." Von Leinhardt took a step forward, eager to press his case. "The boy will protect his mother." "Stay silent. There must be no intimidation directed towards him," the Hangess instructed. A squire brought Henry Blackstone into the hall. He looked uncertainly at the great knights who sat in a half-circle. His mother stood before them in the middle of the room, his father to one side of the lords, the German and his kinsman on the other. The Hangess beckoned the boy forward so that the accuser and the accused were behind him. "We know the terrible events that occurred at your master's house, and your part in saving your mother and sister from the slaughter. There's only one question we have for you." The Hangest's gaze went quickly from son to mother, and then back to the young page boy. "Did you see this knight," he pointed, "bear arms with the peasants, and commit atrocity against your master or his family?" Henry Blackstone looked uncertain. His answer could save or condemn his mother. He dared a glance at his father, who showed no sign of encouragement, but looked sternly at him. He hesitated again. All eyes were on him. He tried to find the courage he knew had been with him that night, disguised fear that had given him strength. "Tell the truth, son," Blackstone said quietly, "on your honor." Henry felt his father's strength reach out to him. He turned to the Inquisitor. "I did not see it," he said. Chapter 44. Firelight flickered across the stronghold's walls as groups of men squatted close to the flames, prodding the embers, worrying the flames with stick or blade. The contest was due to be held the next morning, and the hobelars and archers cursed the bastard Germans for their vileness and slaughter as had placed their sworn lord's woman in mortal danger. "I overheard the Italian talking to Sir Gilbert," said Jack Halfpenny. "He says Sir Thomas cannot beat this man." "And you believe an Italian?" said Will Longden, his face crumpling in disgust. "Hearing is not believing, Master Longden. I am simply relating what it was I heard." "What you heard, lad, was the utterances of a fool. A man who believes a man's soul can be saved by pilgrimage, a man who slays a transgressor, a man who has a past as violent as any man's, I've heard. Shit for brains is what you have, Halfpenny. Do not listen to your betters' tittle-tattle." Gaillard stood by the fireside, his huge frame casting a giant's shadow. "Sir Thomas has a spectre inside him, a torment that gives that sword of his a power of its own," he said. "See," said Longden. "Even a thick bugger like Gaillard can see that Sir Thomas will slice that bastard up like a roast pig after Lent." "A demon can't be slain. you short-assed fool. But those Germans are masters of the sword, Gilard said. And now you contradict yourself. Oath! Sweet Jesus, where's your loyalty? Do not question my loyalty to Sir Thomas. I rode with him when he first learnt use of the sword. Well and good, but I served with him when we slaughtered your lot. I can hear their screams now, French bastards. Gilard bent so quickly that Longden had no chance to duck. The big fist seized his neck and lifted him. Longden wriggled, hands to his neck, trying to release the grip. Moulon suddenly stepped forward from the edge of the firelight. "Leave him, Gilard. Leave him," he said sternly. Gilard would always be subordinate to Moulon, even though they now held equal rank. He released the choking archer. "You are the centenar, Will, and Gilard is a captain," Moulon said. "There is to be no conflict among us. We serve Sir Thomas." He flicked his head, and Gilard turned, and then he waited while the big man took his slow, burning anger elsewhere. "Whatever happens tomorrow, I will never allow Sir Thomas or his lady to die. I will take the shame on myself if I must, but if Sir Thomas goes down, I will kill this German myself." Longden swilled his mouth and spat wine. "You do that, and we're all dead, trapped in this yard like fish in a barrel." "There are not many crossbowmen in the stronghold, and fewer than 20 knights, no more. You think about it. If we have to fight our way out of here, we'll need your archers." Robert Thurgood watched the two captains face each other. "Captain, that's a dangerous game. We would need to have a plan, and Master Jacob and Sir Gilbert would need to be brought into it." Longden turned and looked at the dozen men who gathered around the fire. "An archer thinks on his feet, Thurgood. If Moulon makes his move, we will be with him." He faced the Norman. "But Thurgood's right. Sir Gilbert and John Jacob will have no part of it." "If it happens, they will," said Moulon. "Christ," Longden muttered. "We're inside a bear pit here. Thousands of peasants out there, and knights of glory in the stronghold. There has to be a better way." "Then speak to me when you have thought of it," Moulon said. "Stand vigil all night, if archers think better on their feet." Then he turned away into the shadows. The Knight of the Tower sat with his back pressed against the wall next to Blackstone, who fingered a crust of rough brown bread into a bowl of pottage. Caprini was slowly sharpening the blade of his dagger, stroking each side across the whetstone, each silent whisper honing its edge. "Von Leinhardt has a fine armour. I suspect it is Milanese. There is virtually nowhere you can press a blade between the plates." Blackstone seemed not to be paying attention. Caprini looked for any sign that he had heard, and that he might understand how the conflict which lay ahead was made more difficult by the quality of the German's arms. "I suspect the Visconti gave them to him," Caprini went on. "The cost of armour like that is beyond most knights' means. You will need to put him on the ground, and then find a way to slay him." He balanced the knife in his hand, letting the firelight catch its steel. "This is slender enough to get between those plates." Blackstone still ignored him, as if concentrating on scooping the remains of the food and seeing in his mind's eye the fight that would unfold the following day. Caprini said nothing more, but laid the knife between them. It was there if Blackstone wanted it. Blackstone licked the moisture from his fingers and wiped them on his jupon, then pulled his cloak around him. "You saw him fight at Windsor?" Blackstone asked. "I did." "And he saw me fight the prince?" "As did we all." agreed Caprini. He is a better swordsman than I am, isn't he?
He is.
Then you believe I cannot beat him, having seen us both fight?
That is what I believe, yes.
Blackstone curled himself into his cloak. Then I have no need of your knife, he said, and walked away through the lurching shadows. It would be a fight to the death, a judicial contest sanctioned by the authority of both the Captal de Buch and the Count of Foix. If Blackstone faltered, then Christiana would be hanged, thrown from the open gallery with a rope around her neck. Her body would be left dangling against the wall until the crows had pecked the flesh from her bones. Her children would be separated. Agnes would go to a nunnery, and Henry to a life of servitude as a common man. Blackstone made his way into the castle and searched the rooms where the women huddled, doing what they could to make themselves and their children comfortable. Blackstone's hulking presence caused some of them to avert their eyes. The scar-faced man who strode among them, candle held high, looked fearsome. "Agnes," he called gently. "I am looking for my daughter," he said to some of the upturned faces. One of the women timidly pointed towards the corner of the room. Blackstone called her name again. "I am the child's father," he said. "You have heard by now what is to happen tomorrow. I defend you all when I fight. Please tell me, is my daughter here?" A fluttering movement caught his attention in the far corner as a young woman lifted her cloak and exposed a sleeping child. Blackstone stepped carefully over the others to reach her.
"I promised Christiana I would keep her with me," said the stranger. "Shall I wake her?"
Blackstone reached down and touched the warmth of his sleeping daughter's face. She was deep in slumber, nestled close to the woman, her own breath rising and falling with her guardian's. He wanted nothing more than to hold Agnes to him and nuzzle her hair. She would run her finger down his scar, wrap her arms about his neck, and the years apart would close behind them. His hand trembled. "I have asked that they let her see her mother in the morning. Will you keep her with you?" The young woman nodded. "Then let her sleep, and when she awakes, tell her that her father came to her, and will see her soon." Following Henry's testimony, Christiana was escorted to the dungeon. The cells were nothing more than iron cages, and the conditions were brutal. Rough straw, her only warmth, other than her cloak against the stone floor and walls that glistened with damp. But blankets had been given to her on the orders of the Captal. There was no need for her to suffer further, he had instructed. In a further act of benevolence, she was granted a candle for the cell, and another to burn in the passageway outside the cage door, and a mattress so that the daughter of a loyal French knight and the wife of an honoured Englishman might have some comfort. She had already made the unwelcoming cell as comfortable as she could. The mattress and blankets were laid out, the candle burned on a stone plinth. "You should have stayed silent," Blackstone said quietly, holding her close, barely able to stop himself from pressing his hands and mouth against her as his fear for her fought his lust. "I could not, and you know it. No more than Henry could lie to save me," she said, regret tinging her answer. Her face pressed into his chest as she tried to control the trembling in her body. Blackstone tightened his embrace. There were too many words dammed up in his heart and mind, and he could not find those that would explain his feelings. "You wrenched my heart from me when you left," he said. She lifted her face to his. "And the thoughts of my father froze mine," she said. She spoke without bitterness, but her sadness could not be disguised. Blackstone felt the moment hold them. War had cast them together, and its cruelty had caused them both harm. Despite his love, despite the need for her, the last 18 months had haunted him. Her lips touched his own, her finger tracing the scar on his face. He knew that she needed to release the clawing thought of her father falling beneath the Englishman's arrow, but he could not stop himself from feeding his own uncertainty. "The child?" he whispered. "Where is the bastard? Did it live?" Her body stiffened. He almost choked on his own crass demand, but he had to know. He held her, preventing her from stepping away from him. "Christiana," he implored her. She nodded and raised her face, so that he could see without doubt that she would defy him if he pressed her to abandon all thoughts of looking after the child. "When the Jacques came, we ran. I could not travel with him and Agnes, so I paid the nuns to care for him until I return. I paid them well." It lived. He could not halt the squirming twist in his stomach trying to reach up into his chest. He wished it was not there, begged his mind to discard the thought, but it stayed lodged like the broad head of an arrow. All he could do was nod. "I could not forsake the child," she said. "Does Henry know?" She shook her head. "He was already serving with Sir Marcel when it was born." She took a deep breath. "It was a boy, as yet unnamed, unchristened. There, you have it." Blackstone tried to find words to cover his feelings, knowing they were unjust, but they still persisted. He lifted the hair from her face and whispered close to her ear. "You're headstrong enough to ruin a man's heart and cause more grief than 1,000 cuts." Christiana would not allow him to leave her without an answer. She had abandoned him once, had forged her own way with her daughter and illegitimate infant, and had survived. Now her life was in jeopardy and in her husband's hands. "Then what's to become of us, Thomas Blackstone?" Had anything changed over the time since she told him of the rape? He had hoped the pain would have seeped away, but it lingered, an unhealed wound like that on his leg. It had to be ignored. "Much will become of us. Let us be gentle with each other and soothe away the images in our minds," he said tenderly. Tears welled in her eyes. There was no sob of release as he kissed the tear on her cheek. "Our lives seem bound by danger," she said. "You rescued me from the German horsemen once before." "And damn near drowned doing it," he said, remembering the time when they had clung together as they forded the crossing at Blanchetac. That was before the murderous battle claimed his brother and cut his own body and face with wounds that took him to the feet of the angels. "Had it not been for all that pain, I would not have you," he went on, and felt the tension ease from her body. The candle's glow shaded her dark copper hair as he eased her down onto the mattress. He kissed the halfpenny necklace on her neck, felt her heart beating against her breasts. The other half of the penny lay embossed in Wolfsword's pommel. His voice was barely a whisper, his throat almost choked with his love for her. "We cannot be denied each other, Christiana. We are bound by fate. Why else am I here? What circumstance brought me from across the mountains, from another country, to be summoned by a queen and pardoned by a king, to send me into this mayhem, and through slaughter to find you and my children? My God,
I cannot extinguish a love that lights my way."
"Agnes," she said, suddenly remembering. He soothed the worry from her. "She is with the young woman who cares for her. She's sleeping. You will see her tomorrow. We both will. This night is for us," he whispered. She half turned, allowing his fingers to undo the laces at the back of her dress. She shuddered with tears of joy at his touch. His rough-skinned hands stroked her with a tenderness that released her lust. Denied since they had last slept together. No man had been near her since her rape, and she had never desired any other but her husband. Her dress fell, and took with it the years of passion that had been held in check. As his mouth found her nipples, they fought each other with a rage of urgency that demanded satisfaction. By the time the candle flickered in its own pool of melted heat, Thomas and Christiana's love-making had renewed their vows, and, like two newly found lovers, they lay, embraced in sleep. Chapter 45. Too soon the summer night gave way. "My lord," said the turnkey, who waited respectfully along the passage as Blackstone and Christiana dressed. "If you please." Blackstone nodded at the man and held Christiana at arm's length. "We will be together before they ring the bell for nones." He turned away from the woman he had loved since he was a boy sent to war. She waited for him to turn back, a glance, a smile, but in all his life Thomas Blackstone had never looked back. The sun had not yet risen high enough to cast its warmth over the high walls as John Jacob helped Blackstone dress for the impending duel. The shadows were deep, and still held a chilled dampness, and a quietness seemed to have settled over the yard. Fires smouldered where soldiers had slept. Blackstone's men came and went to the latrines and washed at the well. Horses whinnied, their weight shifting at their tethering rings. Stable hands filled feed bags and fussed them over the horses' heads. "Who's attending to my horse?" Blackstone asked, as Jacob tightened the leather strap on his lord's shoulder plate. "Who else but Brother Bertrand?" Blackstone grunted. The promiscuous monk had a strange calming effect on the aggressive horse that allowed him to attend it without injury. "Good for something, then," Blackstone admitted, shifting his shoulders to allow the armour to fit more comfortably. Gilbert bit into an apple, grimaced at its sourness, and spat the pulp from his mouth. "Damn food will be getting scarce, and these bastard townsmen are hoarding for themselves." He lifted a wineskin and drank thirstily, and then allowed himself a low, slow belch. "You'll wear full plate. Arm and leg protection is not enough, Thomas. He'd cut through mail, and with your injured leg you're already at a disadvantage." Gilbert propped himself against the wall as Blackstone ignored him. "Make sure Bertrand finds the best oats for all our horses," said Blackstone. "If the captal has good fodder, then we must get our hands on it as well. Have Will and some of the men steal it if we must." "Sir Thomas," Jacob said, standing before the man who had once trusted him with his family's safety. "You must. No armour, John. Open helm, arms and legs only. I'll not fall face down in a damned iron coffin. I'll move faster than him this way. That's my advantage." Blackstone saw the look on his friend's face as he glanced at Gilbert. "Ah, no advantage, Thomas," said Gilbert. "Judicial rules of combat, both men equally dressed and armed. You're to wear armour. This is how gentlemen fight, not like a tavern brawl or a raid across the hills. Tournament rules." Time you accepted them. Bind his leg tight, John. Sir Gilbert then scrubbed a hand across his stubble. I need a piss. Blackstone watched the old fighter saunter across towards the latrines as Jacob readied the heavy plate.
Sir Thomas, if anything happens, I swear to you I will save Lady Christiana.
Blackstone gazed up at the open gallery that ran along one side of the wall. It would not be long before Christiana would be brought out ready to be hanged should he fail. Don't let her hang, John. I don't want her choking and kicking her life away. There will be no time to reach her. Have Will put an arrow into her, and then protect yourselves. John Jacob nodded. It seemed Blackstone understood how poor his chances were against von Leinhardt.
You'll beat him, Sir Thomas, he said. You and that wolf's sword have cleaved many a man from this life, and that bastard deserves no less. Now, let's get this plate on you.
Before Jacob could begin dressing him in armour, both men heard the low rumble of what sounded like bees trapped in a barrel. They drummed and hummed until one sound rose louder than the others. A trumpet blared, and then another, discordant and irregular. The hum became a roar, and then one of the sentries cried out in alarm. "The Jacques!" The impossible had happened, and the warning took a moment to sink in.
Get the men and horses. Archers to me, Blackstone commanded, and ran for the ramparts.
By the time he reached the narrow parapet, he could see in the far distance beyond the city a dust cloud stirred up by thousands of shuffling feet. Closer, though, were angry voices echoing through the narrow streets, rising up against the stronghold walls. Beneath the town's overhanging buildings, the darkness heaved back and forth, and then spilled out like a burst gut, spewing armed men and women into the clearing across the river.
"Christ! They've breached the city walls," one of the sentries said.
Blackstone turned back and saw Jean de Grailly buckling on his sword. The Count of Foix and the other knights, von Leinhardt too, were running down the steps from the great hall. This was no breach. There were no flames, no cries of terror. The mayor had opened the gates to the thousands of Jacques. Blackstone met de Grailly and de Hangest in the middle of the bailey, the place where his judicial contest would have started had it not been for the unexpected assault outside. Now men ran for their horses. Swords and lances were being gathered by servants and squires. Stable hands saddled horses, while shrill cries of fear from the hundreds of women rained down from the gallery on the men below. A voice carried from one of the men on the ramparts. "Bundles of kindling being brought to the end of the bridge." "They mean to burn us out," said Kilbert. De Grailly was calm, his hesitation barely noticeable before he issued his orders.
"Thomas, your archers must buy us time. There are 20 knights here, and with our few squires and your hobelards, we number 100 horsemen or so. We split the field. Lord de Hangest and I will take our men left with the Count. My lords de Chambly and de Mauleon, and—" he looked at the men and hesitated briefly again. "Von Leinhardt and von Groisch will ride to the right, and you, Thomas, with the remainder, cleave them down the centre. Drive through them to the city gates. Beyond, if we must. Spare none." "My lord," de Hangest interrupted, "I will lead. Blackstone may follow. My duty lay here before your welcome arrival."
De Grailly was obliged to acknowledge the older man's right.
"Quite so, my lord, as you wish. Thomas, once a path is cleared, have your archers move into the streets."
"Their war bows are no use in streets that narrow," said Blackstone. "Sword and buckler is the best they can do."
"Very well. Have them follow in our wake.
Let them kill those who are left, and burn down every house."
"The city?"
asked Loy de Chambly, the pug-faced knight.
"My friend," said the Count de Foix, "they opened the gates so that we and these good women might suffer the worst of fates."
The Count looked to Blackstone.
"Burn and kill, Sir Thomas. We must put an end to this uprising. Spare the cathedral and the religious houses."
The knights settled their helmets and pulled on their gauntlets, as de Grailly looked to the two adversaries.
"And the matter between you will be settled when this is done."
Blackstone and von Lienhard exchanged glances, and then each turned to attend to their duties and face the immediate threat. Brother Bertrand ran forward with the bastard horse's leading rein. Its ears were perked, the boiled leather breastplate hugging its chest muscles. The archers had raced to stand ready as Will Longden gathered with the other captains around Blackstone.
"Hobelars with me. Moulin, Gaillard, Sir Gilbert will lead you and your men. Will, when the gates open, we will strike across the bridge. There will be too many crammed on it to resist. Before we reach the other side, loose what you have on the far end. You know the range? You will be shooting blind. Have someone watch on the parapet for us below. That will give the horsemen time to cut through and into the streets. Then you and your men leave your bows, take up torches and sword, and burn every house."
"And then what's in 'em?" Longden asked.
"None can be spared now," Blackstone said grimly. "They have brought the wrath of God upon their heads," said the town knight.
"They've brought Sir Thomas Blackstone and his avenging angels onto them, is what the ignorant bastards have done," said Will Longden. There was a rising panic among the women, but Jean de Hangest went among them and reminded them of their rank, and that their behaviour should reflect it, and vowed that no harm would come to them. The Dauphin's family was still secure, but it would make no difference if the 20 or so knights and Blackstone's men-at-arms could not halt the surge that would soon swamp the bridge. They would all die. Although the men numbered a few more than 100, they had the advantage of being on horseback and well armoured, and the peasants, in their stupidity, were no more than an enraged mob. Blackstone had shouted across the yard, where he saw Henry, sword in hand, and told him to stay with his mother and sister, to stand with the other pages and the frightened women. A sentry on the wall cried out his warning.
"They've opened the far gate. They are coming onto the bridge."
Blackstone looked to where Will Longden's archers stood in ranks of 3, a formation to lay down arrows across a narrow but deep killing zone. He steadied his horse, its withers rippling, head tipping forward, tugging at the reins in his left hand, eager to lead those horses that stood on its flanks. The men-at-arms bristled with tension, crowding behind the Marché's gates. The sentry shouted his warning again. "Halfway! Hundreds of them, jamming the bridge." Blackstone and his men were the vanguard. It was they who would drive the wedge through the mob, and they who would be most at risk. He tightened Wolfsword's blood knot on his wrist, saw Fra Caprini cross himself, and smiled as Keelbear hawked and spat, as unperturbed as if he were about to go on a day's hunting. He watched as Will Longden and the others braced one leg forward, their first arrow balanced on the stave. He felt their readiness, remembered being shoulder to shoulder. They would bend forward, and then arch their back muscles to get the extra flight from their arrows, as if their bodies themselves were bows. And then, knock, draw, loose. Sinew and strength, and a skill honed since childhood. He grinned. Will Longden saw him and nodded. Dear Christ, it was good. A rumbling thunder of the hundreds pounding across the bridge, rose up over the stronghold's walls. De Hangest called for the gates to be opened. Blackstone saw the mob in his mind's eye. "Wait! 40 paces," he called out. "Give them 40 paces, then open the gates." De Hangest was about to protest, but saw the sense of it. At 40 paces, they would still be surging forward, the weight of those behind forcing those in front onward. To then open the gates allowed the knights to spur their horses. The clash of the opponents would drive the horses' hooves over them in a bone-crushing impact. De Hangest looked up. The sentry raised an arm, and then dropped it. "Now!" The gates swung open, and De Hangest dug his heels into his horse. Blackstone, with John Jacob at his side, and Caprini and Kilbert barely a stride behind, followed, gathering their killing instincts into a snarling cry. Those in the first 10 ranks of the mob's wave faltered, their terror-etched faces mouthing curses, arms raised helplessly to protect themselves against the huge beasts. For 20 yards, Blackstone and his phalanx did not strike a sword blow. Their horses' weight and their iron-shod hooves smashed through the body of men and women, whose cries were drowned by those horses behind Blackstone. Astride the war-horse, he felt its awkward gait adjust to the smashed bodies. Blood spattered high onto his legs, and then, as the horde tried to turn and run, Wulf's sword began to swing in its rhythmic and graceful, murderous arc. 20 yards from the end of the bridge, wholesale panic gripped the mob as a flight of arrows suddenly descended into the bottleneck. The thud of steel-tipped bodkins, the fist of God hurled from the heavens, claimed 50 or more peasants. Screams and shouts echoed across the river as the cut of sword and axe made the bridge a butcher's yard of misery. The bastard horse snorted, its head down, straining to run faster, needing to be controlled, as nostrils flaring it smelt the blood. 10 yards. Another whisper of arrow shafts. "Close, Will. Not too close. We're on them." Blackstone's mind yelled. Fearing his centener's miscalculation, his shoulders tightening unconsciously, expecting a yard of ash and goose feathers to run him through. 5 yards. The bodies jumbled, and the 3 layers of arrows fell again. Dear Christ! Too close! But fear became exultation, to be so close to the lethal storm, almost feeling their whisper on him. It enthralled him as the arrows struck and smashed their targets, and then he was among those who had no place to run, except to turn and face the knights in a desperate attempt to fight with their backs against the building's walls, in the narrow streets, choked with heaving panic. The taste of terror soured their throats as Blackstone and his men forged straight ahead into the city. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw de Grailly lead his men to the left, their horses being urged across the dead and dying, and the harvest of arrow shafts that rose up from the bloodied furrows of the slain bodies. Will Longden had timed his archer's strikes perfectly. Blackstone felt the wound on his leg split when he and John Jacob jostled each other as they plunged into near darkness of the narrow streets. Red and blue hoods mingled with the rough cloth of the Jacquerie as the Parisian militia tried to escape with those they supported. Men were crushed against house walls as the horses pressed them. Others could not stumble over their fallen comrades in time before Moulin and Gaillard rammed spears into them. Fra Stefano Caprini raised his voice to God and called for his past sins to be forgiven as he slashed man and woman beneath his sword. Women and children screamed in terror. Mothers abandoned their young as fear erased any feeling other than self-preservation. The vengeful horde swept down on the townspeople who had opened their gates. A price had to be exacted. Children tried to run between the horses and were clipped and crushed by their iron-shod hoofs. Skulls split and limbs splintered. Gilbert plunged into a small square, cobbled and dark, where clothing hung from lines and dogs ran yelping before the terrified mob, and somewhere in the dark houses babies cried for their absent mothers. He heeled his horse, an almost continuous movement in a circle, yanking rein and digging in spurs. The beast spun in its own length as Gilbert lashed the jack with his chained flail. Its vicious spikes tearing scalps from heads and crunching bones. So swift were his strikes that none could reach up and haul him from his horse, and he grunted with satisfaction at the efficiency of his holy water sprinkler. The men-at-arms forced their war horses into the narrow alleys, their heraldic devices looming from the shadows, a final torment for the wounded and dying. No mercy was shown, no act considered too violent. The noblemen regarded vengeance and retribution as their God-given right against these peasants who had torn apart the fabric of their brotherhood. This uprising already lay bleeding on the plateau at Mello, its leader tortured and beheaded in Clermont, and now it would be crushed to death in the streets of Meaux. Von Leinhard and von Groich fought alongside 4 others, and then separated as they sought out those who had run into blind alleys, then turned back to pursue others in flight. Loy de Chambly forced a group of men into a boxed side street and was hacking them down. Von Leinhard and his fellow German saw that he was in no need of help and rode into a forked street. Too late, they saw the crossbowman step from a doorway and level his weapon at the French knight. Von Leinhard cried out a warning. De Chambly wheeled his horse, but his shield was down, leaving the side of his face unprotected. The quarrel slammed into his helmet, punching through his skull, shattering teeth and blinding him. He swayed and fell, allowing the peasants to take their chance and escape. Von Groich spurred his horse after them as von Leinhard forced the crossbowman into a doorway. Unable to reload the weapon in time, he threw the useless crossbow at the knight and drew his sword, but the German deflected it with his shield, leaned from the saddle, and rammed his sword point beneath the man's chin. Archers, each one carrying a sword and a burning reed torch, had run across the bridge, jumping over contorted corpses, cursing as they stepped and slithered through their gore. Will Longden gave his orders. "Halfpenny! Men with you, others with Thurgood, and the rest with me. Torch the bastards! Don't get separated!" he yelled, as he ran into the nearest house and spilled tallow onto straw bedding, setting it ablaze. From house to house they went, the flames following them, casting the men's shadows higher. Longden rammed his sword into a man huddled into a doorway, whose arms were outstretched for pity, a whisper for water barely escaping his lips as the burning took hold and snaked from floor to floor, seizing a foothold on each overhanging house. Like snarling lions, the flames leapt across the void, clawing onto the dry timbers. Will directed the men at his shoulder to go left and right. "Kill and burn" was his chant as he raced towards the sounds of screams and fighting. Breathless and sweating, he saw 2 knights beating off a mob of peasants, the savage cuts hacking limbs from those who raised their arms in a hopeless act of self-defence. One of the knights turned his horse and then fell without a sound as a crossbow bolt struck his helmet. Slivers of light cut the gloom, and Longden saw the German slay the peasant archer. Then the horse was spurred on and away into another side alley. Longden ran forward. The French knight was dead right enough. What was left of his shattered mouth hung from his skull, eyes gaping, the bolt protruding through his pug-faced skull. Longden reached for the sword, a fine weapon, but to seize a French knight's weapon when they fought as allies could lead to accusations of murder and looting. He thought better of it, and crouched, seeking to find where the fight had taken the men-at-arms. Smoke began to choke the passageways. Longden knelt to draw breath, wiping the grimy sweat from his brow. Cries echoed and screams drowned all but the loudest cries of pain. Steel clanged and horses whinnied, while somewhere ahead he heard a German's derisive voice barking at those he killed. Houses were burning fiercely, forcing Longden to duck and weave as a tapestry of flames licked across the walls. In the veils of smoke, a horseman was slashing this way and that at any peasant who dared to strike at him. Men wearing the party-coloured hoods of red and blue seemed to be everywhere, but the horseman was cutting them down efficiently, using his horse to wheel and crush. Some tried to claw their way into a smouldering house, but could not escape his blows. A baby wailed in the doorway. Longden hesitated as he tried to keep the knight in view through the thickening smoke, but the baby's piercing cries finally proved too insistent to ignore. The battle-hardened archer dropped his torch and reached into the entrance and plucked the infant from the ragged bodies that lay on the threshold. Another few minutes, and flames would lick down the narrow passage, drawn by the air, a beast that needed constant feeding. A dead woman's body half covered the child. Perhaps she had tried to protect it from a sword slash and died herself instead. Longden held the child to him, picked his way clear of the bodies, and took it a dozen paces away from the burning house. He could do no more than take the infant away from the flames and nestle it against the bodies of slain men and women. It would die, but at least it would not suffer the torment of the fire. He quickly ducked away as he realized what must be done to save Thomas Blackstone from the challenge of the superior swordsman. No arrogant bastard knight would bring down his friend and sworn lord if he could stop it. A dead militiaman sprawled on top of those slain by the German, who now urged his horse down another street. Longden sheathed his sword, pulled the man's crossbow from beneath his body, and found the quarrels in the man's belt. Ignoring the dead body's sagging resistance, he put his foot into the weapon's stirrup against the man's chest, hauled back the cord, settled his breathing, and then the bolt. Clambering over the corpses, he reached the street corner, pressed his shoulder against the wall to steady his aim, and brought the weapon up to his master archer's eye. The swirling smoke funneled upwards from the narrow, twisting lane to cloak the German, who half-turned, shield high, 30 feet away, the wide-eyed harpy's mouth screaming its silent delight at the slaughter, her talons seemingly reaching down to claw at the desperate peasant falling beneath the sword. Longden felt a brief moment of admiration for the simple weapon that allowed a man to kill so easily at close range. The bolt slammed into the back of the German's neck, its impact throwing him forward across the horse's withers, startling the horse forward deeper into the gloom. Will Longden threw aside the crossbow and turned back to find his men. There was no need for more slaughter. The men-at-arms had inflicted a biblical revenge worthy of any crow-black priest's exhortation. What he needed now was a drink. Chapter 46. The day's killing ceased when the Captal de Buch and his knights swept beyond the city walls and into the surrounding countryside, where the peasants scattered in disarray, making it as easy to kill them in the open as it had been in the narrow streets. Once through the city, Blackstone led his men in a great flanking curve that halted any retreat and forced many of the defeated Jacques onto their knees, pleading for mercy. The nobleman's code of honour did not extend to the murdering peasants, and their retribution against those in the uprising was savage. Bodies hung from trees. Every village in the surrounding area was razed to the ground. Some of the leaders, who were betrayed by their own followers, were hamstrung, left to crawl for what remained of their pitiful lives. Blackstone turned back his men once he saw the rout was complete. He felt no thirst for revenge against the Jacques. They had taken their chance to seize their land and failed, and their punishment had been swift, their threat crushed. It had been a long day of slaughter, and his leg needed attention. He sat on horseback with the town knight. Their blood splattered Dupon's testament to the close-quarter killing. None of his men had been killed. Some had taken light wounds, but a barber surgeon could treat those who needed it. Blackstone preferred Caprini's administrations.
"That will burn for a month and a day," said John Jacob, as the three men watched the thick smoke rise from the city. "It'll stink like a damned hog roast in there."
"A funeral pyre for the damned," said Caprini.
"A stench you can't wash from your nostrils," Blackstone told him. His leg throbbed, and blood oozed through his breeches, staining darker and wetter than the blood of his victims. "The nobles will gather their forces now. Let them finish it." Gilbert rode towards them, as Moulin and Gaillard gathered the men. "Thomas, these noblemen have inflicted God's justice on the poor bastards, and I have no taste for it. It's not sport, and it's not battle, and I'm tired of it. We should get drunk and be on our way." "That we should," said Blackstone, and ignoring the wrench on his wounded leg, eased his horse forward. As they approached the city walls, they found the gates still open, and this time, instead of being met by the mayor and his officials, they were greeted by his body swinging from the gibbet alongside his officials. "Arrogant shit," said Gilbert. "Didn't like him the moment he opened his mouth. Let's hope he choked slowly." Making their way through the streets, they found a route that was not blocked by fallen timbers and flames, or choked with bodies from the assault. As they rode through the gate at the far end of the bridge, Will Longdon's men were retrieving what arrows they could from the dead. Some shafts could be reused, but damaged fletchings would not fly well, and patient, skilled work from the archers would be demanded to repair them. "You loosed so close to me I thought I was going to be shaved," Blackstone said to Longdon, who was carefully examining a fletching. Longdon grinned. "You moved too quickly. I thought you would be doing more killing with that blade of yours." Blackstone nodded, looking about at the others, counting the men quickly. "All safe?" "You didn't leave us much to do," Longdon said, and began the walk back to the stronghold alongside Blackstone's horse. Most of the knights had themselves a fine day. Some of them are back, and they're exhausted. I hear sympathy in your voice, Will. Slaughtering the multitude is a hard day's work for some of these men. Longdon handed a wineskin up to Blackstone, who drank deeply. Plenty of food and drink to be had, though much of it's gone up in flames. Should have left some of 'em alive, though, to clean up the mess. He grinned again, and reached up for his wineskin, but it was already at Gilbert's lips. "You're welcome, Sir Gilbert. It was only a drop to wet the throat of a hard-working archer. Longdon, you haven't worked a hard day in your life, and this wine is piss-poor. Find some ale, for God's sake." "Burning down a city takes time and effort, Sir Gilbert, and it's dangerous. There were times I near took a wrong turn and got myself trapped. Damn near cooked I was," said Longdon, with enough sarcasm to earn him a spew of wine from Gilbert that he quickly sidestepped. "Aye, we'll get you in the kitchens then, if you're that good with lighting a fire." He tossed the wineskin to the town knight. "But your archers did a half-decent job at the end of the day," he said. "Make sure they know it. You're their centener. Give them praise where it's due." The horseman moved ahead, but Gilbert turned in the saddle. "And use that tone with me again, and I'll have you cleaning the shit drains." Longdon watched the horseman move past him,
a curse on his lips but pride in his heart. His men had done all he asked, and these horsemen knew it. Arrogant shits. Not Thomas Blackstone, though, he told himself, not him. Kilbear's threat was nothing. It had to be said, was all. He burned with the desire to tell Blackstone that he had seen von Leinhard go down in the streets, with a quarrel through his brain. More than anything did he wish to tell his friend that this was one fight that did not need to be fought, and that he, Will Longden, had seen to it. It had surely been God's plan to see Blackstone and his family reunited, and he had been chosen to see it done. Perhaps, he thought, he should find a priest and tell him that. An archer chosen by God to do his will. Now that would have Kilbear choking till he dropped. Blackstone turned to Kilbear. "He's an archer's man, Gilbert. Don't chastise him too much." "You're too damn friendly with them, Thomas. They are archers. They need to know a man-at-arms cares little more for them than their skill." Kilbear grinned. "I wish we had more of them, and that's the truth. But you will keep silent on that." "You believe I would?" Kilbear sighed. "You damn near pissed yourself when those arrows fell so close. And it wasn't through fear. I saw that. Christ, given half the chance, you'd be back in their ranks, whoring, drinking, fighting, and killing the French. But using the sword is what you're bred for now, Thomas. What we need is a proper fight. Stepping forward and hearing the drums and trumpets. We'll die old men in our beds, shitting ourselves like mewling infants." His frustration bubbled over. "We need another war. And if Edward doesn't come at the Dauphin now and seize the crown, then he never will." He looked apologetically at Blackstone and shrugged. "Is how I see it." "I will be sure to let him know your feelings when I see him." "I always knew there was something of a gossiping woman about you," said Kilbear with a grin. They rode into the yard, where exhausted knights sat where they had dismounted. Horses stood head low from hours of giving chase. Men's blood-flecked faces stared at him, and he realized he probably looked no different. Servants and pages brought refreshments to their masters as knights dipped their heads into pails, flicking the sweat and water from their caked hair, dragging fingers through bloodied beards. Swords were unbuckled, gauntlets dragged from aching hands, horses remained as yet unsaddled. Blackstone had seen men as tired as this after battle, and it told him how much killing had gone on over the past hours. Brother Bertrand ran forward to take the horse. "2 knights killed, Sir Thomas, but there are dead as far as the eye can see from the ramparts. We are blessed by your return," he said, with his usual idiot grin, as Blackstone eased himself from the saddle. He needed Caprini to dress the wound again. The monk noticed. "With respect, Sir Thomas, you should have let me stitch that wound." Blackstone saw the cuts on the horse's flanks, one deeper than the other. Its muscles rippled as he laid a hand on it, its head turning, but held by Bertrand. "Apply your skills to him," he told Bertrand. "Do it properly, and you'll be rewarded," he said. "Reward enough to be with you, Sir Thomas," said Bertrand, leading the battle-scarred horse away. Kilbear handed his reins to a stable hand and muttered, "That stain on his face is from kissing your arse." "Is there anyone you have a good word for?" said Blackstone. "My king. I love my king. Who else is worthy?" he said, and laughed, placing a hand on Blackstone's shoulder. As they walked into the bailey, the gathered knights turned their attention towards him. The Captal and the Count of Foix had emerged from the great hall. Blackstone's instincts warned him of an impending threat. De Grailly had no smile of welcome on his face. Will Longden led his men in from the bridge and saw Blackstone and the others crossing the yard towards de Grailly and the Count of Foix. The Captal de Buch said something, shook his head, and gestured towards a knight who stood at the far side of the yard. It was von Leinhard. He had killed the wrong man. Longden's stomach knotted as the German looked towards the archers and then raised an arm and pointed towards him. His mouth went dry. Had there been a witness? Everyone in the yard turned to face him, and he thought of how he might run. Murdering a knight was a crime that would see him swinging from a rope in the next few minutes. Panic gripped him. He turned to push his way back across the bridge when he saw the dead German's horse and the knight's body laid across the saddle being led into the bailey. It was the dead knight being brought into the stronghold they were looking at, not the archer. He sucked in breath. His panic subsided and was soon overtaken with bitter self-recrimination. He had failed Thomas Blackstone, and now his friend would likely die. "Sweet Christ, there has been enough bloodshed this day," said the Captel de Buch to an insistent von Leinhard. The blood-smeared German hawked and spat the sourness from his throat. His own blood was up from the day's killing, and he could see that Blackstone fared worse through his exhaustion and wounded leg. The Captel looked with some disdain at the German. "It is customary for those who fight a judicial contest to fast and attend a vigil through the night." "My Lord de Grey, these are extraordinary circumstances. There are still Jacques to be hunted down and punished. There is a kingdom at stake, and this matter is trifling in comparison. I insist it is fought." De Grey knew von Leinhard had a good point. There was still work to be done beyond the walls. "I have fought with Teutonic knights and admired their courage and honour when on crusade against the pagans. But you would have this matter settled today, when the light is failing and we have done our duty. Sir Thomas's wound must be attended to. It would be honourable to withdraw until such time as he is healed." Von Leinhard seemed as gracious as if he had been invited to a summer feast. "If he wishes to retire, then I shall step aside." He smiled at Blackstone, though his eyes did not. "I do not need him to bear any injury in order for me to beat him, but his wife must recant her accusation." De Grey fumed, almost forgetting his superior rank and succumbing to a verbal brawl. "Well, Thomas, will she? I'll not have her harmed if she does, and then this matter is closed." If he could convince Christiana to drop her accusation, then von Leinhard would be free with his honour intact. Blackstone looked directly at each man in turn. These men did not know his wife, and Blackstone would not try and convince her to recant. This vile knight inflicted a foul death and instigated worse on a good man's family. My wife is prepared to risk her life and orphan her children to see him punished. There is no need to delay our contest. I will have my leg bound and take food and drink, if my Lord de Grey permits it." The Captel nodded. Everyone was weary after the day's killing, and although the clear summer evening would last for another hour, the darkness would then be upon them. "Have torches readied and fires lit," he told the Hangess. "This matter will be concluded tonight. Bring the Lady Christiana out. Prepare her." He cast a glance at Blackstone. "Make certain she has her cloak. It's a warm night, but she will be chilled," he said. Blackstone was grateful for his consideration and inclined his head in recognition. De Grey stepped away from the two combatants and looked up to where the women stood in the colonnade. It did not matter that he privately believed Christiana. There were rules that bound men to their honour, at least in a matter such as this. The men below and on the ramparts watched him as he turned and faced the walls that separated the stronghold from the city beyond the river, where the sky still churned with smoke. If the night went badly, and the wind of good fortune shifted, they would be smothered by it. The wager of battle will commence in 1 hour, when compline is rung. Let a priest be called, and the oaths taken, de Grey called across the stronghold. It was all that needed to be said. A man was going to die, and a woman's life might be forfeit.
"Bind it well, Fra Stefano. I'll need it as strong as it can be made," Blackstone told the Tau knight.
The Italian had cleaned the wound and applied a dry linen dressing, and then carefully fashioned the boiled leather from an archer's bracer and bound it to give the leg rigidity.
"You should pray before the oath," he said. "I cannot do that for you."
"You can pray for my family."
"I can pray for the world, but sometimes God chooses to let his plan unfold without intervention."
He paused as he attended the wound and looked up at Blackstone.
"You will die when the time is determined."
For a moment, Caprini's grim countenance made Blackstone feel that the Italian man of God had a direct communication with the Almighty. Brother Bertrand brought food and drink, and then washed Blackstone's back, dried him, and helped him into a fresh linen shirt. The padded jacket was still wet from the day's exertions, but the fresh cloth next to Blackstone's skin would refresh him. The 2 men attended him as Will Longden and the other captain sat a few feet away. "We can fight our way out of here," said Kilbert. "There's no need for this, you know, Thomas. There are enough of us."
"My men will be standing by the gate, and I have Gaillard on the ramparts with others ready to raise the portcullis," said Moulin. "Sir Thomas, I will ram my spear down any man's throat if I see you fall."
Blackstone stayed silent, letting Caprini and Bertrand fuss at their duties.
"Bertrand, did you rub down my horse?" he asked, ignoring the others. "With handfuls of dry straw, Sir Thomas. I cleaned his hooves of flesh and mud. I fed him the best oats that Jack Halfpenny stole from the grain store. Your horse is an ungrateful beast. He bit me here," he said, pulling up his cassock and showing the bruise and outline of the horse's teeth on his buttocks. "That's poisoned him, then," said Will Longden, glad for the fool distracting them from the business at hand. "You cannot die from a horse bite, we all know that," said Gaillard derisively. "The fucking horse, Gaillard. The horse," Will Longden said in exasperation, his own nervousness simmering beneath the surface. How could the Norman still not understand an Englishman's humour? The captains laughed, but it was forced, and even Gaillard nodded and grinned sheepishly. "I knew that, Will," he said, giving the moment to the archer, and allowing it as a truce between them. Blackstone was already fighting von Leinhard in his mind. The first strokes were vital. Caprini had told him of the Germans' efficiency, those calculated and well-rehearsed guards, each held for a blink of an eye, high guard, low, cut, strike, and the turn on the balls of his feet, as if he wore little more than a linen shirt rather than armour. His gaze followed the men stacking bundles of wood at each end of the yard, that would be lit as bonfires, so that the combatants might have more than torchlight held by men in the arena. A trestle table had been placed in the middle of the yard, and a priest laid out a crucifix for the oath-taking. The Judicium Dei, the judgment of God, would soon be decided. Blackstone kissed the pagan goddess at his throat and stood up. The leg felt good. It hurt, but the binding was tight. John Jacob elbowed Bertrand out the way and began to dress Blackstone. "Gilbert, did you speak to Henry?" "I did. He will be with his sister. He's a good lad. He'll not let you down." "I have no doubt of that. See to it that he finds a good knight to serve, if this does not go well." "It will go as well as you expect, Thomas. You fought better men than him, for Christ's sake. He fights like a girl with a wooden stick."
The men laughed, and Moulin stepped forward with Wolf's sword.
"I have owned it, Sir Thomas. Its edge will split a hair."
"Let's hope it will do the same for the head beneath it," said Blackstone, as Jacob strapped the armour to him. Moulin's beard opened and exposed his grin.
"I won't let him kill you, Sir Thomas. I'll hang for it, but your king and your men need you."
There was a murmur of agreement from the gathered men. "No. You will be hunted down wherever you go. I've told Sir Gilbert and John what's to be done if I go down." Kilbear spat in the dirt. "Thomas will not interfere in this. You will stand your ground, Moulin. Sir Thomas must face his own demons, like every man here. But if he kills you, we'll kill him, pure and simple. We'll pincushion the bastard with a dozen bodkins. It won't help you, being dead, but you can look down and see his tormented soul wrestling with the devil." He took a breath and embraced Blackstone. "I took a boy to war once, and then I rode with a man. You can beat him, Thomas," he said emphatically. "You and that damned pagan goddess will see him dispatched to hell, helped on his way by Fra Caprini's prayers. Eh?" The day's light had eased from the clear sky, and men rammed burning torches into the stacked wood. The great red glow lit up the yard. In what remained of the city, a church bell rang out for Compline. The end of the day. The Captal de Buch and the Count of Foix sat foremost on the benches that had been set up on the edge of the contest area. Bascotte de Maulion sat behind them with the other surviving knights and their squires. Jean de Hangest stood to one side. He had duties to perform before the contest began. An almost ghostly whisper went among the women who gathered at the colonnaded gallery as Christiana was brought out and helped to stand on a stool with her back braced against a pillar. Blackstone watched as her hands were bound and a sergeant-at-arms eased the noose around her neck, then looked down towards the Captal and nodded. When Blackstone was killed or forced to admit defeat through his wounds, she would be pushed over the edge.
"Right, lads. Let's take position," said Kilbear.
The old fighter would have the men placed around the yard. If they were forced to kill von Leinhard, then they would need to be in control of the castle. Kilbear eased Will Longden to one side and whispered in his ear. The archer looked up towards Christiana, his face ashen, but Kilbear's stern look made him nod his understanding. As Brother Bertrand was of no use to the fighting men, he was instructed to wipe the smile from his face and carry Blackstone's helm, as the town knight stood with him carrying the unsheathed wolf-sword. Von Leinhard had a squire assigned to him, and a servant who carried out the same duties as Caprini and Bertrand. They had not yet put on their helms, and wore only their padded leather caps. Each stared unflinchingly at the other as the priest signalled them to stop before the makeshift altar. The sky's deep blue mantle closed over the castle. Flames from the fires lurched higher as the priest instructed the two knights. "Your mortal souls are in danger," said the priest. "You will both swear a solemn oath, damning yourself to forsake the joys of heaven should you be proved liars by the outcome of this challenge." "I so swear," said Blackstone, and von Leinhard. Both men were then signalled to kneel, ready to kiss the crucifix. Blackstone felt the wound tear. His balance wavered slightly. A slight movement that did not go unnoticed by von Leinhard. As was customary in a contest of mortal combat, both men knelt opposite each other. Left hand, unencumbered by its gauntlet, extended across the makeshift altar, grasping the other's bare hand. Their right hands touched the crucifix, ready to swear their cause to be just and to call upon Lord God Jesus to witness his proclamation. Blackstone felt the man's grip exerting its strength, a small act of dominance before the eyes of God, pressing the bones in his hand. He let it tighten, and offered little resistance. If that was how the German wanted to impress him, then so be it. Jean de Hangest, as marshal of the contest, laid his palm across their bare hands. The final oath was to be spoken, so that all those in the yard and the women above heard their voices clearly. Blackstone tilted his head and looked over his opponent's head towards Christiana. His voice rang out across the void between them. "My cause is to defend my wife's honour, and to prove that her accusations against this knight are truthful, and that his foul actions and deeds are evil, and that he is unfit to live in God's eyes." Von Leinhard could barely keep the sneer from his lips, and kept his gaze directed at Blackstone, uttering his oath like a direct threat to the man he intended to kill. "I swear that the accusation levelled against me is false, and that I have just cause to defend myself. I shall prove my innocence by this man's death." De Hangest raised his hand. "Let it be in God's hands." He stepped back, allowing the two men to get to their feet. The priest turned, made the sign of the cross, replaced the crucifix, and began a quiet incantation as the German looked past Blackstone at the two men who stood a few paces behind him. The Tau knight and the monk stared back at him, as defiant as the man they served. There had been no occasion for von Leinhard to have seen either man closer than this before. They were many who milled about the yard, but he could swear he had seen one of them before. But where? He could not place the man, and his mind gnawed at the thought. He was dressed differently than he remembered. He knew that. But it was more than the man's clothes that shielded his memory from remembering. It made no difference. It was one of those things, unimportant now. Once he had killed Blackstone, he would approach the man. The priest turned to face them, and began to relate the psalm often spoken for the night-time prayer at Compline. In te, Domine speravi, non confunda en artinum. In justitia tua libera mi. Inclina ad mi orum taum, accelera, ut eruas mi. Estu mihi in rupem praesidi, et in domum munatam, ut salvum mi facias. Blackstone had heard it in his childhood from the village priest. He never understood it, but had learnt over the years that it had something to do with putting his trust in God and justice. And he remembered. It asked God to rescue the supplicant. He looked at von Leinhard. He had a light in his eyes that was more than the reflection from the fires. It was one of confidence, of victory. Chapter 47. Caprini eased Blackstone's helm onto his head and tightened the double straps at the back to make it sit correctly, while Bertrand held the gauntlet for Blackstone to push his hand deep into its leather palm. He flexed his grip, feeling the tightness of the metal joints that extended across the back of his fingers and hand. Wolf Sword's blood knot slipped over onto his wrist. "He has raised studs on his gauntlet, Sir Thomas," said Bertrand. "They will tear apart your face if you lift your visor." "Since when did you know about fighting?" Blackstone said, as he readied his crooked arm for Caprini to ease on his shield. The monk dropped his eyes at the rebuff. "A warning is all, Sir Thomas," said Brother Bertrand, chastened. "I have eyes of my own," said Blackstone, keeping them on von Leinhard, as his helm was adjusted and the locking pin for its visor tested. Caprini fussed with the helmet and faced Blackstone as he satisfied himself it was as good as it could be.
"I cannot help you in this matter, Sir Thomas, and I am in danger of failing to keep you from harm," he said, helping to settle the shield on Blackstone's arm. "He is very quick with his feet, strong in his chest and arms, and he will attack first. I saw it at Windsor, and in the instant of you raising your sword arm to strike, he will come beneath the blow and use his shoulder to throw you to the ground. It will happen suddenly. Prepare yourself, because your leg will not be able to resist."
Blackstone took a final glance towards his men. Killbear and John Jacob had positioned themselves on each flank of the archers, who stood, bows strung, some resting their hand on their belts, a fingertip away from their arrows. On the opposite side, Christiana was held by her executioner, a grim look of forced courage on her face. Everyone sensed that von Leinhard was the more skilled of the two men. In a final plea, Caprini put his face close to Blackstone's, his dark eyes locking onto the Englishman. Blackstone heard not the words of an avowed Hospitaller knight, but those of a man more used to slaughter than to prayer.
"I vowed to protect you. Save my honor, and take the knife I offered. Slip it between the joints of his armor, low, thrust up through his chest. Use your weight. Drop your sword at that moment, and force the blade into his heart with all your strength." His gaunt face tightened in its urging. Blackstone gazed back into the man's dark eyes.
"I'll kill him my own way," he said.
Fra Stefano Caprini raised an eyebrow, but said nothing more.
Blackstone knew he would need a sorcerer's spell to be lucky enough to kill the German. He was a killer spurred on by the desire to revenge himself for his brother's death on the battlefield. He wanted Wulf's sword in his own hand and his honour restored. He was the Visconti's man, and there were many defeats also to be avenged. No matter what cause or reason goaded von Leinhard on, Blackstone had too much to lose other than his own life. Much could go wrong in a fight, and it would take only one hesitation, a single moment of uncertainty, to allow a telling blow to break through the German's defence. All he had to do was survive long enough for such a moment to present itself. And chivalry would die the moment the first blow was struck. As the priest hurriedly moved away, Blackstone and von Leinhard moved onto the unpaved area of the bailey, a place where livestock would once have grazed. The ground was now bare, trodden underfoot into compacted dirt, with what little grass remained pressed hard into the surface, ready to grow when the rains came, and the hundreds of men stopped trampling it. Blackstone and von Leinhard stood 5 paces apart, each with sword and shield, each with a knife fastened to his belt. Their iron shoes scuffed the dirt, telling them where it was uneven, where an unbalance might be forced. The huge fires cast their light across the yard, shadows raised high onto the walls, the heat from the flames adding to the night's warmth, and the sweat that already trickled down the combatants' spines. Blackstone clenched Wulf's sword's grip and tried to draw his opponent in, quickly looking down, as if to see that the tuft of ground would trip him. Von Leinhard lunged, head and sword low, with no intention to bring down a strike from a high guard, as Caprini had predicted, the expectation being that his opponent would instinctively raise his sword, allowing the German to barge his shoulder beneath the raised arm and throw Blackstone to the ground. Blackstone sidestepped, brought his injured leg back a pace, and slammed his shield into the harpy's demented image. Von Leinhard had the momentum and strength, but Blackstone's half-turn and shield defence forced the man past him, and as he went by, Blackstone slammed Wulf's sword's pommel down on the back of his helmet. He felt the blow connect, knew it would startle for a moment, but would force the German to bend at the waist, half-turn, slash, backhanded, cover with his shield, and expect his blade to connect with the Englishman's thigh. Blackstone's guess was correct, but he was too slow to move out of the way of the scything blade, and he was lucky that it was only the flat of von Leinhardt's sword that smacked against his wound. Inside the suffocating visor, Blackstone grimaced as the pain flared. It was a non-lethal strike. The pain could be borne and used to spur him on. But von Leinhardt was already attacking again. Blackstone heard him grunting, forcing out his breath as he hacked and swung in a flurry of blows, his muscular build propelling strength into his sword arm. Blackstone parried his blow with his shield, deflected the blade with his own, felt the hardened steel bite as von Leinhardt twisted, and somehow, more quickly than Blackstone realized, brought the sword down, almost striking his shoulder, where even his armor would have been crushed and weakened. He caught the hardened steel on his shield, felt it bite and twisted, hoping the blade stayed embedded. But von Leinhardt stepped back, ripped it free, swung from the shoulder, a great arc aimed at a joint. Blackstone turned on the balls of his feet, the blade tip whispering past his neck, and, as he tried to regain his balance, von Leinhardt struck again and again. The two massive blows forced Blackstone to take the strikes on his shield, once again rendering his own sword arm useless. Von Leinhardt was beating down blows. The blade's edge would not be the killing strike. These were weakening attacks to smash away resistance and destroy his opponent's shield. Von Leinhardt was seeking the opening, ready to thrust his sword's tip in and sever arteries and muscle, bringing his opponent down so that he could be finished. Blackstone could not move quickly enough. The leg's binding held, but the wound protested. He knew there would come a moment when he would blink the sweat from his eyes and realize that the man attacking him would kill him in a few more strikes. He was outclassed, and everyone, including Blackstone, knew it. The crowd was hushed as steel clashed and the dull thud of sword meeting shield became a steady rhythm of unrelenting assault as both men grunted and swore from their effort. Killbear shuffled his feet, shoulders twitching as he fought a constrained battle of his own. Jesus Christ! Thomas has not made one decent strike. Come on, man! You can see what he does now. You've tested him enough, he muttered. As if Killbear's whispered frustration reached him, Blackstone seized a moment as von Leinhardt's sword swept past his head and could not be raised quickly enough for another attack. Wulf's sword arced down in a lethal strike that would have cleaved the man from shoulder to hip had he not worn plate. Von Leinhardt sucked in air, twisted from the waist, took the strike mostly on his shield, deadening the effect as half the blade caught his shoulder. The blow cut through the harpy's outstretched wings, severing her naked breasts. Von Leinhardt's arm would have been broken from the force of the blow and was saved only by the strength of his now useless shield. He tossed it aside, and in the same instant threw himself at Blackstone, trying to smother him. Blackstone, still encumbered by his shield, turned on the balls of his feet, threw his shield arm around von Leinhardt, pulling him close, and beat Wulf's sword's pommel against his helm. They wrestled, as if in a tavern brawl, Blackstone bringing all his strength to bear. "I slew your brother," he hissed, "and I'll send you to him," he goaded the German, trying to force more errors from him. But von Leinhardt wrenched free, steadied himself, the ringing in his ears, clearing, although sweat near blinded him. He shook his head, saw Blackstone rid himself of his shield, and attack. "Now he has him," John Jacob cried. Blood pounded through Blackstone's mind. A vendetta was being fought, two men, each fighting to revenge his brother. Blackstone heard the surge in his ears, and the welcome strength from the urge to kill overtook him. This time, he would not hold back, as he had done with the prince. He ignored his slow-moving leg, forced it to do things no wounded leg should be asked to do. Wolf's sword struck every blow with a power that should have brought von Leinhard to his knees, but the German's skill, powered by hate and evil, kept him alive. He deflected a strike and swung his studded gauntlet against Blackstone's head. His shoulder was behind the blow, and Blackstone felt his teeth rattle and his tongue bleed. The sour, metallic taste filled his mouth, and he spat within the confines of his visor. His breath rasped, but he feinted his next strike, and as von Leinhard shifted his weight, Blackstone's bunched fist came down like a mace, striking the side of von Leinhard's head. The spectators cried out as the German stumbled from the massive blow, and Blackstone brought Wolf's sword up, ready to deliver a lethal strike. A gasp went up from the crowd as Blackstone lunged and his leg buckled. One of the huge fires spat a cloud of sparks into the night sky, an omen of the devil's breath. Blackstone recovered, gripped his sword's blade halfway down with his left hand, used it to block von Leinhard's strike, turned it to pound him with the pommel, using Wolf's sword like a two-handed club, then jabbed its point into his armour, desperately seeking a weakness that would yield to its sharpness and allow its lethal point into flesh. The blade skidded and bounced off the fine armour. The moment had been lost, and Blackstone knew it. Von Leinhard counterattacked. Blackstone stood his ground. He could no longer move lightly on the balls of his feet. The wound would not let him. It was only a matter of time now before the more agile knight cut his legs from beneath him, and the moment he was on the ground, von Leinhard would find enough gaps in Blackstone's poorly fitting armour to pierce. Both men heaved from exertion and heat, desperate to yank back visors and suck in air, but both denied themselves the temptation. As flames and shadows competed across the yard, faces in the crowd turned expectantly towards the German, anticipating a kill. Von Leinhard would take fewer than a half-dozen strokes to finish it now that Blackstone could not move quickly. The clash of steel was dulled, his own thudding heart and rasping breath closing out whatever cries came from the spectators. Men stood, fists clenched. Women raised their hands to their mouths. Other faces showed the rapture of conflict, as lustful as a man who desires a naked woman. Von Leinhard struck once, twice, half-turned, 3 times, another, then a 5th. Blackstone couldn't field the blows quickly enough. He went down on one knee, as von Leinhard's momentum took him a few strides past him. "Wait," Blackstone's mind told him. "Let him come." His sword lowered, as if from exhaustion. His head drooped, half-turned, so he could glimpse von Leinhard's attack as he moved, feet shuffling, gaining ground, finding balance, muscles pumped. Von Leinhard came in for the kill. Blackstone was before him, helpless, finally succumbing to the inevitable. Through the narrow slit of his visor, he glimpsed the man whose face he knew, but could not place standing with Blackstone's men, looking directly at him, as if he knew what was about to happen. His face. That face. Where had he seen it? And then it came to him. A half-lit passage in Milan. A meeting with Galeazzo Visconti and his mad, twisted brother, Bernabo. A door closing behind the man who had been summoned earlier. A half-glance in shadow. Those eyes. It was the knowing eyes that he recalled. That brief moment, less than a breath's worth, caused him to hesitate. The man who had gained Blackstone's trust was the Visconti's assassin. A man of God. It was the hesitation Blackstone had waited for. Hurling himself at von Leinhard, he bore him to the ground. The men grappled, but Blackstone's weight was on top. Swords were now redundant. Von Leinhard was jabbing with his dagger, but finding no entry, while Blackstone yanked savagely at his opponent's visor. The locking pin had jammed. He straddled von Leinhard's chest, pinned his knife arm, and rammed the heel of his hand beneath the visor. Once, twice, and then it gave, slamming upwards, revealing the spittle-covered and snarling face. Von Leinhard was strong, and now had air. He sucked it in, arched his back, and nearly threw Blackstone off. But Blackstone balanced his weight, urging his mind to revel in the pain from his bent leg. "Confess!" Blackstone cried. Von Leinhard twisted his head back and forth in denial, raising his legs, trying to kick Blackstone's weight from him. "Admit your guilt!" Blackstone yelled again. Von Leinhard had lost. He would be taken and hanged. But where there was breath, there was hope. With a desperate surge of energy, he rolled his shoulder, pushed up his arm, forcing Blackstone's visor up, his fingers clawing inside to rake his studded gauntlet into Blackstone's bloodied face. Blackstone pushed aside his arm and hit him. The punch, unleashed from an archer's shoulder muscles, slammed into von Leinhard's face, splintering bones. He convulsed, gurgling blood through his shattered mouth. His skull was crushed. His arms flailed and then stopped. A shudder went through him. One blow had killed him, like a beast felled with an axe. Blackstone pulled his gauntlets free and desperately sought to release his helmet, his fingers unable to undo the fiddly straps. He gave up and rolled free of the German's body. His men were running towards him, faltering and then stopping, because the fight had yet to be declared. He heard a muted cheer from the spectators, and then eased onto his good leg, almost too tired in that moment to stand. He forced himself onto his feet, faced the senior lord, and addressed the Captal de Buch. "I have discharged my duty, my lord. I beg you to release my wife." De Grailly stood and signalled to the guards, who eased Christiana down from the parapet. He strode towards Blackstone. "It is done, Thomas. Dear Christ, I thought he had you 12 times. He did, but there was not enough hatred behind his sword. I would have dragged him down to hell with me had he cut me." De Grailly and the Count of Foix looked at the battered man who stood before them. "Let us hope there are no other brothers in the von Leinhard family," said the Count. De Grailly smiled. "It's been a long day. Thank God it has ended as it has." He placed a hand on Blackstone's shoulder and then turned away to join the other knights who followed him into the castle. Gilbert and the others gathered around Blackstone. Caprini undid the straps of his helm, and Blackstone gratefully pulled back his leather coif, and with his fingers combed the sweat from his hair. Caprini gazed down at the battered corpse that would be stripped and hauled away to be hung by the ankles until it rotted. "You should have taken my knife, Sir Thomas," he said, quietly, without emotion, and then smiled. "Better to kill with less effort." He turned away to allow Blackstone's men to offer their congratulations. Brother Bertrand watched the Tau knight walk away, then picked up the German's torn shield. Why had Caprini offered him his knife? What was it he whispered, he wondered. A man with a background like Caprini's, who now employed violence in the service of God, had deadly skills of his own. Bertrand decided that he should watch Fra Stefano Caprini more carefully. The battered shield's image glared back at him. The chilling gaze of the harpy, despite now being scarred, seemed as defiant as Blackstone. He looked up as Blackstone stepped towards him. All the skill and brutality in the world was of no use if you hesitated against him. One mistake had cost von Leinhard his life. "You served God's will, my lord,"
said Bertrand. I fought for more than that, Blackstone told him, taking the damaged shield from Brother Bertrand's hands. The wild-eyed harpy had borne down on him twice in his life, and each time the man who carried that shield had nearly taken his life. He had now killed 2 brothers. One who fought for glory, and the other who murdered for gain. Good riddance to both those gods of war. He tossed the shield into the flames. The chimera twisted in the heat, talons curled, teeth bared in a silent scream. Let that be that, he thought. He had been spared, as had Christiana and his children, and for that he was thankful. He made the sign of the cross, and then brought the silver goddess to his lips.
Chapter 48. Christiana bathed his wounded leg as he lay with a linen towel modestly wrapped around his waist to shield his nakedness from Agnes, who sat on a stool next to him, not daring to look at the cut. She cupped her hands around her face, staring at him, shielding her vision.
Does it hurt, Father?
No, it's only a small cut.
Henry stood at the foot of the mattress, watching his mother tease out the discoloured skin around the wound. The Captal de Buch had given over his own quarters, less an act of generosity than many supposed. He and the other knights would soon ride out to kill peasants who still roamed the countryside, or who thought to escape the nobleman's revenge by returning to their villages.
Henry, said Blackstone, have you cleaned my sword?
I have, Father, and have seen to it that your bries and hose are washed. Your shirt is almost dry. John Jacob had the monk squeeze them out and peg them near the fire.
His name is Bertrand, and he's no monk.
But he wears the habit, said Henry.
Have you seen his tonsure? Unshaven for weeks. He wears the habit because we would not give him any clothes until he proves himself. He's a servant, nothing more. Blackstone grunted as Christiana's probing went too deep. She raised her eyes in apology. He shook his head. It was all right. Fra Caprini had conjured up a balm and bark dressing, and if he was cautious for a few days, then the wound would bind. Go and speak to Sir Gilbert. You know how to behave with a knight such as he.
I do, Father.
Good. Tell him I shall join him soon.
The boy did as he was told, and Blackstone could not help but notice how strong and confident he looked. He was lankier, but already there were contours on his shoulders and arms, muscle forming that would grow with him. He would keep his son with him now. He could serve John Jacob and learn to be a squire and fight.
Have you seen the royal family?
Said Agnes.
I have seen the King of England, Blackstone replied.
I meant the royal family who are with us in this castle,
she said, taking down her hands from her face, but still averting her gaze from her mother's ministrations.
I have not, said Blackstone.
No one has seen them. They have quarters that no one is allowed to go into, except the man with the grey beard who shouts at everyone.
That is Lord de Hangest, and he is here to protect them.
The child thought for a moment, and he watched as her eyes gazed into his own. She seemed momentarily uncertain.
I did not think that we would ever see you again. I thought you had forgotten us.
Blackstone reached out and touched her face. I have never forgotten you, and I have always prayed for your safety, and I promised you that day in the mountains that I would come back.
You were not there to protect us, though. Henry did. He was very brave.
Do not say such things to your father, Agnes, said Christiana. Blackstone raised a hand to stop her berating the child further. I had to travel a long way, Agnes. Over mountains, through the snow. so that I might be brought by God's hand to your side again. I know you were frightened, but your mother and your brother were there to protect you, and they have both told me how brave you were. I will be with you from now on. Our family is together again." She nodded, the explanation accepted. Christiana knew that sooner or later the child would start talking about the infant that had been left in the care of the nuns. "Agnes, take this, throw away the water and bring fresh," she said. "Yes, mother," said Agnes, taking the bowl of discoloured water, and carefully made her way out of the room, slopping its contents as she went. "There won't be much left in the bowl by the time she gets there," said Blackstone, allowing the deep sense of contentment to comfort him. When the dirt and sweat had been sluiced from his skin and hair, the bathing felt like a baptism for a new beginning. Christiana finished binding the wound. "It's clean, and if you don't ride for a day or so." He shook his head. "We're leaving." Her uncertainty showed. "To where?" "I have men in Italy who will fulfill my contract. But now that I'm pardoned by the king, we'll go to England. I'll find us a fine home, in a small town or village, and I shall be the prince's man. There'll be no threat against you ever again. Before then, I have to finish what I was sent here to do." He could see that his words rankled her. She had made her own decisions these past years, and was now obliged to do as Blackstone instructed. England had never been her home, and her discomfort with many Englishmen had never left her. Bred into her, as it was, with a distrust and at times a loathing for their warmongering. England. The very word frightened her. An island fortress more forbidding than this stronghold. It was not that she resented his decision. Her happiness at being with him again was deeply felt. What rose within her was her independent spirit that disputed his right to decide where and how they would live. "Relent," she told herself. "God has saved us all by sending her lord and husband to them. There could be no denying such heavenly power." She crossed herself. She was a mystery, this woman, thought Blackstone. Her passion for him was as wild as his for her, but her piety was a bridle and a bit, trying to hold her in check. "Then we will be ready," she said. "You haven't asked what it is I was sent to do." "I thought you would tell me when you were ready, Thomas," she said. He sighed. "God's tears, Christiana. You're not the kind of woman to timidly accept what I say. You never have been." "Perhaps I have changed," she said, unconvincingly, winding the cut linen into another bandage. He watched her for a few moments, until her own look of defiance eased. "I am sorry, Thomas. I will happily go with you." She knelt next to him and placed her hand across his chest. There were more scars than ever. A map of white tracks and discoloured blemishes, stretched by his muscles as taut as an oiled canvas scratched with a quill. She pressed her lips to his, her hand resting on his cheek. "I am in love with you, as I was once before. But I am frightened now because there is another child that you have never seen, and may never wish to see. Still, he is mine, and I must care for him. If you tell me to abandon him and leave him in the care of nuns, then I will. But that will not soothe my guilt, nor stop me thinking of him." She stood up and smoothed her dress, willing her shaking hands to be doing something. "You have not yet told Henry, and Agnes soon will," said Blackstone. "What must I do? Swear Agnes to secrecy, or tell my son? Am I to abandon the baby?" Blackstone got to his feet. The binding on the wound was good. He put weight on it. There was little to worry about, but his actions were buying him time. He did not wish to be reminded every day of their lives of her rape. nor the emotions it stirred. That she had been submissive that night to save her daughter's life was something he understood, but that had never been enough to wash the image from his mind. This was the moment when his life would change. "I will tell Henry about the child," he said, and bent his head to the woman who had always meant more than he could find the words to express. "And I will tell him that the child is mine." Christiana fought tears. This was no time for weakness. She had fought and killed for her children. She had not backed down from her accusation against von Leinhardt, and because of it, Blackstone had saved their lives and brought them together as a family again. He had come close to death, and now pushed aside his own uncertainty. He could make no greater gesture of his love for her. She nodded and gathered the balm and mixture. His own misgivings melted away when she smiled, and her green eyes sparkled with hope. They would soon be home. Fra Stefano Caprini watched as Blackstone made his way from the room given him by the Captel de Buch. His eyes followed the man's long stride as he made his way down towards the outer ward. His leg seemed not to trouble him, and the sword that had brought the German's wrath and thirst for revenge slapped against his thigh in its scabbard. No one would separate him from Wulfsword until he lay cold and dead. The sword, though, would not be the prize. Those who sought to claim Blackstone's death would seek the favour of the Englishman's enemies. And after defeating von Leinhardt, Blackstone's reputation would grow even more. But there would always be someone who wished to claim the glory of killing him. What, though, he wondered, as the figure walked along the gallery, would Blackstone do next? Would he ride back to Italy, or perhaps ally himself with de Hangest and accompany the royal family to another place of safety, one that had not fallen to the Jacques? He studied the confident, striding man. It made little difference. Caprini's work was almost done. Beyond the Marché, the city of Meaux still burned and would do for weeks to come. Deep-seated cores of fires, glowing timbers that refused to die, continued to flare up as the tumbled buildings wattle and dried straw walls fed them. Acrid smoke lingered, and the stench of burning flesh was becoming unbearable when the breeze shifted. John Jacob and the captains had organized their men to clear the bridge of the fallen Jacques, tossing the shattered bodies into the river. Once that was done, they followed Blackstone's orders to do the same with one of the narrow streets, so that the Captal de Buch could ride unhindered through the city. Werner von Leinhardt's body was stripped naked, his fine armour taken apart by the men, once Blackstone had refused it as a prize. He had no desire to encage himself in armour worn by a man whose spirit might still cling to it. Each of his captains took pieces as booty. Then a rope was dropped from the walls, and the German's corpse was hoisted by his ankles like a slaughtered pig. Blood drained from his body through his shattered face, which congealed into a purple mask. Those who had witnessed the fight would tell their own tales of it. And when de Grailly sent a message south to Gascony to declare that the Jacquerie were routed, word of the Visconti's champion's fate would soon filter across mountain passes and eventually reach the vipers of Milan. Von Leinhardt's death carried little meaning in the scheme of things and would soon be forgotten. News of the failure of the great uprising would take precedence, and that too would be pushed from memory as the struggle for Paris gave warning that the fight for France went on. Those thousands who had died were little more than stepping stones across France's turbulent waters. Blackstone's men had earned their rest. They were given looted ale from one of the cellars, and after their labours in clearing the bridge and streets were allowed a brief respite before Blackstone gave them further orders. The danger was mostly gone, and the bowmen knew they had got off lightly in the killing. For once they had not been threatened by an overwhelming force who could reach them. They bantered back and forth about who had done the hard work of killing the Jacques. The humid day made it too hot to argue, and the ale, a few days away from being spoiled, needed to be drunk. Blackstone's men lounged, as do all soldiers in all armies, grateful to go almost unnoticed as they watched the activity that went on in the yard. Horses whinnied and jostled as their riders cursed and brought them under control. De Grailly and his cousin had gathered the knights and regaled themselves and their horses in their colours. Surcoats of red and green, blue slashes against a red diamond, sheaves of yellow, black, silver and white that sported bird's wing, spear point, and crossbars of gold. The big, muscled destriers looked even more formidable, with caparisons bearing their lord's blazon, blanketing their great bodies. The Captal and his knights were dressed as the mighty armies of France and England had always done when going to war. A spectacle to impress and terrify their enemy. A great swaggering of pride that reminded the common man of his place in the world. "Like a bloody fairground," muttered Will Longden, as he and the other archers leaned against the walls, keeping out of the horseman's way. "You think there's any need to get dressed up like a mummer to slay a few peasants?" asked Jack Halfpenny. Gaillard sharpened his knife against the stonework, watching the lords and knights prepare for their departure. He snorted and spat. "Better to have a glorious death at the hands of a great knight in all his regalia than be taken by the sweating sickness," he said. "He's right," said Thurgood. "I'd rather take my chances with one of this lot than something I can't see creeping up on me." Will Longden looked from one to the other. Holy Mother of God! Gaillard's eyes twinkled. The bloody Norman was jesting. "You arse, Thurgood," said Longden, playing along with Gaillard. "Everyone knows you can see the sweats coming for you." "You can?" said the archer, his brow furrowing. "When was the last time you pissed?" said Gaillard, realizing Longden had caught on. "Pissed?" "Aye. When did you undo your jacket, pull down your hose, take out that poor excuse of a dick of yours, and piss?" "First light," said Thurgood, now looking more worried. "And?" said Longden. "It was all right, was it?" "My dick." "Your piss," urged Moulin, who had now caught the gist of the tease. Thurgood's words stumbled as his brain tried to remember. I don't know. It was dark." "Your piss," said Gaillard, looking concerned. "No, I meant it was still too dark to see." "Oh," said Moulin, with a tinge of regret, and a look between Gaillard and Longden. "That's never good. First light is when the sweating sickness first shows itself." "It is," said Thurgood. "Always with the first piss of the day," added Longden, looking equally concerned and giving a sad shake of his head. "Bugger," said Thurgood. "I never knew that." "Sometimes you can see it when you piss again. Not always. Sometimes, though," said Moulin. "Aye," agreed Longden. "Sometimes." "And it itches. Your groin, it itches, does it?" said Gaillard seriously. "No more than usual," answered Thurgood uncertainly. Who among them didn't have crotch rot? Longden shrugged, and the men fell silent. They went back to watching the great knights yank their horses' reins as squires ran from one to the other, adjusting straps and tugging horses' caparisons. Thurgood looked worried, scratched his groin and edged away. "I'll take another piss," he said. The others ignored him, except Longden, who barely gave him a glance. "Good idea," he said, disinterestedly. Thurgood nodded and walked on, then stopped halfway across the yard and turned. "What am I looking for?" he called back. "A fool," with his cock in his hand," shouted Longden, and joined the others as they guffawed. Their laughter faltered when Blackstone and Kilbert strode towards them. "Here we go," said Longden, and then called to an embarrassed Thurgood, "Get your arse back here." Blackstone stopped in front of de Grailly to speak to the young lord, gripping the horse's bridle to steady it. Kilbert made his way to the men and spoke quickly. "Sir Thomas will tell Lord de Hangest that we will accompany the royal family to Compiègne. It never yielded to the Jacques, and the Dauphin's family will be safe there."
"He's not coming for them, then?"
asked John Jacob. "If he couldn't bother his arse when the Jacques threatened them, he won't be here now, will he?" said Will Longden. Kilbert looked over his shoulder as the knights began forming into a column of pairs behind Jean de Grailly and the Count of Foix. "You lads listen carefully. These lords and men-at-arms are riding out, and we don't know where the Dauphin's army is. It would have been better to have them with us, but each day brings its own troubles. We'll escort the women and children as far as we can, but if the Frenchies get behind us, we don't have a rat's arse chance of outrunning them. And there's no guarantee that Lord de Hangest will even agree to Sir Thomas's proposal, but he's no fool, and we outnumber him, so he'll go along with it, is my guess."
Moulin spoke for the other captains. "Sir Gilbert, if we take the Dauphin's family to safety, that would buy us mercy if we were trapped by his troops."
"Sir Thomas once swore to kill the King of France. You think his son will forget that? Our own sovereign might have pardoned him, but Sir Thomas's life is still forfeit if the Dauphin snares him. We're of little interest to anyone. Sacrificing us is not worth a damn." He looked from man to man. "Who among us would not be hanged if caught? Our king still wants France. Those knights will go and slaughter until they tire of it. Then they'll be at Navarre's side fighting for Paris." He blew his nose and wiped his beard with the back of his hand. "Keep a tight rein on your men. Outriders and scouts, and a rear-guard of hobelards," he said, looking at Moulin and Gaillard. "We look to ourselves, lads. This business is not yet over." De Grailly leaned down from his saddle, his visor raised.
"You cannot stay here. You know that, Thomas, and my word can no longer protect you. I am fortunate, my lord, that you were here. Without you, we would all have fallen beneath the knives and staves of the Jacques. It was a shared fight. That's almost done. Join us, Thomas. I will find Navarre once we've strung up a few more peasants."
Blackstone shook his head. "Do not venture into Paris, my lord. I told Edward the same thing. While you go to kill more Jacques, Navarre will strike a bargain with their leaders in the city. You will be trapped in those streets." He let the horse snuffle his hand, and smiled up at the Captal de Buch. "Besides, I have yet to fulfill my task, set for me by the king." De Grailly nodded. This common man had a way about him that could scratch a high lord's pride. He was courteous enough, but his shield's device was a plain message to all, high lord or common man. Défaillant à la mort. Well, thought de Grailly, impertinence and defiance were usually as necessary as a fist in a gauntlet, and that defiance, even knowing that von Leinhardt had been the better swordsman, had enabled this Englishman, trusting in God or his own strength, to defeat him. Blackstone had proved the better man.
"I have already spoken with Lord de Hangest. He is with the Duchess now. They know they must leave, and that the danger has mostly passed, but he's afraid of Navarre. I have lent a few knights to escort the other women and children back to their homes, or what is left of them. They must salvage what they can of their lives. He and the bodyguard will escort the Duchess and the royal family elsewhere." "Compiègne?" said Blackstone. De Grailly nodded. "The most obvious place, but the safest." He gathered the reins and settled his shield.
You are encumbered by a duty that binds us all, but now you carry the added burden of a family. No burden, my lord, Blackstone said and smiled. I shall be back in England soon, and my family with me. Then we are all safe. De Grailly cast him a look that was almost of sympathy. We are none of us ever safe, Thomas. Not while we live. Blackstone released his grip on the horse's bridle and stepped back as de Grailly spurred his horse beneath the portcullis, followed by the Count of Foix and the other knights. Within moments the ward was desolate of men. Servants and squires had galloped behind their lords. The stronghold had only a steward and a handful of people left to see to its administration. Piles of steaming horse dung lay where moments before the great war horses had stood. The yard was eerily silent. "There it is, then," Will Longden muttered. "We are left with the shit again." Chapter 49. Within the hour, Blackstone's men were ready to venture beyond the city walls. Supplies had been foraged and stowed securely in saddle panniers. Will Longden's men had retrieved and cleaned what arrows they could. The goose feathers in the fletchings were damaged, and it would take a skilled fletcher to repair them, so one had to be found. And Blackstone knew that sooner or later he would have to get back to Calais, unless he could barter a barrel of arrows from the English routier who rode with Charles of Navarre. What Blackstone really needed was to stay out of trouble. De Hangest beckoned him to a door that led to the solar where the Dauphin's wife and family waited, being ready to leave the stronghold. "You should have joined the Captal's men and escorted the other women away from this place," he said. "I have no desire to have a mixed force of English and Normans at my back." Through the gap in the door, Blackstone glimpsed a child no older than Agnes, an embroidered lace cap holding her hair in place as she ran across the room to one of the ladies in waiting, who gently rebuked her for her excitement. The other women in the room turned at the sound of their protector's voice, and catching sight of the tall Englishman, quickly ushered the child out of sight. "Was that the king's child, Isabel?" Blackstone asked. "Those under my care are no concern of yours, Sir Thomas. I have no need of you or your men." He pulled the door to, shielding the few women who accompanied the Duchess from Blackstone's gaze. Blackstone glanced down as the survivors of the Terror were helped into wagons by the remainder of de Grailly's men. The Duchess might be thought to be among those women who are being escorted. Was that the intention? We are not using those innocents as bait for any Jacques who might remain. "But you are using one of the royal wagons," said Blackstone, as the slow-moving procession of knights and women trundled through the gates. De Hangest watched them leave. "It can do little more than attract attention for those who scout for Navarre. The Jacques are finished, and I need a day's ride to take my charges to safety." "My lord, the King of England desires nothing more than their well-being, in a place of safety. It is why I came in search of them. Isabel is the King of France's daughter, and if she is safe, then he will reach out to his people and raise the ransom demanded by my king." De Hangest scowled in disdain and turned away. "You are a fool, Sir Thomas. Sooner or later the Dauphin will come for his family and his sister. She is close to the bosom of this family. You think the King of England cares about a 9-year-old child? He cares about the crown. He seizes Isabel, and he holds the key to a king's heart. There's a war to be fought. Can't you see that?" Blackstone matched his stride. "What war? What armies? Navarre? He's as slippery as an eel, and he'll bargain with the devil. Who knows how many troops the Dauphin has gathered from Burgundy? It's your king who will decide the fate of France. It's yours who strangles us with sons of iniquity like you and your men, and a self-serving Navarre who does your sovereign's dirty work. Navarre thinks he is grasping the French crown by going into Paris. He is doing what your king cannot do, but the strings are being pulled by Edward. Navarre and the routier he uses are at the behest of your king. Yours. You won a damned battle, and you seized our sovereign, and we will pay. But you will not take this child. Blackstone watched as the Hangest stalked away. I will follow you, Blackstone called after him. You have my word that I am commanded only to make certain they are in a place of safety, nothing more. His voice echoed down the passage. The Hangest turned. For a moment Blackstone thought he had relented. His shoulders slumped. His head shook as if in defeat. Sir Thomas, he said more gently, your word is your honour, and there is no dispute in that. You are a warrior, and you see how a contest might be fought, and a campaign determined, but you do not grasp the politics of it all. He sighed. You will see. He left Blackstone standing in the passage. The silence of the castle was broken only by the older man's hurried footfalls. There would be no shame in riding back to Calais now. The Dauphin's family and the French king's daughter were in safe hands. The family would be in Compiègne within hours, behind walls that had not been breached, while the Dauphin tried to outmaneuver Navarre and regain Paris. Promises would be made and then revoked, broken by stealth or by brute force. The Hangest was correct. It was politics that would undo the fighting men. No soldier saw the great battles. He saw only those who lived and died at the end of his sword, as blinkered as the view through a helm's visor. Seek out and secure their safety, the King of England's words whispered across France and through these darkened corridors. Blackstone was barely a day's slow ride away from fulfilling his duty. It was nothing. Everything was prepared. The Hangest led his men beyond the city walls, men each side of the two royal wagons. The Dauphin's coat of arms was hidden by draped sackcloth, and with no pennons or banners flying, the bodyguard left without fanfare, unlike de Grey's departure hours earlier. Blackstone waited until they could see from the stronghold's battlements that the Hangest was a mile beyond the walls of Meaux. Quilbert and Blackstone would lead with John Jacob, Moulon and Gaillard taking their men on the flanks, with Will Longdon's archers bringing up the rear. Despite the scarcity of arrows, there were a half-dozen shafts per man, and with 30 archers, that could be enough to deter any small bands of Jacques they might stumble upon. Brother Bertrand ran here and there, bringing forward horses, tightening cinches, checking saddlebags, wanting nothing more than to please the men who had allowed him to accompany them. Tolerance was not always forthcoming. Quilbert cuffed him around the head as he attempted to take in his horse's bridle a notch. "You keep your cunny hands away from my horse," Quilbert said, as Bertrand shied away from a well-placed kick for his troubles. As the men mounted, Jack Halfpenny dared raise his voice. "Best watch for crabs now, Sir Gilbert." Those around him smiled, but none wished to tread too closely on Quilbert's goodwill before they took themselves from the safety of the walls. The Jacquerie might be a spent force, but there were enough Frenchmen gathering into an army somewhere out there, and Quilbert's mood was always uncertain at best. "You'll have the right to jest with me when I've felt your blood splash across my boots. You say you were at Poitiers?" "Aye, my lord. Me and Robert both," said Halfpenny nervously, nodding towards Thurgood at his side. "Not with me, you weren't," said Quilbert, gathering the reins. "And not at Blanchetaque, nor Cressy." "Will?" Quilbert called to Longdon, with uncommon friendliness. "We were there, were we not?" "We were, Sir Gilbert," Longden answered, basking in the great knight's benevolent tone. "You think my horse is in danger from the unholy monk and his crabs? I'd say they've already crawled beneath the saddle blanket and are nesting in your crotch." Gilbert laughed, as did the others who had served together over the years. Halfpenny and Thurgood smiled ruefully. It was nothing new to face the jibes of men who had fought shoulder to shoulder and lived to tell the tale. Gilbert twisted in the saddle. "We'll keep well back from the French escort. They're nervous of us for some reason." The men jeered. Gilbert's good humour served them well. After they had undertaken this final task, their world would be better, because their sworn lord, Thomas Blackstone, would gain in stature, from which they too would benefit. Pride was a worthy companion when so few were chosen. Gilbert settled himself in the saddle, content as much as a man could be who yearned for a decent war. It might still come, he comforted himself, and probably before Thomas Blackstone dragged his hands off his wife's tits and joined them. Blackstone embraced Christiana, indulging his senses in the warmth of her body and the scent of her hair. Hers was a sigh of contentment, his own one of ill-conceived desire. "Go," she said, "before I stop you." "And you could. Gilbert can do what must be done." "And you would resent me for it later." "They are your men, Thomas. Go to them." She sighed again. "I am resigned to it." She smiled and kissed him. "Finally." She turned and beckoned Agnes to her. "Come and kiss your father good-bye." Blackstone went down on his one knee, favouring the wounded leg. "Agnes, I have so many stories to tell you, but I have to go now. I'll be back tomorrow." He looked into the eyes of his child and saw the wonderment that had always bewitched him. Her finger traced his scar top to bottom, her mouth parted, the tip of her tongue touching her top lip, as if concentrating on drawing a chalk line on a slate. "It's going to rain," she said. "Oh? How do you know?" "Because you have been rubbing your arm, and you always did that when it was cold or when the rain was coming." A child's memory was like the flutter of a fairy's wings, he had once told her. Had the past 2 years been little more than that for her? "You're right. It's been aching, and the weather is humid. Perhaps there will be a thunderstorm." She shrugged and reached her arms around his neck. "You always smell of your horse, Father." Blackstone smiled and kissed the top of her head. Henry stood at the door. Jacob had found him a jupon, too big for his shoulders, but it was belted and bore Blackstone's blazon on its breast. He tried to suppress his pride, but could not. "I should ride with you and serve Master Jacob," he said. "I know, but there are more years yet before you become a squire, and we'll let you fight. Be patient. Do as your mother asks." He glanced at Christiana. "And there's something I will tell you when I return that's important for us all." Christiana smiled gratefully. "Yes, Father," Henry said obediently, not daring to ask what news it might be. He was trying hard to learn the patience demanded of him. "Let him ride with you, Thomas. He's earned the right," said Christiana. She nodded at Blackstone. The time to tell him would present itself. Until then, her son should be with his father. "All right," said Blackstone, seeing the boy's face light up, a mirror of himself long before. "Get down to Sir Gilbert." Henry stepped quickly from the room, without thinking of bidding farewell to his mother. Blackstone was about to call after him in reprimand. "It doesn't matter, Thomas, let him be," said Christiana. "All's well now." Blackstone lingered a moment, wishing he could deny his duty. "Until tomorrow," he said. "Bertrand will serve you. Make sure he brings hot food from the kitchen and fresh water to wash. There are men on the walls and the gates, and I have asked Fra Stefano to stay close to you all. Trust him. He has God on his side and protects pilgrims. And he seems to think I'm one." He smiled. There was nothing more to be said. He stepped into the passage and half-turned. Christiana's arms were draped across Agnes as she held the child to her skirts. He checked himself and felt a sense of puzzlement. He had never looked back before. Blackstone walked down the gallery and saw the men below waiting for him. The silky layer of light cloud kept the sun from throwing shadows, but the sight of Caprini waiting at the end of the passage by the head of the stairs looked nothing more than the darkness that lurked behind a pillar. His black cloak swallowed his features, but his unflinching eyes caught the light from the stairwell as they watched him approach. His stern expression always reminded Blackstone of his childhood and the village priest who glowered at them as they struggled to learn under his tutelage, and was always ready with a hazel switch to sting them into concentration. "I promise to accompany you until the end of your journey," said Caprini, "and I have felt your presence at every step of the way. Your duty is almost done now, as is mine, and then we can go our separate ways. I need my men with me, but someone of rank, someone I trust, must be here." The town knight was silent for a moment. Then he nodded. "I will pray for you," he said. Blackstone chased down the steps as Caprini moved to the gallery's balustrade and gazed down on the band of men who had shared his journey since Lucca. Gilbert shouted something at Blackstone, and the other men laughed. Blackstone raised a hand as if apologizing for their jest. What was said, Caprini did not understand. The English used words that had double meanings. Better, he thought, to be a plain-speaking man. Then each knew where he stood with the other. There could be no room for misunderstanding. A man prayed directly to God and killed out of necessity, without pity. As the iron-shod hooves clattered out of the yard, the town knight turned towards the room where Blackstone's wife and daughter waited. Chapter 50. De Hangest sweated in his mail. His filthy surcoat crumpled and stained like the other men's from the fighting and the fires at Meaux. There had been no time for the luxury of bathing. His was a responsibility he wished he could shed. Once in Compiègne, he would relax, if they ever got there at this pace. He pulled back the mail coif from his head, willing what little breeze there was to strengthen. He hated this damned weather. It made women inconsolable and men bad-tempered, and the agonizingly slow pace of their journey added to his own stretched patience. The royal wagon was as slow as a man walking, and he wanted to get beyond the open plain. He had denied them the route through the forests. It would have been cooler, but fraught with danger. The Duchess had complained, as she often did, but her husband had, praise God, commanded her to obey all de Hangest's instructions. He led the way, followed by the creaking wagon, flanked on either side by his own men. For the 10th time that hour he twisted in the saddle. A mile behind was the unmistakable phalanx of Thomas Blackstone and his men. They followed the tracks he had made, their presence as constant as the heat, and, like the heat, their presence lulled him into a false sense of security. The riders appeared half a mile ahead, 2 of his scouts spurring their horses at the gallop over the gentle rising ground. He shielded his eyes from the sky's glare and then desperately looked around for any place that might offer better protection. If they galloped, they did so to raise the alarm. A nearby hillock offered a modest vantage point, but the heavy timbered wagon would not make it even if they whipped the horses to death. His thoughts took too long. He heard the thud of hooves behind him as Blackstone spurred on his men to catch up. The Englishman had seen the 2 specks on the horizon before de Hangest. The scouts and Blackstone arrived almost together. The panicked scouts twisted to point behind them.
"Less than a mile, my lord. Pennons. A large group of men."
Before the Hangest could question them further, a line of horsemen appeared in the distance. Tapered pennons flared on their lances from the speed of their travel. "Form up!" shouted Blackstone to his men as he pulled up next to de Hangest. "My lord, have your men fall back behind us and protect your charges. There's nowhere to run. We defend ourselves here." Gilbert and John Jacob had already galloped to the flanks as Moulin and Gaillard dismounted their men in an extended line. Behind them, Will Longdon's archers took up position and rammed their meagre supply of arrows into the dirt at their feet. Bows were uncovered, cords knocked, and shafts laid across their knuckles, ready to bend and loose. The men's horses were held at the rear. De Hangest hesitated. Blackstone's men had moved with an enviable and practised efficiency, but those men approaching might be leading elements of the Dauphin's army from Burgundy, or Charles of Navarre.
"My lord," Blackstone said with steel in his voice, "there's little time." "Is it the Captal? Has he turned back towards us? Who knows?" De Hangest quickly responded and brought his men and the wagon behind Blackstone's defence. Blackstone called out to his men.
"French?"
The heat haze and the sweat in their eyes made it difficult to determine. The undulating ground allowed the pennons to stay in sight, but their slim tails offered little more than ribbons of colour.
"Can't make them out, Sir Thomas,"
shouted Will Longdon, and then deferred to Halfpenny's keen eyesight. "Jack?"
"No blazing clear yet. Shields are down, though, on their saddles."
"He's right," cried Moulin. The approaching horsemen had extended their line across the gentle rising ground and slowed their pace.
"They've seen us, right enough," cried John Jacob. "Spotted our archers."
Blackstone rode ahead a dozen yards and stood as high as he could in his stirrups to gaze at the men slowly approaching. He caught a glimpse of a shield as a horse turned on the contour. A cluster of blue etched diamonds against a white shield. A red cross of St. George in its upper left-hand corner.
"They're English." "Is Navarre with them? Do you see his arms?" shouted de Hangest. "No."
The wary horseman held back just beyond the killing range of the archers. De Hangest urged his horse forward.
"They mean to take us,"
he said, pulling up alongside Blackstone. Blackstone watched the patient men. No sword had been drawn, no lance lowered. They had not attempted to outflank them.
80 men or so, my lord.
Their visors are raised, and they wait for us, he said. They don't know how many arrows my archers have. They daren't risk coming any closer. They want to talk. The Hangest looked behind him. Their defence was strong enough now that Blackstone's men had deployed, but a concerted attack could punish them, and the royal family were easy targets.
"Then let's avert bloodshed if we can,"
said the older man, and spurred his horse towards the knights, as Blackstone followed him a heartbeat later.
"Halfway,"
he said to the Hangest. "Let them come to us." They pulled up in the middle distance, and 4 of the knights urged their horses towards them. They would parley. As they came closer, Blackstone recognized one of the knights. It was the antagonistic Gilbert Chastelian, who had given him his orders at Windsor. He pulled up, glancing at Blackstone. His unsmiling face gave no sign of surprise at seeing him. Ignoring Blackstone, he dipped his head to the Frenchman.
"My lord, I am Gilbert Chastelian. I serve Edward, King of England."
"I am Jean de Hangest, who serves Jean de Valois, King of France, and his son Charles, Dauphin, Regent of France." The king's knights acknowledged the other.
"My Lord Cussington is not with you?" asked Blackstone.
Both men were known to often carry the king's orders together. A fighting knight with a practised negotiator made a formidable pairing. Chastelian considered for a moment.
"It does no harm for you to know that he is in Paris."
Blackstone realized that if the King of England's negotiator was in Paris, then he was using the usurper Navarre, after all.
"Is Paris held by the English and their allies?"
asked de Hangest anxiously. If the enemy had taken the capital, then the French king might well have lost the crown. Gilbert Chastelian hesitated.
"Events move on apace, my lord. But no. We negotiate with Navarre, who in turn makes promises to the provost of merchants, who, now that the uprising is crushed, holds out for the Dauphin. The city is divided."
De Hangest grunted.
"Navarre has English routiers with him, which means there's no English army on these shores. There's no deal to be had between a turd like Navarre, with a bunch of cutthroats at his back, and the provost. No one will open the city gates to your king."
He was canny enough to understand that Chastelian was alone, that no invasion force was at his back.
"What do you want?"
"The child," said Chastelian. De Hangest sat back in the saddle, as if he had been slapped.
"King John's daughter, Isabel," Chastelian added.
De Hangest glared at Blackstone.
"You lied to me," he said coldly. "On your honour, you said. You had no desire to seize the girl."
Chastelian answered.
"Sir Thomas knows nothing of this. He was sent to find the royal family, my lord. We did not know where they were held. He was ordered to take them to safety. I was sent to follow him."
"And they are still being taken to safety," said Blackstone. "Only then is my work done."
"Your work is finished now,"
said Chastelian, with barely a glance towards him.
"My king and yours desire the child," he said,
directing his comments to de Hangest.
"No,"
said de Hangest, grabbing a tighter hold on his reins. The horse's head lifted, a bit cruelly yanking its mouth.
"You'll obey your own sovereign,"
said Chastelian, tugging a letter from his gauntlet. Sweat-stained and damp, it still bore the French monarch's seal, which he thrust at de Hangest.
"Or I'll take her. Sir Thomas and his ruffians will never raise a hand against their own king's men."
De Hangest fumbled to tear open the parchment, eager to read what was written.
"We have no interest in the Dauphin's family," Chastelian went on. "Only King John's daughter. You can take the others to wherever you choose. And for what it's worth, the Dauphin is marching along the Marne Valley with 12,000 men. So, time is snapping at my heels like a bloody dog in a bear pit."
Chastelian glanced at Blackstone, was about to say something, and then did not. De Hangest needed to be convinced.
"For Christ's sake, a deal is in the making with the child.
If we do not seize France, then your king will sell his child to raise the money for his ransom." De Hangest read as much as he needed. There was a gentle sag to his shoulders as he folded the parchment and pushed it into his riding glove. He glanced at Blackstone.
"I told you that politics was beyond a soldier's understanding."
He faced Chastelian.
"The child cannot ride in this weather. She needs shelter. We will accompany you another 5 miles to an abbey, where there is a wagon waiting, prepared for her and her governess."
"We'll still ride with you," Blackstone said. De Hangest nodded and turned his horse, and Blackstone tugged his reins to follow.
"Sir Thomas," said Chastelian.
"Wait."
Blackstone faced him. "I am no friend of yours, and I admitted to the king and the prince that I was one of those close to him who tried to stop you coming from Italy. Queen Isabella was thought to be a threat, and word came ahead of you that you were sent as an assassin to kill the prince.
I would never harm him.
He knows that, and he will be pleased that you are unharmed, knowing what we know now."
Blackstone frowned. "My lord?" Did you find the man? You have me at a disadvantage, said Blackstone, a rising uncertainty twisting in his mind. Word reached us from Florence. There was an assassin, but you were to be his victim. Blackstone shook his head. It was too confusing to grasp. Then how would I know of him, or uncover him, if he hasn't struck at me? He was with you from the start, before you reached England. He's a man of God. Chapter 51. It took less than an hour for the assassin to prepare himself. He walked quickly, knife in hand, towards Christiana's quarters. Inflict great pain and suffering on Thomas Blackstone. Make him scream in agony, and let what he sees rip out his heart. He will die a slow death. The words of Bernardo Visconti sang in his mind, as did the image of the Viper of Milan, slavering with delight, teeth bared, as he tasted the terror that would be inflicted. The town knight eased into the room, knife in hand, held low, ready to strike quickly. He had heard a sound that made him cautious. The door was open, allowing a finger width of light. A movement dashed across the gap, mercury quick, shadows, breathing that was unnatural. He eased open the door with his free hand, as slowly as he could, praying the hinges would not betray him. He pushed his leg forward, letting the side of his foot roll onto the stone floor. A poacher's stealth. No noise of footfall, no warning for his prey. There was another door that led to the next room. Another entrance. Damn! He had not realized there was another entrance. Gilbert held formation, keeping the men together as Perrine grabbed Henry's reins on Blackstone's command to stop him pursuing his father. The bastard horse near burst its heart, galloping back to Meaux, surging through the twisting lanes and across the bridge. Once inside the stronghold, Blackstone raced up the stairs, alarming his rear guard. "Where is he?" Blackstone yelled. "The Italian knight! Where is he?" Confusion made them mute. And if they had an answer, it would have been too late, because Blackstone was already running down the length of the gallery, wolf's sword in hand. "Find him!" he shouted. Christiana's door was closed, but unlocked. He swallowed his fear and slowed his hand, then gently pushed aside the heavy wooden door and stepped inside a butcher's yard. A ragged doll lay on the floor. It looked torn, its fair hair matted with blood, its blue eyes wide with fear, opaque in death. Blackstone's throat strangled. As he faltered, a fragment of his brain warned him that the killer might still be in the room. But his strength ebbed as his daughter's blood trail took his eye to Christiana. She lay sprawled in the dark pool, spread beneath her body from the stain that seeped from her heart. Her tender lips were parted, as if taking a final breath. Blackstone fell to his knees. He tried to find words to call their names, but nothing came as bewilderment rendered him incapable. He reached out to touch Christiana. Macabre. Disfigured. The sticky pattern of blood streaked down her dress, her one shoe off, her bare foot lolling to one side, the palm of her hand open like a street beggar, gazing at him, asking why. He leant in blood, flies buzzing, the warm summer light illuminating the room. The horror tried to make him scream, but there was nothing, no feeling that he could understand. The death was within him, its hollowness burying him. He vomited, bent double, guts retching, until he could catch his breath and wipe the tears from his eyes. Not even Arianrhod could save him from the dark angels who crucified his heart and soul. A sound scratched into his mind, and he looked towards the other door that led into the room. Using the wall to support him, his hand left a trail of blood across its rough stone until he saw Caprini lying on his back, a knife rammed up to its hilt between the shoulder and neck. Blood gurgled from his lips, eyes wide, arms unmoving. Bile gorged Blackstone's throat. Christiana had fought back. She had rammed his knife into him, but it had not been enough. Blackstone snarled as he knelt and grabbed the towel knight's jupon, feeling the bloodlust return. His free hand gripped Caprini's throat, ready to break the bones in his neck. Caprini's lips were moving, his eyes beseeching Blackstone. Whatever angel guarded the Italian, it stopped Blackstone from killing him. He pulled Caprini to him, lowering his face so he could hear the words, wanting him to suffer, knowing he was unshriven and would be in Satan's claws forever. It was barely a whisper. "Sweet, merciful Christ, do not abandon me. The pain, I could not know such pain as this. I pray it pays my debt for the sins I have committed." The two men's eyes locked onto each other. The last thing Caprini would see would be the hatred in Blackstone's face. The moment before Blackstone reached out his hand to crush the life from him, he mouthed something that Blackstone could not hear. Caprini shuddered with effort, blood spluttering from his mouth as his lungs filled. "I could not save them from him," he rasped, clutching a bloodied fist to Blackstone's jupon, urgently trying to make him understand. Blackstone's grip eased. His breath held tight in his chest. Caprini nodded, his grimace a smile as his last breath escaped from him. The Englishman understood who had murdered his family. Blackstone's trembling hands gathered the reins. Those on the gates told him that Brother Bertrand had ridden out with some urgency to find him, and because he was Blackstone's servant, they had sent him towards Compiègne. Like an army's drumbeats, heralding slaughter, the bastard horse's canter beat out its rhythm, but was unable to break the unforgiving numbness that held him in its grasp. The trap had been carefully laid, and he had stepped into its spiked pit. The monk had played his hand well, an assassin who had waited until the greatest pain could be inflicted on his victim. His men had followed his orders and shadowed Chastelian as he took the French king's child back to England. The dark-haired girl was the same age as Agnes, and a part of him wished she had died instead of his daughter, wished that he had slain John the Good at Poitiers, had forsaken the promise made to Jean d'Harcourt to revenge him, had never answered the summons from a queen, and had not slain a German knight's brother at Crécy. The memories of regret tumbled through him as a growling thunder warned of an impending storm. The curse had finally caught up with Blackstone. When he hanged the dwarf in Italy, he had taken it upon himself, and now God's displeasure had been visited on him. "And now, Thomas?" asked Kilbert, as Blackstone rode to the head of his men. "What's this with Bertrand? Chastelian's scouts found him on the road south and brought him in. He's covered in blood, and he's asked for sanctuary with the king's men." Blackstone watched as 100 paces away Chastelian's men-at-arms formed a barrier between them. "Father," said Henry, who rode behind Jacob, "what has happened?" Blackstone saw the look of anguish on the boy's face. "Perrine, take Henry to the rear." The stocky Frenchman nudged his horse towards Henry Blackstone. "Father, are we to fight?" the boy asked, suspecting that his role would be only to stay with the horses. "Do as I say, Henry," Blackstone told him. The cold, unemotional command had the desired effect. The boy had never heard such a frightening tone in his father's voice. He obediently rode with Perrine, and once out of earshot, Blackstone faced Kilbert. He spoke coldly. "Bertrand's the assassin. He killed Christiana and Agnes, and Fra Caprini, who tried to save them." Killbear and John Jacob looked as though the most impossible act in God's creation had been committed. They were speechless, for as long as it took the words to lodge inside them. Blackstone might as well have rammed a barbed broadhead into their ribs. "Sweet merciful Christ, Thomas," said John Jacob. The shock of it, slumping his shoulders, the back of his hand pressed to his mouth. "There is no mercy left in this world, John," said Blackstone. Killbear could not suppress his bitterness. "Fuck Chastelian, Thomas. We'll take him, and we'll flay the bastard. I want to hear him scream." Blackstone nodded. "Wait here," he said, and urged his horse forward to where Chastelian sat behind the line of his men. He was expecting trouble. Bertrand sat on his horse a few paces behind the king's knight, as Chastelian raised his arm. "Close enough, Sir Thomas." Blackstone pulled up. Behind him Killbear had readied the men. Will Longden's archers waited, war bows braced, arrows rammed in the dirt at their feet. Moulon and Gaillard held either flank, with Killbear in front, ready to order the assault. Chastelian came forward. "He has sought sanctuary under the king's protection." "Do you know what he has done?" said Blackstone. "I do not. Only that he says that you wish him harm." "I am going to kill him slowly, my lord. He has murdered my wife and daughter in a brutal manner, and slain a knight of the Tau, a good man of God who tried to protect them." Chastelian's expression changed. The doubt creased his face. He crossed himself. "There's evidence of this?" he said, gathering his composure. "The blood on him is theirs." Chastelian said nothing, but turned in his saddle so he could look at the monk. Blackstone watched Bertrand's face. It was different than he had seen before. There was no longer the idiot smile. His eyes were alert, startling in their glare. It was the face of a man who had shed the subservient role of a lascivious underling, a man who would take a kick and a taunt as part of his service, so that he could slither into their midst and strike when none suspected. He sat confidently in the saddle, upright. A different man, untouchable. Chastelian's shoulder arched with indecision, but then he shook his head. "Sir Thomas, I cannot give him to you," he said. "You know I cannot. He professes to be of holy orders. He claims benefit of clergy." Blackstone searched for the violent fury that would hurl him through the English ranks and beat the murderer to death with his bare hands, but it would not appear. A winter god clutched his heart. "He's an assassin," repeated Blackstone with a chilling calmness. "I will have him." Chastelian looked past Blackstone at the gathered men. Blackstone could raise a hand, and his archers would loose their arrows with enough skill to miss their sworn lord and cut down his men. "It must be proved otherwise," he insisted. "I am the king's knight, and he must be taken to the bishop to be tried by the church. We have no jurisdiction other than to grant him that." Bertrand had not turned his face away. It was the final taunt, that he wanted to see Blackstone humiliated or killed by the king's men. How far had Blackstone been broken? Blackstone lowered his eyes and nodded his acceptance. Bertrand smiled. Completely broken. Chastelian had faced men's savage faces in battle, but he felt discomfort under Blackstone's gaze. Whatever lay behind those eyes, Chastelian could not fathom. But he felt a ripple of ice water through his chest. Merciful Christ! Blackstone was intent on slaughter. "God bless my king," said Blackstone quietly, and turned his horse away, letting it amble back to his men. Killbear waited for Blackstone's orders, sword in hand, ready like the other men to discard the King of England's goodwill and pardon. Blackstone dismounted. "Gilbert," he said, "we must not raise our hand against the king or his men. That's a promise I made a long time ago." Gilbert said nothing as he watched the men-at-arms turn away to make their slow withdrawal. Bertrand was surrounded by Chastelian and a half-dozen knights in a protective shield. Across the undulating plain, the heavy black cloud on the horizon speared the sky with a ragged lightning. Blackstone wished he could rage against the storm that threatened, but he could not. There was no rage in him. It was a steel-cold grief that caged his chest. He handed the reins to an uncertain Will Longden and took the bow from his hand. He chose a bodkin-tipped arrow, whose goose-feather fletching offered the best flight, then walked forward a half-dozen paces. It was not impossible for a bent arm to hold a war bow. It could ease the immense pressure from the draw-weight, but to use it was to tolerate the pain that came with it. His muscles had changed, bunched and knotted for sword and shield, but strength had never deserted him, nor had the archer's instinctive skill of finding his target. For the first time since he was brought down on the battlefield at Crécy, he knocked a yard-long arrow, felt the tension and pain in his left arm as he arched his back and drew the cord to him. His arm protested, but he held his curled fist vice-like, instinctively adjusting his body to compensate. 147 paces from him, Chastelian eased his men aside, leaving the unsuspecting Bertrand exposed. The king's knight must have said something, perhaps a vitriolic curse, because Bertrand suddenly faltered, turned the horse and faced the distant Englishman who had stood to the front of his men. Blackstone loosed the arrow, heard its whisper, felt the bow cord vibrate against his unbraced arm, and watched as it arced and fell. Bertrand raised a hand, shielding his eyes, trying to see its fall. It pierced his thigh, pinning him to his saddle. The monk screamed as his body contorted, eyes glaring in unbelieving horror at what had happened, mouth gaping in a desperate attempt to draw air into the pain that savaged him. The arrow shaft snapped in his thigh as the horse bolted, and Bertrand crashed to the ground. The unassailable assassin had become a feeble puppet whose strings had been cut. He lay twisted, one arm thrown above his head, legs contorted unnaturally beneath him, his eyes blinking as life clung on within him. He made a feeble plea for help from Chastelian, who stared down at him, watched the twitching fingers of the crippled man a moment longer, and then, with a final glance towards Blackstone, led his men away. Blackstone handed back the bow to Longden and remounted. No words passed between them. Thomas Blackstone was still an archer, despite what had happened to him all those years before at Crécy. He rode slowly forward and halted as he reached the stricken assassin. His eyes sought Blackstone's.
"Sweet Mother of God, Sir Thomas, I swear I killed them quickly. The child, she knew nothing."
Bertrand squirmed, trying to put distance between him and the man who gazed down at him. Blood oozed, soaking his habit, which rode up, exposing the wound and the shattered bone. Its ugly rent was still pierced with the broken arrow shaft. The goose feathers, a dark, soaking mass. Bertrand begged for a knife across the throat to defeat the pain. "There is more agony yet to be inflicted," said Blackstone. "Your journey to hell will take 1,000 deaths. You will scream and vomit because of it, but I will break every part of you, and your slime will be sucked into the underworld." Blackstone let the bastard horse nudge Bertrand's broken thigh bone with the edge of its hoof. Bertrand screamed, stomach muscles crunching him into a protective ball, but the shattered leg resisted, and he flailed, tears and spittle mingling in his mouth, which made an incoherent choking sound. He sucked in air, shook his head, perhaps realizing what Blackstone intended.
"No. I beg you, let it end now."
Blackstone nudged the great war-horse slowly over his body, breaking his bones, starting at his ankles, hearing them crack, then moving upward to his shins. Bertrand's screams went beyond human agony as his body splintered beneath the iron-shod hooves. Blackstone never took his eyes from the tortured man, drinking in his terror, feeling nothing other than the cold satisfaction of the brutality he inflicted. Bertrand's life lingered in a hell imposed by vengeance as Blackstone kept the horse's weight bearing down on pelvis and spine. His mouth gaped, spluttering blood as his ribs cracked. He could no longer squirm. His mind was beyond prayer. When all that was left was the gasping, smashed body, Blackstone dismounted and knelt with one knee on the dying man's chest. Dark matter bubbled between Bertrand's teeth as his eyes held his tormentor's unrelenting gaze. A desperate whispered plea escaped from his lips.
"I beg you, mercy, finish me."
Blackstone waited a moment, then stood and gazed down at the killer. "No," he said, and led the war-horse's weight across him. And so did every man, and his horse who followed. The storm rolled its grey veil of rain ever closer, pushed by an angry wind that carried Bertrand's final, pitiful cries across the bleak land. As death dragged the viper's child to its lair, the sky broke to soak the hard earth and wash away what torn and crushed flesh remained. Chapter 52. Blackstone bathed Christiana and Agnes, then packed their bodies with salt and swaddled them in linen. Kildare kept Henry away from the ritual and his father's wrenching sobs. Neither would be appropriate for the boy to witness. The sombre mood held the men, and they kept their silence while their sworn lords stayed locked in the castle's rooms. Moulin and Gaillard did as Kildare instructed and prepared the slain Caprini for burial. He would be honoured, as Blackstone had insisted. When 7 days had passed and a priest was found to offer prayers, Blackstone took Christiana and Agnes to the place that was once their home in Normandy and buried them there, as he did the good knight, Fra Caprini, who had tried to save them.
"I should have stayed with them, father,"
Henry eventually said, breaking a long-held silence. Their murder was not your doing, Henry. No fault lies at your door. How could it? Blackstone answered, wishing only to reach for the boy and hold him. But there was a distance between them, a place he could not breach. The boy's will denied him that comfort.
"Father, I cannot kill like you. I have no wish to do so. I killed a woman to save Mother, and I would have fought to keep Bertrand from her and Agnes had I been there. But now—" He fearlessly raised his eyes to Blackstone. "Now I wish to do what Mother always wanted for me. I will study and become a learned man, and forsake this way of life."
The boy turned away. Kildare, who waited close by, shook his head. "He's Christiana's child, Thomas, as stubborn as you and determined as her. Give him time. Let his blood settle. He'll find a place of learnings brings no joy to a lad who's fought for life." Blackstone pressed a hand to the mound of dirt that now held the woman he had loved since first seeing her those dozen years before. She had shared danger with him and dared to marry an Englishman, an English archer. God turned his back on her, Gilbert. He has punished her instead of me. Kildare looked away, raising his eyes to an uncertain sky that threatened rain. I find no sense in it, Thomas. There is none. Your pagan goddess protects you better than a shield wall. Christiana and Agnes had their own angels at their shoulders. Who's to say when heaven needs them? He waited a moment longer, leaving Blackstone to feel the dirt beneath his palm. "There are no words," said Sir Gilbert. "But your son is alive. That counts for something. More than something. Let the grief settle, Thomas, and whatever anger lies buried, let it find its way into your sword." Kildare turned away to where the men waited. "Gilbert," Blackstone said. Kildare looked back. "See to it that the boy does as his heart wishes. I'll not challenge or force him otherwise. Do that. For me." Kildare was uncertain what was meant, but he nodded anyway. "I will." Blackstone kept his promise to Christiana. He and Henry sought out the bastard child. It was barely a year old, with a shock of black hair and dark eyes. It could easily have been his own infant, but he knew it was not. He paid the convent to raise and name him, and then made his desolate way back to England. Blackstone dwelt in a fog as dense as that which smothered the boat on its way home. A slow, nudging journey broken only by the creak and splash of the oars as the small craft was pulled through the glassy sea. A sailor stood watch, holding a lantern, calling the depth, subduing his fear at the fog's sudden onset. Hours later, when others slept and the welcome sound of a church bell guided them on shore, Blackstone laid Wolf's sword, its scabbard wrapped in its belt, next to his sleeping son. Christiana's half of the silver penny now nestled below Blackstone's on the sword's pommel. The coin's ragged seam joined the two halves. And then he slipped silently over the side. There was no sign of his body, and those who knew him swore he had swum ashore. Kildare and John Jacob searched fishing villages and towns trying to find their friend on the King's command, while Moulin and Gaillard held the men together outside Calais, paid from the King's purse, waiting for news of him being found. But as months passed, they feared for his life. Thomas Blackstone had disappeared, as if embraced by that spectral mist. Will Longden searched the taverns high and low, in riverside inns and city whorehouses, while Kildare and John Jacob scoured the countryside among the monasteries and religious houses, where a man might disappear with his misery and search for the remnants of a lost god and son. Queen Isabella the Fair inquired about her defiant knight before she took the heavy draught of medicine from which she never awoke. Blackstone never heard the pealing bells that signalled the death of the extraordinary queen, or witnessed the solemn funeral cortege that carried her body from Hertford, dressed in the simple garments of the Poor Clares, to the Franciscans in London, where it was clothed for her funeral in the tunic and mantle of red silk in which she had been married 50 years before. When this era ended, Blackstone lay, unkempt, in a dank, rat-infested room, unknown to those about him. Winter came and went. No ransom for the French king was paid after Edward and King John signed the peace treaty. The Dauphin had inflicted his revenge on the leaders in Paris, who had supported the uprising and had reclaimed the city, forcing Charles of Navarre to retreat and change sides yet again. The Dauphin granted remissions to others for their part in the terror, and proved remarkably resistant to handing over vast swathes of France to Edward, as agreed by his father in the Treaty of London. When Isabella died, Edward knew that her influence with the French had died with her. He grieved, and planned. Clerks travelled around the ports, commandeering merchant ships. Fletchers and bowmakers
had their stock stripped and stored in the Tower of London, hauled there by carts and wagons seized from monasteries. Edward's commissioners of array ordered the recruitment of archers from all the southern counties and knights from their manors. The great lords of England gathered, and the Church and Parliament came to an understanding that it was a just cause for Edward to pursue his right to the French crown by force. Word reached those who searched for Blackstone that there was a mason who worked on a great bridge, cutting stone from a quarry, and that this mason kept to himself, labouring long hours until darkness, and drink claimed him each night. No one would approach the scar-faced man and risk his sudden, unpredictable acts of violence. By the time Will Longden and the others reached the quarry, one cold dawn, the man had left and made his way to London. The crowded streets groaned from the passage of heavy carts, laden with supplies, as their iron-rimmed wheels gouged the dirt lanes, and soldiers' tramping feet muffled the clanking harness of wagons carrying forges and bundles of white-painted war-bows in their thousands. They jostled past, cursing pikemen, as hobilars forced aside the street-sellers, and beggars and mendicant monks rattled their bowls and called on God and his angels to punish their king's transgressors. Jack Halfpenny and Robert Thurgood shouldered their way through the crowds with an urgency that earned curses from those pushed aside, curses that soon died when it was realized that they were archers, and the badge on their jupons identified whom they served. The Fletcher's Inn was down a narrow alley into which daylight barely reached, a rat-hole of a kind common enough in London. The leaning facade was close to the butcher's yard, rank with offal, and loud with the groaning of beasts as they sensed the violence about to be inflicted upon them. Halfpenny lifted the wooden latch and stepped into the gloom. A tallow lamp threw its dull yellow glow across the room. The stench of barley ale and stale cooked food mingled with that of dog excrement and men's rancid sweat. The inn's cur dog whimpered and ducked away as Thurgood kicked aside a stool, ignoring the alehouse woman's admonitions. Rumour had reached them of a man who paid good money to hide. Outlaw or fugitive, there was always someone ready to betray a secret when a reward was offered. Up the stairs, Halfpenny pushed open the door of a back room and saw a bearded, crumpled figure soaked in ale and wine, who knew not what day it was, nor cared if the sky was light or dark. Tattered clothes, exposed, scarred, lean muscles wrought from hard work and battle, and a silver necklace of a pagan goddess. Money had bought him secrecy for a time in this room above the foul streets of the city. Halfpenny kept guard on the door until Thurgood found Will Longden, and he in turn sent them to find Kildare and John Jacob. Longden waited outside the dank room's door like a mother waiting for a sick child to heal. He muttered a prayer or two, and cursed the devil for snatching his friend's heart, and then cursed God for allowing it. Kildare grunted with effort as he mounted the stairs. Will Longden was grateful to see the flint-hearted knight, as pleased as a man could be who had stood at his side in the great conflicts. Kildare pushed into the room, and stood for a moment over Blackstone's slumped figure. "Thomas," he said gruffly, "enough of this." He hesitated, wondering if his words had been heard. Blackstone sat propped against the wall, remnants of food and drink around him, oblivious to the scuttling vermin that snatched at crusts. "Your friends are here," said Kildare, more kindly, and leaned towards Blackstone. A sudden lunge with a knife made him quickly step back. Drunk he might have been, but an animal instinct still lurked within Blackstone. Kildare bent forward again and waited for another knife thrust. It came quickly, and between them Kildare and John Jacob disarmed Blackstone. He offered little resistance. his eyes glaring at the men who pressed close to him in a mirror of time. Gilbert laughed and seized his face, turning it towards his own as John Jacob bent to help lift his great frame. "You stink like a dog's arse," said Gilbert, as they heaved Blackstone to his feet and took his weight. "Thomas, look here, man. Your boy comes for you." Blackstone stared towards the gloom-laden doorway, where Henry Blackstone stood, wearing a jupon bearing his father's coat of arms. A spark flared in Blackstone's eyes. The boy seemed taller, stronger even, and he looked at his father with an unwavering gaze. Gilbert beckoned the lad, who held a sword and scabbard. The old knight took them from him and thrust Wulf's sword against Blackstone's chest, forcing him to grasp it tightly. "You're needed. By the king's command," he said, and grunted with pleasure. "We're going to war." The end. You've been listening to Master of War, Gate of the Dead by David Gilman. Narrated by Colin Mace.